measurable curvature to the Earth, even though you're still yet to give us your laser test that you did in some place in Europe. I can't remember where. I do apologise. We can look at that all day. That's fine, but we will just give you other ones. We will give you long distance observations. There is, in our mind, no measurable, observable, or practically used curvature to the Earth, which is why I brought up things like navigation and direct line of sight, because the curve of the Earth would get in the way, or you wouldn't be able to use these tools if the surface of the Earth was curved.
Yeah.
It's interesting as well, the majority of the evidence they will give you is from space. Here's a picture of the Earth from space, it's a ball. Well, that's a bit of a problem, being as you can't have gas pressure without a container, which will kind of ruin every single fallacious story they give you from this place. We may as well just start calling Narnia.
Yeah.
Now, we're not saying the sky doesn't exist and, hey, that's not the moon, and Mars doesn't exist. We will just debate the story about what we are told about these things. They claim that this is a vacuum. They claim this, that, and the other. When we try to try and verify these, find out that they cannot be true. You can't have gas pressure without a container.
Yeah.
Right, I've got a call. Go for 5 minutes and call my child. I will be back shortly. Thank you, guys. Right.
That was good. I wonder what he was thinking about though when it hit him. Wonder what was going through his mind.
Interesting conversation with that young man. Brought back some memories. I did like him. He was fun. I liked it because he came in at 100 miles an hour thinking very confidently. And then over a short period of time, he kind of slowed down a little bit. I like that. That was good.
You could almost hear the penny drop, couldn't you?
Almost, mate. I had to press my headphones in really, really hard, but I almost heard it, yeah.
And, you know, if that's explained to anybody, like we try to do, we should have the same result all the time, because we're not lying about anything. We're just giving you, you know, what is actually happening and giving you explanations for it, scientific explanations, observable evidence. So I don't know if anybody can not accept this information.
We talk about it all the time. What's happened? We talk about it all the time, why people don't, accept what we... I see Jan's back. Jan's back from the shop. Hope you're doing well, Jan.
Really weird. Groceries, so I'm okay.
Good stuff. We're just talking to Bush Baby at the moment. Yeah. Glad you're back from the shop, my friend. Sorry for jumping out there. I just had to give my child a quick phone call. So where are you at, Bush Baby?
Yeah, I'm just thinking about the atmosphere dilemma.
I mean, I urge you to think about it, mate. For sure, but are you trying to come up with an idea of how you can have gas pressure without a physical boundary for the gas to press upon?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Okay, good luck with that. You went to vacuum chamber in our conversation, right? Which is interesting because you need a physical barrier to separate the two vastly...
Yeah, but you do realise it's the atmosphere outside
pressure areas, right?
Barrier.
If you didn't have that physical boundary between the two, you wouldn't be able to have a vacuum, would you?
No, because the air from the outside of the vacuum would push into it.
Yeah, exactly. So the open system of the Earth, the gas would disperse into the vacuum, wouldn't it?
Wait, no. Because in the example that we had a vacuum, and you put a gas inside that vacuum, and it will disperse to fill that vacuum. That's true. But
yes,
the force that's pushing against that vacuum is there is going to be a force obviously from within the vacuum, a very tiny one, but the larger force is going to kind of crush the vacuum from all sides. That's going to be atmospheric pressure, right?
Yeah, the gas will fill the space. Yeah. The higher pressure system will disperse into the lower pressure environment. Yep.
Push baby, can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
Can you now compare the size of our atmosphere? That's the paradox, but doesn't matter. With all this out of space vacuum.
Yeah.
What do you think? What is stronger, our atmosphere or that? You know how big is that vacuum space comparing our atmosphere?
Yeah. Evidently huge.
Yeah, I cannot even imagine that. I cannot put that in my mind. With that given numbers of space and everything, I cannot even. This is something like. I will try, and this is nothing. This is even small number, something like a lighter in the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that lighter has the small, around, big air, and that water cannot go in. Yeah, that's the comparison.
Can I just say something? I think where the gentleman's going to go is which is just what we've
this
just
open
discussed.
System in this out of space, and plus that open system, it's going together with the Earth in orbital.
Yeah,
speed 66,000 miles per hour. Not only static,
Sorry, what did you say with about 66,000 miles per hour? Sorry.
I'm saying that all this gas, it's also moving together with the air because it's going around this. Yeah, that's also interesting.
Yeah, but you're not going to feel a force because of that. The speed is constant, velocity is constant. Even. Sorry, and
I'm telling you that open system is going through that. What Jedi explained it to you. What is that vacuum, and what the gas will do in. Let's say if you put a little bit, do you remember when you said if you put a little bit in gas in some vacuum chamber? Now imagine how much atmosphere, how much that is gas for this vacuum of the space.
Yeah,
I told you, compare that and we are there. That's ridiculously small. Even if it's big, doesn't matter. You will still fill the space.
I mean, I think we've explained it quite well. I mean, we can't go any further with it unless the gentleman can sort of demonstrate how you can have gas pressure without a container. I think that's just what we need to hear next from the gentleman.
Problem is natural law. You can now deny the natural law and say, yeah, okay, I'm not agreeing with the natural law. That's the point.
The size of the vacuum. Are you saying the size of the vacuum increases the force experience? The force of. Are you saying are you saying the size of the vacuum is proportional to the force?
I mean volume or. Do you mean the volume of the vacuum?
Yeah, the volume of the vacuum is proportional to the size of the force.
Not necessarily. Well,
then the argument about how big space is not relevant.
Well, no, that's just an aside to compound the issue.
Yeah, well,
if space is getting...
Well, the size of space and how large space is and how large the vacuum is itself is irrelevant. I believe, it will be irrelevant to the force experienced by the particles. pushing against each other and then effectively trying to push against and escape and move away from each other.
Okay. Yeah, we're basically all we're doing is it's just an aside, which compounds the issue. We're just saying the volume of the vacuum is increasing within the heliocentric model because of expanding the space. But ultimately, it's irrelevant. Ultimately, it's irrelevant. But the point is this: out there is a vacuum. Down here we have gas pressure. To have gas pressure, we must have a physical boundary for the gas to press upon. If there is no physical boundary, then the higher gas pressure will disperse into the lower pressure environment. That's entropy. So it's a big fucking vacuum. The rate of the vacuum is 10 to negative 17 torr, I believe. Whatever it is, there's an awful lot of, this is why they call it space, because there's a lot of space between whatever particles there are up there. But the point is, it's a lower pressure environment. Uncontained and open to the Earth's high pressure system. That cannot exist.
Jedi, how much we can produce on the Earth a vacuum chamber?
Sorry.
I think it's negative six.
Yeah.
It's 6, 7, something like that.
Yeah. But that's 10 to minus 17. That now that's not that it's between 11 zeros. It's not like a double. It's 11 zeros. That means 1 million times, 1 billion times stronger.
Stupid, isn't it? Yeah.
Okay.
Container. So I'm trying to. Oh my days! I remember fluid. I hate fluid dynamics. Oh.
That's okay.
Yeah.
We understand how gas acts, don't we? We understand that when we contain gas with a physical boundary, the consequence of that is gas pressure. To have gas pressure, you must have a physical boundary. To keep gas in a space, you must have containment. Gas will disperse high to low. This is why it's in the law of thermodynamics, because hot goes to cold.
Yep.
It doesn't happen the other way around. My coffee's not going to spontaneously get hot. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And exactly the same in this situation. High pressure goes to low pressure every single goddamn motherfucking time. So when they tell us there's a space vacuum out there and the Earth is an open system, for those who have critical thought, you must understand that that situation can't be true. I don't care who says it, how many badges they've got, how big their institution is, and how many of them are jumping up and down on a bandstand saying this bollocks. If you critically think about it, you will understand that you can't have gas pressure without a container. Every single demonstration of gas pressure is with containment. You can't demonstrate this in any other way. Therefore, that
I'm just
probably at work or something, knowing him. If you're busy, my friend, it's me.
What up, Jedi?
What's up, Mayhem? How you doing, mate? We're just talking to Bush Baby at the moment. We've been talking for, say, maybe the last half an hour or so. We've just got up to, well, not just got up to, about 10 minutes ago, we got up to gas pressure without a container. And, yeah, we seem to have maybe reached a point where he's starting to think a little bit.
Okay.
Because he understands. He's a smart lad, right? He's a physics student. He's done all this type of stuff before. So we're talking about gas pressure without a container, and he's gone quiet because he's trying to figure this shit out.
Yeah,
Well,
no,
the
that is.
practicality. Go on, Bush baby.
No, I was gonna say because there is actually a point there.
The practicality should strike you, as in, it should cause you to pause a little bit, because if there's a narrative that says one thing and reality says another, then you should go with what reality is telling you, because it doesn't matter what anyone says; it only matters what the truth is, right? So,
Yeah.
The fundamental laws of our nature is what's going to govern. You should govern what your understanding should be, not what people are saying.
Yeah, I really want to do math right now, but I don't know.
Yeah, you go on.
Sorry, no, I was just the only real because obviously the point with containers and gas,
right?
That there is a point there.
Well, you can't have gas pressure without a container. It's a necessary antecedent. So, in order for their gas pressure to be there in the first place, you'd need to have a container. It needs to be contained. That's how you attain pressure in the first place. Containment.
Yeah.
And that's natural law. And of course, entropy would dictate that if you release the pressure from that container, gas will disperse into any and all available volumes and fill the space.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But it's almost common sense. Everybody on Earth can know that. Or it should be anyway. But it also, demonstration-wise, that can also be shown as well. So what we're saying can be followed up by demonstration. It can be falsified. It could be proven empirically. So there's no need for whether you and I believe in something or not. It just matters that it's true.
Have you heard of bromine? Or bromine, as in the BR2, the gas, heavy gas, very heavy gas.
It's man-made gas.
Well, it's an element. It's how bromine exists elementally.
Oh, bromine, but you meant go on.
Well, it's a gas, and if you open a container, it will stay at the bottom of the container. It will sink to the bottom of the container.
How long will it stay there for? Will you be able to have an open container of bromine forever? Or will entropy still take? Yeah, entropy will still take. Yeah,
the gradient.
So we have the same kind. We have the same kind of thing with sulfur hexafluoride. You understand that one?
Yeah.
So it will stay in an environment that is open to the atmospheric pressure for a short amount of time, but ultimately, in the end, entropy will take effect, and it will disperse.
Yeah.
Again, all we're doing is demonstrating that one dense gas in relation to the atmospheric pressure will do something, will sink because it is of a higher density. Whoop-de-fucking do. Let's put that bromine or that sulfur hexafluoride adjacent to a vacuum without a physical barrier and see what happens. Oh, it will disperse into that available space until it reaches the
that's the
limitation of its environment. Going to have the same result.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know. I know, mate. I know.
Look at that. Oh, this is actually really annoying now.
This is what?
I said it's really annoying now.
Oh, why? Why is it annoying?
Mm-hmm. I can feel it.
I haven't ever thought about
but like, hats off to you, mate. Usually at this time we're having massive arguments with people.
Well, you got a beat on this because if you're in physics, then you literally work with these elements.
Yep. Fluid dynamics.
Well, that's the thing, though. Nothing that we're saying is it's something that you could say, no, you guys are going against the laws of nature. You're just, that's not what happens.
Yeah.
So basically, we're just keeping in line with what everything could be discovered, like what we already know. But it's weird that we're saying things against. It's contradictory to what they're saying about the globe, because in this open system, that they claim with the globe, there is a vacuum of space. And so the vacuum, adjacent to this pressure air, is pressure. There has to, in order for the gas to have pressure, it needs to be contained. But you don't have containment in this open system, because matter and energy can transfer in this open system of the globe Earth. And that just can't happen when you have the dynamic system that we do have here with low and high pressures. You can't get these pressures if there isn't any containment. So it doesn't matter. Like, you can have a gradient pressure and it shifts. The dynamic system that we live in, these pressures are always interchanging, low pressure to high pressure, and weather systems happen and so on. But like, these are always mixing. They're always shifting, mixing. It's in constant motion. It's never something that's static. So the globe Earth has tried to give you explanations as to how things are, but when you start to say, okay, that's an explanation, now let's go into the field and test to see if what you're saying is correct. Nobody's actually put them to the test, which is what we're doing here. We're saying, has anybody ever done that? It's nice to say one thing about the Earth being a globe, and it's got a vacuum of space out there, and you got pressure air here, and it's an open system. But the convenient excuse is gravity, the bending and warping of the fabric of space and time. They're saying that's what's holding the gas here, right? Gravity. But then again, it's like, then you're going to have to say, when does gravity hold any of the pressure of gases? Which every instance, even the one you described with bromine, will seem to have a heavier than air kind of dynamic within the air that it's in. But at some point, it will disperse. It doesn't stay. I mean, you can even see that with liquid water. So water itself will be sitting in a cup for a while, and then
that's very true. That's very true. It does actually.
And this is kind of like what we're trying to tell you here too. This yes, they do have their physical properties, but they interact within the dynamic system that you're in to always be in motion. There's not a constant where it's always a downward vector. Because if the downward vector were true, nothing would move into any and all directions, which is the nature of gases dispersing into the available space. They would immediately, if you let go of the nozzle of a balloon, like when you blow up a balloon, if you let go of the nozzle, the air would just go straight down if gravity was holding everything down to itself. But you know that in every instance of containment with gas pressure, you open up a nozzle, the gas disperses into the available space into any and all directions, all vectors. So there's no vector of down. It does go down, but it goes up and sideways and every which way. And so this is just a practical means of looking at the applications that you use in your line of work or whatever you're going to be using for your studies. It's we're not saying anything outside of real science, right? So if we are, then there's an issue with what we're saying, but there isn't. We're in line with everything that natural laws dictate.
Yeah.
So hopefully that, what Chris was saying, Jedi is kind of helping you along. But it's not that you didn't know. It's just it's the indoctrination. It's what it is. You have this educated idea of what people have been saying all along about the globe Earth. We all have, and it seems kind of very strange that somebody would go against that narrative. And the reason why we stand against it is because it's not what reality dictates. Reality is that it's a flat and stationary Earth that presents itself to you, me, and everybody else.
Yeah.
And to say otherwise would be a grand claim that is unsubstantiated. And we're always asking, okay, if you have the evidence that the Earth is physically a globe, by way of demonstration, go ahead and provide the evidence to us. I mean, if you're standing on a geometric shape, then that needs to be proven. If gas pressure is held down by gravity without containment, that needs to be proven. If the Earth is in motion some way and we can detect it, that needs to be proven.
Yeah.
We can go a little bit deeper, but like these are the grand claims that the Earth, or the people that would say the Earth's a globe. It doesn't matter who's saying it, you know, whether it be a professor, your next door neighbor, your parents. Like nobody's rivaled it. Everybody gets scared when we start talking about it. They get angry. Let's not talk about that. You know, we already knew a long time ago the Earth's a globe, 2,000 years ago. Even.
Oh, that's a stupid argument. You can never use that as an argument.
No, that's what everybody's claiming right now. Foregone conclusion.
Yeah.
And you can look into that, Bush, if you don't believe us. If somebody proved that any time in human history, and you can look into that, and you will find out that nobody proved that anytime.
Yeah.
But it's hard because if you're in academia right now, you're going to find out really quickly, Bush baby, that you can't stray away from the paradigm that's already created if you want to play ball with them. If you want to have a career, if you want to continue to work within the scope of the realm of like what they want you to be in, like that's what you're choosing is your passion. If you stray away and you say anything outside of that, the thing that maybe you don't know at the moment, but perhaps you do, I don't know, is that if you start to think critically, then you're going to be outside of the curriculum, outside of the paradigm. And they're not going to like that very much. So this is why we're saying it's just something you should weigh considerably if you're going to be staying in the field that you are. Because, I mean, a lot of people, a lot of good scientists might lose their jobs if they would say the truth. They would speak truth, which is like what it should be, right? Like you guys should stand up for truth, working in the fields that you do. But, I mean, if you want a livelihood, count the cost, I guess. I don't know. Like, it's a tough deal, man. I guess because it's like, well, stay in a really great career or speak the truth. You know, like, I mean, I wish it could be both, but I don't know if that's the world we live in.
Yeah, pretty hard to get that research grant renewed if you're going against the status quo.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you raised some good points. Definitely.
Either that or just stay a closet flat earther for the rest of your life. You
know? Don't be flat earther ever.
Let's see if we.
One thing is that you can be very respectful. That's for sure. I was actually surprised.
Try our best.
No, I was surprised that you, because the representation that you guys get online is that you're angry, delusional.
We can be. But not delusional. Well, we can be angry. It's more of a zeal, a passion for what we're talking about. Because imagine speaking to somebody about, your field, physics, right? Something that can be demonstratively true. That there is no, like, if you say that you're wrong by proving something that you're actually doing, then people are just batshit crazy because you're demonstrating to them in reality what's going on with physics, right? Like you're not just, there's not a theory, that you're working with tangible things. So if you're speaking about something that you've done with demonstration of, and you've maybe written a paper on it or something, you can demonstrate to someone how something works. That's the lunacy of somebody denying that is probably the same as what is happening in here, which is probably why we get the rep we do, because the delusion is actually on their side. They want to stay to the delusion of the globe. It's like it's a lot more fantasy than it is reality. So, and that's kind of the zeal that we have. But go ahead, Sasha.
We are grow up like that. I grow up like that. I grow up like this. It's obvious. It's a fact that Earth is sphere. That's my position. Without any knowledge about that, that was my position.
I'll tell you what, guys. Let's try and move this on a little bit further.
I mean, I don't have much time here. I've got to go in 5 minutes, 5 minutes. But I mean, yeah,
not a problem. I was just going to ask you a couple of questions, mate, and hopefully it won't take too long. I just want you to be honest with your answer, okay? If you know, then please, I'm going to ask you for verification of how you know it. If you don't know it, then just let me know.
Yeah, sure.
Obviously, we're talking about the shape of the Earth, my friend. So, just going to ask you: do you know at any point in history how the measurement of the curvature of the Earth was done and proven to be so?
Not the measurement itself. No, sorry, I don't.
No, okay. But would you say it might be a belief that somebody has done this, you just don't know how?
I mean, I guess so, yeah.
Cool, awesome stuff. Second question, kind of the same thing, but with regards to the motion of the Earth, the actual spin and its orbit around the Sun. Do you know in any point in history how the motion of the Earth was measured and detected?
I think its spin can be picked up with a gyroscope.
You think? Is it like first-hand knowledge you can give me all the ins and outs, or you just got a vague recollection of it?
Vague recollection, I guess, yeah.
Okay, cool. But would you say it's probably a belief that you've got it might have been done somehow with a gyroscope, but you're not sure how?
Yeah.
Okay. The third question I'm not necessarily going to go into because we've kind of covered it for the last 10 minutes, but I'll ask you anyway. Do you know any way that you can demonstrate gas pressure without a physical barrier for the gas to press upon?
Nope.
No. See, those are the three main claims that they make about the Earth. They say that the Earth is a ball of a known radius, diameter, and circumference, and this ball, Earth, spins upon its axis and travels around the Sun, and it does this within the vacuum of space.
Right.
Now, all you've done really, to me, mate, is kind of, you've been honest, and you've kind of just elucidated that it's more of a belief that you've got. It's most definitely not first-hand knowledge, is it? You don't know this first-hand. You just believe it, don't you?
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah, that's the honest answer, mate. And to be honest with you, it's the only answer anybody can give us. We only believe that we're on a spinning ball in space because somebody's told us possibly somehow that it's been done. We don't know it firsthand. For example, we don't feel any motion of the Earth now, do we?
No, but that can be explained.
Yeah, but that can be explained. But first-hand knowledge, we don't feel any motion of the Earth.
No, we don't. But that's because the Earth is moving at a constant velocity. I mean, I can explain that actually.
It's not.
I mean, well, if you're talking, it's also changing velocity over time. If the time is very small and the change in velocity is tiny, the force you're going to experience is so small that you're not going to be able to. You will not be able to feel it.
Awesome. So what you're doing is you're giving me an explanation as to why we don't feel the motion of the Earth. Well, you're not telling me how it's actually measured or that you actually feel it, right? You just give me an explanation. Ad hoc one.
Well, so you can measure the force that an object experiences based on its change in momentum, and that's something that you can definitely measure for objects on the Earth, a car or whatever, plane or whatever. And if you apply that to the Earth, then if you apply that to the size of the Earth, then and you apply the same principle, then you would be able to explain why the Earth isn't.
Remember the second question that he asked you, Bush Baby?
Sorry, what? Repeat.
The second question that he asked you was about the Earth's motion.
Yeah.
And what was your answer?
I can't even remember what the question is. Sorry, I'm really tired. Carry on. Can you please repeat the question?
Yeah. He was asking you the question about the Earth's motion. So axial rotation, the Earth spinning on its axis, and its motion around the Sun. Like there's different motions that he was referring to. So
yeah, I mean, in terms of is the Earth actually spinning? Then because you don't experience a force, that doesn't prove that the Earth is spinning. So I agree with what you're saying. Yeah, you can't know that the Earth is physically spinning. But the fact that if the Earth was spinning, you'd also not feel a force. I mean, it's.
But you're telling me what it's not doing. I want to know.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Well, so the second question was actually geared towards what your knowledge base is on its actual motion. Like, how do we know that it has been detected that it's in motion? And what I don't know, apparatus or device has been used to measure this, or can we know? And so the answer there was that you don't know.
No.
Right. And so that's the issue. The issue is that people that want to look at this logically and be able to detect physically if there's any motion, it's not able to be detected in any way, shape, or form by a device or an apparatus that can do this. Okay. But as far as ideas go, theories, I mean, that's anybody can come up with those things.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Okay, so that's a fair chunk there. I have to do the math here. It's going to take me a bit, but
Yeah, why don't you just look at the Beyond Horizons? They're the professional long-distance Guinness World Book record-winning photography. They've got all the information in their website. They're not flat earthers. They're photographers. So why don't you look up Beyond Horizons and look up the information they've done? Then you can put that together with what you're saying you're calculating or whatever. These are actual observations done by photographers.
Yeah, look at 29 minutes after the hour. It has all the information you need. The target distance is 255 miles away. The observer height is 9,136 feet. There should be over 12,000 feet of the target hidden by Earth curvature.
Do you have a favorite Earth curvature measuring program? Do you know how to do it? Grenade head.
oh, I wait a minute. Am I on? Is my mic on? Oh, Dave, get the numbers here. I'm just seeing what's going on here.
Okay, so you see the picture right there, okay? You're not supposed to see any of that. We can see the mountains coming down to the shoreline, and we can see all the mountains. How does that work?
I'm sorry.
I'm going to research this a little bit. I'm not going to sit there and make a comment about it until I know more about it.
Okay, fair enough. So you understand why we're saying it couldn't work on a globe, though?
Well, I understand what you're saying. Yes, I do. But I don't understand what's happening in this picture, so I don't want to make any...
You want me to throw you a life jacket? You want me to tell you what your side's going to make you say?
No, I'm looking at this. I want to find out where this is at.
Request?
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. Because
this is just one of hundreds.
The photo's in infrared, by the way.
Yeah, which limits the spectrum of light, right? Which limits the effect of any type of movement of that light. I mean, this is so staggering. It's not even close. It's 3 miles should be there. 3 miles. Well, why can't I see the shore, dude? There aren't 3 miles there. There's nothing there. I can see the shore. 3 miles. That's super long, bro. So drive 3 miles on the road and then flip that up vertically. That's what should be there.
Yep.
I mean, you wonder why Flat Earth's censored? You wonder why famous people would never debate a Flat Earther for the world to see? You want to know why I've been kicked off PayPal for being a Flat Earther? And Venmo, and Twitter, and Facebook, and Instagram, and YouTube, and DLive.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
What makes you trust your own vision so much?
Well, it's not really about trusting my vision, right? It's falsifying the globe radius. Are you saying that if I can see mountains and they look exactly like they're there, and I can go touch them and know they're there, that it looks like they're actually there, like they actually are, but in fact nothing's there? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that almost every single quote unquote empirical science, globe priests, whatever, one of the main first tenets of every science is that the first observer is the least reliable. So I'm wondering how come you're saying that your measurements taken by your senses are reliable.
Okay, we can do this. First of all, measurements, right? So the way we have measurements is we measure the Earth. That's how we know the mountains are that far away, because we measured it using planar survey, right? We measured over a horizontal. That's how you have maps. That's how we measured it. So we know how far the mountains are. Now, if we can zoom in with a camera and see all the mountains, we know we did not zoom in through a mound of Earth curve, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how, I don't even know the question. And there's many ways you can do. You can shoot a laser over the top of water or a frozen lake, and it hits the other target completely horizontal without any curvature blocking it, when there should be hundreds of feet blocking the laser. You can use mirror flashes. Long distance observations test the globe, right? You're not supposed to be able to see stuff in the distance because we're supposedly on a globe.
And is there is there empirical evidence to suggest that a device that does not require your any of your sensory input will demonstrate that there is no curvature? Because personally, I don't believe in anyone's firsthand accounts or anyone's firsthand experience on globe or flat.
Do you believe people went to space?
I don't believe any of their firsthand accounts.
Okay, nice. Just seeing if you're consistent. So we can throw the moon landing out and every story NASA said because we can't believe them. It's just first-hand accounts of people that are Masons.
I don't believe anyone's first-hand accounts.
Okay, that's perfect. We want you to go test it. I've done it. I did it around the whole U.S. for the last year. Almost everyone in this room has done it. This is one of thousands of observations. You can test it yourself. So would that fulfill your parameters where you can verify or falsify it yourself?
Sure. Can you explain to me the experiment?
Well, this is an observation. This is actually not an experiment. But yeah, you just take out a P900 or a P1000 and you zoom in to the distant object and you see if it's blocked by Earth curvature.
That sounds to me like your senses with a filter on it.
Okay,
Very rudimentarily.
Oh, so the 125 times zoom camera is making images up, is what you're saying?
No, I'm saying it's filtering your view. It's still filtering your view. Your view is not.
How is it filtering it?
So it's not your original. Like it's the same. So light enters the camera. Light enters the camera.
So tell us how it's filtering it. Please.
Light enters the camera. It's refracted by lenses and changed and zoomed in whatever way you've set it, and it hits your eye. And that's not. Wow, that is actually incorrect. So light hits the object you're looking at. Light hits the atom you're looking at and bounces off directly at you. We're assuming that nothing else occurs outside of this. It bounces, goes inside the lens of your camera, goes through whatever refractive lens and whatever mode or settings you've put, and then hits your eye. So the baseline receiver of said at all interactions is your eye.
So you've been told to not trust your senses, and what you're telling us is a religious doctrine that comes from your school of thought that has basically been driven into you that you can't trust your human senses. So congratulations on that. We're talking about empirical evidence that can be verified by measurement. Do you know what a measurement is?
Yes.
Do you know the difference between a measurement and a calculation?
Yes.
Could you explain the differences, please?
Sure. Do you want like a dictionary definition, or do you want my perception of it?
You said you know, so I want to know how you know the difference. Tell us the difference between calculation and measurement.
Okay, so a calculation would probably be. It's hard to say probably be because I'm sure there's a universal definition for it, or
probably is not an answer to the question. But continue on.
I mean, I don't know the exact wording that you would prefer.
It's not about what we prefer. You're making statements. All I'm asking you is to tell us how you know the difference between calculation and measurement. So explain the differences, and I've heard nothing yet but evading answering.
Evading answering.
If you don't know, just say so. It's okay. I mean,
I don't know your exact wording, so I'm going to try and find the most universal wording that I can.
We're not. Don't be afraid of the exact words. We're just asking if you know what the difference is.
I didn't ask you to go find something. You said you know. Okay. So I'm asking you, what is the difference? You said you know between calculation and measurement, and you can't seem to tell us. Okay, I'll just ask you directly. What is a measurement? A direct measurement. What is that?
A direct observation of...
No, I didn't say observation. I said measurement. What is the definition of a direct?
I'm trying to explain to you without using the word
I don't
measurement.
want an explanation. I want a definition. What is
Okay,
a
so then I'll find you a definition. I'm not a dictionary.
So you don't know.
So I don't know the definition. No, I don't.
You don't know the difference between calculation or a measurement. And you don't know what it's singularly, what a measurement is. You've just shown that to the whole entire audience. Thank you.
A measurement is the act of measuring something. I'm so okay. And then a calculation is like, wow, I'm not.
If you want to know if something is curving, or flat, would you measure it directly?
To answer your question directly, yes.
All right. So, do you think that in order to know whether or not the Earth is a sphere or a topographical plane of existence, do you think we should measure it directly to know for sure?
I think to know for sure you can measure it directly, yes. However, for me personally, and the results of an experiment that I would accept would have to be, again, where none of your human senses are involved, because I don't trust human senses. I believe that very simple things your senses are usually wrong about. Just like on a neurophysiological scale, it just doesn't compute.
So you already by default you're already
just saying we can't.
Real quick, can I just say this?
Please, one at a time.
I know, please, one at a time. Right, one at a time. Just 1 second. So you're already admitting then you don't believe in outer space or the globe religion.
I did not say that. I believe in the globe religion. Yeah.
So
no, this is like the guy who was on here a little while ago. Who's like a brain in a jar guy. He thinks he's a brain in a jar, pretty much.
I joined yesterday. I joined actually earlier this morning. I have no idea what you're talking about.
No, this isn't that guy. But real quick, you just by your concession of expectations and point of view, you don't even have a claim for a globe Earth.
I don't have any claims as of yet. No. I asked the question that I have not received an answer yet.
Exactly. Welcome to Flat Earth. That was easy.
Yeah, you just have a belief and then you don't want your senses to be true. So here's Marconi wireless telegraph. That's a transmission of 10,553 miles. That's impossible on a globe.
I mean, I'm hearing a lot of measurements and this would be impossible, but nobody's answered my previous question. You guys assumed as to where I'm taking it and given me answers to where you think I'm taking it. And
what's the question?
The question was what makes you, or by you, a person who believes in flat Earth, what makes you
it's not about belief.
Trust your senses to the
we don't
degree.
believe,
I just
and
explained to you something that didn't require just your senses.
One at a time,
so
please.
What the fuck?
Listen, hold on. We don't. So stop putting words in our mouths. That would be a good start. For one.
Sorry,
we don't believe that the Earth is flat. None of us in here have a belief.
It's so based on
fact. Stop interrupting.
I'm sorry.
So that's the first starting point. I don't have to believe if I measure my table. When I go into the restroom and take a pee, I know that I measured it. There's been a transfer of energy. That's what a measurement is. Okay?
Let me ask him a little question. I'll just be real quick. Say you don't trust your senses. So if you look outside your window, and you see a car out there, and you don't think you can walk up to that car, touch it, feel it, and verify for yourself that the car actually is there and you're actually seeing it, it's real. I mean, you can trust your senses at least that far, right? If you're looking at something and you can go out and touch it, you can then verify that your senses are not lying to you, correct?
In the exact scenario of the parameters you've laid out, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Is that it?
Well, no, the second part was going to be, so if you go out and you use your eyes to see something, and you go out and take a measurement for the distance. Let's say you're looking at something in the distance, and you could guess, oh, it looks like it's maybe 10 miles, maybe 50 miles, whatever. But you can actually measure that, right? You could get in a car, drive it. You could, whatever, look on Google Earth if you trusted that, whatever, and come up with a very close number as to the distance that you're looking at, right?
Yeah.
Would you believe that?
In the parameters that you've laid out, yes.
Okay. Good, because we have observations that follow those exact parameters that show that the surface is flat, by the way. I'll let somebody else take it from here.
Okay.
Do you agree that the default position is that the Earth is flat and not moving, and that the stuff in the sky moves?
What does that mean, default position?
Yeah, like that's where you begin, because that's the observation, that's what we observe, and that's what we always have being the case, right? The horizon's horizontal. We have plains. We have the abyssal plain in the bottom of the ocean, 70% of it all completely flat. We have all kinds of planes on the Earth that are super flat. You've never felt the Earth spinning. Planes have to pretend the Earth's not spinning to work. Shooting missiles has to assume the Earth's not spinning. And you see the sun and moon move in the sky. You see the stars move in the sky. So our default position based on empirical evidence is that the Earth is flat and stationary and the stuff in the sky moves. So if you're going to make a claim opposite to that, then you would have the burden of proof, right?
Can you say what my claim was? But I don't.
That the Earth's a magic spinning cartoon ball that defies physics.
I just said I believe that. I don't think that.
Yeah, you believe in something. You believe in something.
I'm not claiming. I've asked a question, and I've received like your claim is wrong. You're going down pathways that I maybe would like to go down at some point, but like right now, I just want to know like why like no quote unquote globe priest trusts their senses, but flat Earth, like
do you have a citation? Do you have a citation for what you just said about no scientists believe their own senses? Can you give us a citation? Which scientists?
Well, I don't have a specific citation.
There we are again. So you're making these claims, bro. I'm just trying to point them out. I'm really not a bad guy. I know I sound like the bad cop today. I make a really good cop.
He didn't say scientists, Sonny. He said globe believers. He said globe believers. He said, I'm wondering why globe believers don't trust their senses, but flat earthers do. That's what he said.
Okay, there you go.
Welcome to flat Earth.
Yeah.
I thought I just clearly explained to him why we trusted our senses, because we went out and verified what we'd seen was real.
Well, let's hear him respond. Let's hear him respond, please.
I mean, I thought I gave him an
answer. I have nothing to respond. I don't know the answer to the question I asked.
Because to believe the globe religion, you can't trust your senses. That's all.
So here's the thing: why flat earthers we don't have a belief. Because see, you've come into a place where we've studied and we've investigated these things about the human eye, the sizes of things, ocular resolution, like all the how perspective works, all these different things that we've looked into. That's why it's not a belief anymore, because you can take the size of the aperture of the eye and you can make certain reasonings based on that are real, empirical data as far as size, distance, and so forth. So we've done measurements where we have known distances, known heights of objects over and over and over and over again. It's like measuring your kitchen table 1,000 times, or measuring every kitchen table within 100 miles. Like, we've looked into this, so that's why it's not a belief anymore. I wanted to clear that part up. What you have is a belief. You have a belief because you cannot provide any kind of empirical data of anything exacting or specific at all about your fairy tale globe.
I'm laughing because I have nervous laughter. I apologize.
There's nothing that you can provide. Listen, if you could even provide us a claim that a globe Earth is being used in any technology that is using real physical objects, over, under the water, anything like that, we would love to see that, because we've looked for it for almost 7 years.
I got a question too for the new guy. Why are all flight simulators, and yes, all of them, programmed over a flat stationary Earth? Why would they do that? Why would they teach them that if it's a globe?
Yeah, that's why it's called a plane, right?
I actually have not yet seen any simulation that well, except for Kerbal Space Program, which
that's a video game, dude.
Yes, that's what a simulation is it not?
We don't have to talk about simulations. I'm talking about the flat and stationary being used everywhere, all military, radar, rail guns, okay? Line of sight, hundreds of miles. Get out of here. It's not a globe.
When they train a pilot, bro, right? They put them in a simulation to learn how to fly. And in that simulation, they negate what's called the gravity vector. They just completely negate it in the simulation. And then the simulation is built to fly over a stationary flat Earth. That's how they're trained. That's how the blueprints of the plane read as to how they were built. That's what he's explaining to you, right? We're talking about a video game.
Yeah, it's not video games. It's real world shit, because those people are going to be in flight training in the real world. A lot of those people are going to be pilots who love to play those kinds of games, or they already are pilots. Again, why would it ever be considered once to teach someone about flat and stationary if it were a globe? Why would you ever have to bring up flat and stationary, let alone the amount of times that they already have, which is in the tens of thousands at least?
What's up, y'all?
You gotta admit that's kind of weird, bro. What up?
I'm sitting here watching. I know you guys are talking, but I just want to mention this as an aside. Like, I'm watching Vinny, Vinny B from the guy that was on the podcast with Dave Weiss. I went back to his original video that he did on there, and he's talking about the Jesuits and laying down so much information. I'm like, oh my God, I got to look into this. Talking about the Roman Empire is still running things. And the reason that these people have this strong heliocentric belief that they live in a ball in a vacuum is literally because of the church. The irony is killing me, bro.
Yeah, the Jesuits, bro.
That's got to be pretty shocking. I mean, think about that. Iron Dan, is it Iron Dan?
No, it's
Iron Dan.
Is it?
What do you think, Iron Dan? That your whole entire paradigm of the space thing, the Big Bang, was created by a Jesuit, a Catholic priest.
The entire thing?
Yeah, George Lamont.
Yeah.
He proposed the Big Bang.
And he was buddies, many meetings with Einstein, other pseudoscientists of the period.
Okay.
Which is why we say heliocentrism can't really be that old, because all of the other sources for it, they're not primary sources. Like Eratosthenes, nobody knows this man existed. There's no other literature surrounding where he's come from or wherever he's come. Like, none of that is. You can't really verify any of that, even from a historical standpoint.
Yeah.
Like, it's.
Don't you find it interesting that you were never taught any of these things? Doesn't that kind of make you think, like, why wouldn't I know these things? Why do flat earthers in 2022 have to teach me about all these things, right? And we didn't get taught them either. We had to figure them out, but that should make you wonder.
Before you brace against it as like, all right, they're saying some more crazy shit and blah 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 blah. Just look up the name Georges Lemaitre and type in "father of the Big Bang" and see what comes up. I mean, it's not, none of this stuff is hidden that we're talking to you about. I think I heard them telling you about all of the government documents that in there reference flat Earth. Like, I mean, why would that exist? Think about it.
You can actually go get these documents and read them, where they say that they train pilots and build planes to fly over a flat plane.
What you do have is YouTubers who tell us no. What you do have is various YouTubers that popped up after people have been questioning flat Earth to tell you that, well, mentioning that stuff is in there is out of context. Tell me how you can simplify mathematics for a sphere to flat planar geometry. How do you? It's not even the same thing. When they say, "Oh, this is just the simplification," and they're actually misleading people. Okay, well, whenever we ask them for the complicated version, that doesn't really exist. So it's kind of like you have to fact check the fact checker. Because imagine you find out some bullshit, then you go to a person and you're like, "Why'd you lie to me?" And then they give you their first objection. Do you normally go, "Oh, okay, I guess you're right"? No, you dig into it a little deeper. Have them give you verification for their justification.
Can you imagine flying a plane and trying to land on a surface that was spinning or moving at 1,000 miles an hour? And people want to say, "Oh, it's your momentum you took with you." What if you turn the plane and go opposite direction and then turn around and go this direction, that direction? Then you go to land on an object that is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. How do you really think that's possible? Do you really think a plane could land on an object moving that fast?
Answer your question directly, no.
That's exactly right.
Hey, Iron Dan, you can read, right? Simple.
Before you. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Because I'm just trying to dispel. Because I know what people, like normal people, respond with. And okay, so obviously you can look and then people will say, "Oh, flat earthers are wrong again because actually it's 1,000 miles at the equator, not everywhere." But it's really an RPM, right? So if you have a surface of something that's moving like a sphere, matter of fact, I'll do you one better. Imagine something spinning like a tire. Does it matter where you put your finger on that tire that's going 100 miles an hour? Honestly, it's not like it's not going to be moving if you land on one place of the tire versus the other. Like if you land on, say, like the middle, like where the axle is.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's still moving.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as Earth's movement, there's no accounting for it whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a justification for why not. It makes no sense. I'm sorry. We can't find any citations where it was empirically demonstrated to measure or detect the RPM of the Earth. So many people tried in history and never actually did it.
In fact, Einstein said that he's come to the conclusion no optical experiment would ever prove the rotation of the Earth, the movement of the Earth. So even Einstein said it can't be proven, and that it's because of relativity. And then, basically when things fall down, really the Earth is could be going up as well. It's all relative, and there's no way that you could know. So it may look like it's still, but it could just be moving. That's the actual, still to this day, best argument.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. But
sorry, my mic was done.
If he's new to this, he's getting all this information for the first time. So, it's all good. It's crazy, bro. It sounds crazy, but just keep listening. These are all verifiable facts.
If you really think about it, you've never seen Earth curvature, right? If you've been in a plane at 35,000 feet, because the globe indoctrination is so thick, people will see like the two sides of the window on left and right bend just a little, but that's because there's 7 fucking panes of glass between the viewer and outside. You think none of that's going to be bending? It's crazy. It's flat, horizontal, all the way up. The horizon stays right in the middle of your vision. How is that possible? The higher you go up, it should be dropping exponentially. We should be able to see half the fucking Earth from 30,000 feet.
Again, you got the. I'm sorry to bombard you. So I know I just jumped into the conversation and I said all this. I didn't even introduce myself. My name is Elijah. It's good to be speaking with you. Sorry to just unload on you like this, but I just feel like every time someone says something, I'm thinking about the counter, and it's like, well, let's think about that counter for a second. Like the fact that people, first of all, Neil deGrasse Tyson came out. There's another guy, planetarium director Paul Larson, came out and said mathematically, obviously, with the area that you can see with your field of vision, you can't see the curve. In response to us sending up balloons to, I think, 120,000 feet, and it was like, where's the curve? Why is this curve that they're telling us is the curve? Why do we not see it when we send up balloons? Which is why they had to start saying that. But ask yourself this, like, for all of the, because there's a flat earth debunk website that says, yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong and he should apologize. Ooh, scary words. But if it is curving in your field of view, just put that image in your mind for a second, that it's curving just a little bit. And then begin to do a turn. And when you get 180 degrees in your mind, tell me how that curve makes sense. As a matter of fact, tell me what you can get on a plane and you're looking out and it's curving. So then you go to the other side of the plane and it's curving the same way. How does that make sense? But this is what they tell people, and this is what they've reinforced people with. I've seen the curvature on the plane. I've seen it. You know, because it's on like Good Morning America or whatever. It's like, oh yeah, people. Of course, people. No, they haven't. And if you claim you have, it's like, word, you seen the curve through that little window, and then you didn't really think about what happens if you did a 180 degree or 360 degree on that curve that you think you see. How does that even make sense geometrically?
Did you know that every single star in the sky moves east to west in a circle around Polaris, the North Pole star in the center? And it's done that for all recorded history of mankind. They say we're on a 66.6 degree tilt, wobbling, revolving around the sun, 66,000 miles per hour, as the sun drags us through space 500,000 miles per hour, and the galaxy shoots through space 1.3 million miles per hour, and we're on an elliptical orbit that constantly changes, and yet the sky has done the exact same thing, resetting back where it started around the center star for all recorded history.
Which indicates no movement at all.
And that all of those stars reset at exact geographical locations over the flat plane of Earth, as they have for all those thousands of years as well.
Surely you've seen these ancient buildings that show the summer solstice. They show the sunlight coming through a little hole in the wall, and it shines on a specific spot. And they view that every year, year after year after year after year. If we were spinning, flying through the universe or whatever, you think that light, that the sun would shine on that exact spot every time, the same time of year, exactly in the same spot? It's impossible, bro. We're not moving. That's why.
Iron Dan, your thoughts on any of this?
At this point, I feel as though anything that I say is going to create controversy, give me name calling, and
No one's going to call you names, bro. That's not what we're about.
The
It hasn't happened yet, has it?
Text would disagree with you.
Well, why not? Why not answer the question? What was that about? You know how weird it was to say, "What are your thoughts on what's been said?" And for you to say, "Well," unless you're gonna answer with a non sequitur, aka things that are totally not related to what's been said, which would kind of piss off anyone in any conversation. Why wouldn't you just answer the question as it relates to what we've tried to say? I mean, I know we've said a mouthful. Maybe you could say something like, "Could you repeat that thing about the Jesuit priest? Like, that was interesting. What were you saying? What was his name?" Or something like that. Like, I mean, because unless you're going to say what we're saying is wrong, in which only thing we're doing is citing information. Why? Because we didn't make it up.
Right, but he's not being real combative, right? So, like, he came in here, maybe thinking that this was crazy. But to be fair, if someone was going to be honest, if we were unloading information on him like this, they probably would kind of not have much to say because it's a lot to take in. So,
yeah,
well, I mean, you can hold on. You can just say, "I don't really have any comment right now," because it's a lot to take in. That thing about, people be mad if like I said, only if you don't respond directly to what's been said. If all you have to say is, "I don't have anything to comment right now, but I do have a question," that's honest. Or it's better than nothing.
Sure. I don't. It's hard to recollect a lot of the things that you were saying. I think it's interesting the analogy that you made about the spinning tire. You said 100 miles an hour, right? You said at any point that you put your finger on the tire, it's still 100 miles an hour.
Right.
Okay. I don't know. I feel like if I comment at all in any way, it's just instantly, globe priest indoctrination, and you can't make assumptions based on your school of thought. Like I'm really cornered here, at least intellectually.
Well, we don't make assumptions. Everything we've told you are not assumptions; they're just facts that can be verified. So
yes, but like when I'm solo and there's like 30 of you, then everything I say is assumptions, and everything you say is assertable fact.
If you state a fact, we're gonna go with it, dude. We're gonna know if it's an assumption, though. We do know these things.
Yeah, so let's break through some assumptions and some of the stuff that we were talking about initially when it comes to planes flying, right? Mm-hmm. And somebody mentioned that all flight simulators are, flat stationary, right? Mm-hmm. So what I'm going to do, just to get some participation here, is I'm going to post something in Livestream voice text. It's from NASA. It's a nasa.gov website, and it's a PDF. Do you have the ability on your computer or your phone where you're at to pull that up?
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
Okay, cool. Can you do me a favor and just read me the summary? So you'll scroll down past the table of contents, and then you'll come to the summary of the document. Can you do me a favor and just read that out loud?
I'm not going to read it out loud. I'm sorry. I'll read it to myself.
I mean, you can go through it slow. Nobody's going to make fun of you whether you're mispronouncing something or anything like that. That's not the exercise I'm trying to do. And let me know if there's anything in that summary that stands out to you.
If someone read it to you, would you listen to every word?
No, that isn't my point. But yes, I see that it says that it's a rigid aircraft of constant mass flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Right. So this is NASA
linear aircraft model. Okay.
Yep. So this is NASA's derivation of the linear aircraft model, right? Okay. Why would they utilize that language, and why would they use a flat, non-rotating Earth for their aircrafts? Why would that be the case? Why do you think that is? Because this is coming from NASA, right? Which is obviously you've heard us say that we don't necessarily trust NASA. So what we're doing is we're using what's called a hostile. Yeah, we're using a hostile witness. So we're using NASA as a proof of our point here.
Okay.
Fortunately, they're telling the truth on this document.
Well, yeah, so people's lives are at stake when it comes to flying planes, things like that.
Yes,
right?
exactly.
So when people's lives are at stake, we have to assume that it's a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Right. I mean, that's the only way NASA can fly anything. I mean, what does NASA look like not being able to fly anything?
Even if you go ahead, brother.
I was just gonna ask your thoughts on reading that document from NASA. Do you have anything that comes to mind? Anything on your mind?
I'm going through the introduction right now. The only reason I could think of that they would be specifying over a flat, non-rotating Earth is because, as you mentioned, that's what their current model that they're speaking of here in, what does it say, 1988? 1988. The model that they have for linear aircraft. It doesn't even say flight. It just says just a linear aircraft.
Right. So why would they have that in the 80s if they went to the moon in '69, bro?
Those sound like two totally separate topics. It seems like the only reason they would support that would be because they're, especially early models like models and simulations definitely just couldn't compute a full rotating body beneath you. To do that, you have to render the whole body.
That's ridiculous.
Otherwise, it's just like a treadmill.
So you just assume that the thing is the exact opposite of what it really is when you're preparing to fly over it? That's ridiculous.
Hey, you want to know why they? You want to know why they can't do it?
Wait a minute.
They actually. Okay.
What's it? This is one of those moments where everybody just needs to take this in, because realize we all know this matches reality. This matches reality. Isn't that crazy? And that's the point, is that this model matches what we experience. Wow.
That is kind of
I want you to know, though, like, they can't even mathematically propose it on a spinning ball. So they actually can't even come up with an equation. It's called the three-body problem. They can't do the math. They have no choice. Like, they can't even mathematically explain this model. But like you said, they model it based on reality because they're flying in reality, and if they don't do that, people would die.
So the linear verbiage there, linear being a straight line. Yeah. So that would insinuate that this model craft is flying at least in a straight path.
You see kind of how this kind of comes back to what I told you at the beginning, bro. Like how this is actually the default position, right? Because like all observations and measurements show the Earth is flat and not moving. And to do anything successfully in the real world, practically, whether that fly, shoot ballistic missiles, use ground weapon system towers, whatever it is, you have to assume the Earth is flat for the practical use case to work, right? For you to be able to practically do things, you literally have to treat the Earth as if it's stationary and flat. So it's the default position. It's the only way anything works. So if you're going to claim anything else or believe anything else, you have what's called the burden of proof, right? You have to substantiate that what you're claiming is true, even though opposite to all evidence ever.
So, for example, in this case, can you find us a document that describes how nonlinear aircraft work on a curved Earth?
I can't, no.
You could try. You didn't even try. Come on, give it a search. Give it a whirl.
I mean, you agreed with me a minute ago that it wouldn't be possible to land on a surface that was moving at 1,000 miles an hour.
I agree to your direct premise. Yes, I don't agree in the sense that a plane taking off, like you said, the detractors would say, is that that Earth constitutes an inertial frame of reference relative to the rest of the quote unquote heliocentric model, and when that plane leaves the ground, it still maintains the momentum of the rotating Earth relative to another body that is within the same heliocentric model. So that would be relative to the moon.
Yeah, but you didn't. I guess you didn't hear the part where I said the plane went up and turned and went in one direction and then another direction and another direction, which takes away all that angular motion, all that momentum. It's gone at that point because you're going in completely different directions.
There's also a problem when you're traveling from the equator and towards the imaginary poles on the ball. You're going from an area of higher rotation to an area of lower rotation, so there should be a deceleration somewhere.
So turning in a plane is not just turning; it's also I'm sorry, what are the four forces? Lift, drag, thrust, and load. No, weight. Weight or load. I don't remember.
On a flat Earth. Yeah.
So when a plane is turning, there's a lot more involved than just turning. There is first it has to bank, right? It has to.
I'm not talking about turning. I'm talking about the change.
I'm answering the previous gentleman's. I'm answering the previous gentleman's thought, where he said that you're losing all of the inertial momentum imparted on you by turning. I don't believe that's the case, considering that the atmosphere moves with the Earth. Not exactly right. It's not.
Give me evidence of this.
I'm sorry, I was told I shouldn't interrupt anybody. So could you?
Well, when you make a baseless claim, can you? I'm asking you to clarify your baseless claim. Can you give us evidence of the gas being attached to the rotating object?
I'm not saying it's attached to it. I'm saying that it's a part of it, so to speak. If we are to follow the premise of the globe model, my point ultimately, like I'm not going to go into stuff that I can't prove to you or that I don't know personally, but I will tell you that
that violates gas law 100%.
No.
Gas does not attach or bond to anything. That it violates all gas laws.
Sorry, that was wrong. That was wrong of me. I didn't mean to phrase it that way. I meant to say that the air still acts upon the aircraft, and still, like, the momentum is still conserved somewhere, right? So if a plane turns, the momentum of the plane changes, but some energy is still dispersed into the air. Some minimal amounts of it, but it's still primarily efficiently pushed in the direction that the flaps are turning it in, and thus going in that direction. However, you're still conserving the same momentum that you had when you took off, because if that were not the case, if there was no atmosphere, for example, and it was a rotating ball, then yes, you would have to, depending on the speed that you attained in the plane, and that could be honestly however much the proportion speed, whatever of said thrust generating source.
This is what I wanted to ask you before we got. Look, okay, because I just wanted you to think about the words that you're using initially to justify this. But I'm going to ask a question, which is kind of annoying to us, so I would understand but trust me, it makes sense to ask this.
Sure.
What kind of momentum are we talking? Linear momentum or angular momentum?
That you're discussing right now?
Well, when you say it has to conserve momentum, which kind of momentum are you thinking? Because I would be thinking angular momentum, seeing is that you're traveling over a curved surface.
You are, but as the globe priests say, you're moving at 1,000 40 miles an hour before you even take off, right? And then depending on the direction that you take off, and the vector in which you take off,
a red herring. And let me explain why. Because it's not dealing with the kind of momentum you're saying you're conserving. I'm just asking you which one you think it is.
I don't know. I just know that there's no such thing as absolute motion, and that every motion is relative, and the plane is relative to at least in the context that we were discussing, the plane is relative to the ground from which it takes off. So
right. So the ground is curving and the air is curving. So you would have to conserve angular momentum. How would you be doing that? Seeing as that you're flying a linear aircraft. I mean, have you thought about it before? You don't have to force an answer.
I'm trying to force an answer that makes sense to me, let alone applies to either globe or flat.
Okay.
But it doesn't make sense.
Like for instance, if I spin a yo-yo, the yo-yo portion is attached to the string and it's attached to the rotation. However, if I cut off the yo-yo, it's going to fly off in a linear fashion. Well, obviously, it's going to drop to the ground at some point, but we're talking about moving in a linear path. So,
and without the influence of gravity or any sort of atmosphere or anything at all, then yes, it would most likely be linear motion. But it's not, considering there's so many other factors involved when a plane takes off the ground, like 4 forces, right, that I mentioned, which is
drag. That's what we're saying. Why aren't the ones that are actually manufacturing the aircraft or flying the aircraft, they're not doing any of what you're saying? Why is that?
Well, they're not doing it in 1988, and they're not doing it based on this assumption of a linear.
No one's assuming anything about a rotating globe underneath the aircraft. Only flat and stationary.
So I think it's because it doesn't make sense to assume that it is rotating, because it wouldn't have an impact. In the sense.
Do you realize that all you can do to argue for the globe is go on and on trying to explain why we never experience Earth as a globe?
I also want to point out, like,
you could put it that way, yeah.
This argument now a couple of times of in 1988, like, it's just so outdated. Don't you think if they came up with new information, NASA.gov might have updated that information?
Yeah, because actually, the other gentleman is right. All you have are excuses for why none of us ever experienced, nor has anyone ever experienced, a rotating globe.
Yeah, just nothing to explain the ways.
That's excuses.
How long has the Boeing 747 or the 737 been in use? Do you know?
No, I don't know that.
Okay.
Well,
because we've been flying planes the same way since 1988, right? The surface of the Earth hasn't changed. The way that we fly these aircraft really hasn't changed much, right?
Okay.
So, at what point does the spinning, rotating, and curving Earth come into play? What year? What year did we have to
account? I'm not saying that it does come into play at a certain point, but I just, like, it doesn't. I can't even give an example that makes sense. Like it.
Well, okay, so because the problem is logical fallacy, and so we're saying, well, the documents say that you're flying for all intents and purposes over a flat, non-rotating Earth, which is in opposition to what people believe it is. And so when we ask you questions where we think, well, if it were curved, if it were moving, shouldn't these problems happen? I mean, obviously, if you simulate it in your mind, it presents a problem unless you accept the ad hoc explanation for why none of this would happen. So it's actually begging the question, because the conclusion already is, well, it is a globe Earth. So the reason that we don't experience it is add whatever ad hoc explanation you like. So the question for me is, why do you believe that?
I want to hear it.
Yeah, I'm just asking why one would believe that. I mean, it's like so many different. I mean, you can believe what you want. I'm not telling you not to. I'm not telling you not to think what you think.
I just feel like I haven't fleshed out like what I'm trying to say. It's that in the reason that they're speaking of linear models for aircraft, because I think especially at that time, and probably even now, there aren't aircraft that it could make. Well, actually, maybe today there is. I don't know, but at that time, I don't think that there were aircraft that could end up in a situation where a curved Earth would have an impact. And what I mean is that if you were to, let's say, for example, that you are flying through an atmosphere filled with air, because that's what you can't have. "Quote unquote" flight with.
Can you provide? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Dan. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but can you provide a citation for what you just made a claim for?
Sorry, sure.
In the very first part of your statement, just now, you made claims. Can you show us a citation where that is, or are you just making it up?
Could you repeat the claim that I made?
Oh my God.
I'm sorry, like I'm not tracking what I say. If you're tracking what I say, then you should be able to repeat it.
I don't think you even know what you're saying. That's what sophistry is.
Sonny, everyone, can I just point out what he just said, though? Right before Elijah started speaking, he said, when asked about it, he said, I don't even have an example for the globe Earth. He said, I can't even come up with an example for why we would need to operate over a globe Earth, and nobody noticed.
That's not what I was referencing to, but sure, I guess. Yeah.
No, nobody noticed.
It's okay. No, it's okay. I did notice. That's not what he said, but I get your sense of it is what he did.
No, it is what he said, Elijah. You're not paying attention.
That's not what he said verbatim. No, it's not.
No,
what
he clearly made the. Bro, you guys need to open your ears, please.
But can you not interrupt and allow me to actually repeat what he did say, so you can say, you know what, you're right, that's more accurate, or no, that's not what I heard. Do you have to be this oppositional? Okay. So what he said was a whole bunch of trying to explain why you would have a plane conserving momentum after I made the thing about the yo-yo and yada yada yada. And at the end of that statement, he said, it's not really making sense to me right now. I don't even know how to explain it.
I'm saying I can't give you an example where that would where that
would make sense.
Yeah, I can't. I'm not like I'm not an aeronautics professional, but I can say that like I do know that there are four forces that act on a linear aircraft when it's traveling through an atmosphere. I mentioned
that's what I wanted to say. That's what I wanted the citation for, right there. I need something stating that those four forces, right there. Sorry to interrupt you, but you move too fast, and it's like a moving target. So right there, you said there's forces acting upon it. So we need a citation. Can you provide that citation for that statement?
Sure, I definitely can't.
And how it's used in linear aircraft model, please show us where that is.
He said he can't do it, man. Like, this is the only beef I have with this place sometimes is like it's probably pretty hard for someone new to the subject, right? Yeah. And so if someone is being decently honest where he's speculating answers and when he's told why it's wrong, he's trying to figure it out and he admits it doesn't really make sense, we don't need to make it more difficult. He said he doesn't have the citation. I think the point is that instead of just making claims in your head, right, it'd be more productive if we can actually discuss things that can be verified. We actually know your side's information and all they have to offer, so the more efficient way would be to stick with empirical, verifiable things. And I think that's what Sonny's kind of trying to say to you when he keeps on bringing up the citations. I do think that
Oh my God, I found it by accident. I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry to interrupt you. I found what what I was talking about by accident. If you go to page 26 of what you linked me, 1.3.4 discusses energy-related parameters and then force parameters, and they discuss these quantities are total aerodynamic lift, total aerodynamic drag, total aerodynamic normal force, and axial force, which I'm guessing is.
And how does that? And how does that relate to the actual in-flight, physically flying the aircraft? Tell me how are they adjusting for those forces?
So,
no, it is actually what that page is talking about is exactly how they engineered the plane to fly in reference to a flat, non-rotating Earth. That's the point.
And I can probably see how all four forces would still apply on a flat Earth. What I can't see is that it would make sense to think of it as a rotating Earth, because there's just like you would have to travel a very fast and very far distance in order for curvature to apply, especially at that altitude, and then you would have to adjust for that.
So the thing about
I don't know how far.
Oh.
So the thing about curvature, right? Let's get into that.
Mm-hmm.
When we're talking about curvature from where you're starting, it's an exponential equation that you're talking about. So when the plane takes off and it's flying in a straight linear line, right?
Exactly. Where height is not increasing or decreasing.
No, we can do it. We can do the math. I'll help you out, and then I'll let the guy that was just talking previously take back over. 500 miles an hour. So how much drop would you have to negotiate with that?
I don't know, but it would have to be relative to the plane. I'm really sorry. The spherical plane on which it is in the atmosphere relative to its height above sea level. That's the only universal one on the globe. And so as long as that doesn't change, then no extra force would be needed to climb higher, because then gravity would be, a different load, a different weight force would be.
It's not about extra force to climb higher. It's about the floor that's dropping away from you at 500 miles an hour.
So think of it this way. Yes. Think of Everest as a plateau that has a airport on the top of it. Your plane takes off from the top of Mount Everest.
Okay.
And you have a
That was me. I just paused it in case anybody wanted to chime in. There's quite a bit of people that are in this live stream right now. So, good morning, everybody. Howdy, howdy.
Good morning.
Morning, Miggy.
Jibsy. What's up, man?
Everyone, actually, everyone.
Good afternoon, good morning, or good evening. How is everyone today?
Howdy, Jedi.
What's up? What's up?
We got AI also in the panel. Wave Mixer listening to us from, I guess, work, right? Quetzalcoatl. Veltzer's in here. Yoke Smasher, Car, listening to us from work. I was just seeing a new face in here. That's why I paused it. We got Arcturus that's in here. So I don't think we spoke in Arcturus, but I'm going to give him the permission to speak. He's a part of the 24/7 Spherical Earth Discord. All right. Arcturus, you have the ability to speak. Are you there? We'd like to say hello and howdy to you. Arcturus.
I've tried to address him in the past, and he's done the same thing, not replying. But try.
Oh, he doesn't. Oh, he might be a little shy. So Arcturus, it looks like you're from the 24/7 Spherical Earth Discord. Is this true? Here, let me see if I got a sound clip.
Do you speak any English?
That's the only one I could think right now that would probably...
Sí, yo hablo inglés, sí.
¿Inglés? Sí, inglés. English? You know what is English? Arcturus. Anyway, yeah, we're having a pretty good morning. We got Russ in here. What's going on, Russ?
Good morning, guys.
How's it going, man?
Great. Jedi, that was a great clip before. I just want to point out how poised you were, and I think that's, perhaps it was the guy you were speaking to, something Bush, I think. So I'm curious to see some of the others, if they spoke to that guy, if they would have gotten the same. Didn't see how it finished off, so he could have flip-flopped back, but that was just really a pleasure to listen to. Love when you guys share these.
Yeah, that was fun. I do like a nice conversation. I like it when they come in at 100 miles an hour and then they slow down.
It's pretty rare. So I give that guy props for doing that. It's tough to take a step back like that and to be honest. What honest?
But yeah, I think the guy.
Know with these guys.
No, you don't. I think the guy's name was Bush Baby. I think I asked earlier if he'd actually returned to the server after that conversation. So I don't know if he has.
I often talk to people in my immediate circle, my family and such, and they don't really grasp the implications of like talking about this conversation, or they don't see the seriousness of this. I think it's like a hobby that I have. It's he likes this flat earth stuff. That's fine. They don't they don't see how serious this is, man. I've been trying to talk to them, but it's like
flat earth.
Oh, sí, tierra plana, sí, ha, 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 cerveza.
Yeah. Do you guys have the same kind of occurrence with your families? Like they're like, they don't disregard it. They just like, don't take it like, they're like, he's all okay. He's talking about flat earth again. That's fine. But you know him.
$100%.
I've actually mentioned it to many. Go.
I don't even bring it up in front of my family, not because I'm not. It's not a conviction at this point. It's just because they don't think on the same level that I'm trying to think at. And this group discussion is way more than just flat Earth. I mean, it's basically a course in logic. Logic and arguments. That's why I've been popping in every single day. I think I learn something new every single interaction. I'm glad I'm not a Glober, because if I came in, it's hard to put your feet in the ground and make a stance, because you guys really articulate yourselves so well. So it's a great learning experience.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Miggy. Thank you for the mention. No, I'm not at work. I'm just pulling into work right now. I was driving. But I just wanted to say good morning to everybody. It's always a pleasure to hear you guys. And I'm going to shut this mic down, go inside, and listen from work.
Hey, what's up, Wave Mixer? Yeah, of course.
Another day, man. Just got to make another $1. Got to pay that slave wages. Or not pay the slave wages, earn the slave wages. Anyway, I'm out of here. I'll be back in a minute when I get to work inside.
Yeah, see ya, man. So we have like a small little group of us, just regular people, I would say. Well, in a sense, regular, because we are not regular in the way that the world looks at us, but we're regular in the way that we're saying that, regular sane people, ones that can use their senses to tell them what the world is around them. I think that's sane, don't you think? Like, I don't see anything wrong with that. When somebody tells you that the earth is curving, you just don't see it. because you can't use your senses to see it? There was a clip earlier that I was listening to on here. It was like maybe a clip before this one where the guy was asking that, you guys, do you trust your senses? Is that what you guys do?
It sounds stupid. It's like somebody asking, do you look where you're going? Yeah, I do, yeah.
I like that, Chris. I like that one. It's so simple. Yeah, you open your eyes. Yeah, that's your senses right there. You open your eyes.
I mean, even hearing or reading the question, I'm technically using my senses to understand what this person's even on about. So, yeah, I tend to use my senses on the daily. Thank you very much.
This is the type of like cognitive dissonance that we have to deal with. So every single person is different, right? But at the same time, you don't know if they're going to turn into an agent or not, I think. That comes and attacks you like straight on, like head on. So sometimes the person doesn't have that agent spirit, I guess. I don't know if you want to call it agent spirit, but like they're just like, nah, I don't know. I don't really care if it's one way or the other. And so you can talk to them better. And then sometimes it's really strong with them. Like they want to fight you and everything. They don't want to answer questions. They reduce everything that you say to like its most absurd position. Okay, so you said senses and how we can use them. So what do you mean by how? Like define how. Like that's you get into these discussions, you're like, man, why does it seem so hard for you to like understand English now that we've been talking to each other and you understand all the words I was saying? Now you want to reduce everything to define every word. Why? And you get into those situations. That's horrible, man. This agent spirit that takes you over, it just makes your mind turn to oatmeal. You know, like then we can't speak to you because how can we say anything logical if you're gonna reduce everything to absurdity?
There's people out there. I think the guy that was speaking to QE yesterday, QE was trying to tell him he was step by step, page by page, even though it took him a long time to reach the same page that everybody was at, right? So we gotta point that out. Hey, bro, this is the page that we're reading from this book, this topic, right? So let's read from here and let's try to reach a logical conclusion with this information. And maybe we can move on to the next one. But he couldn't get the first page of the conversation, which is difficult if you actually want to have the conversation about that. And then once you're done with that book, let's pick up the other book. Let's read the other pages, right? But you can be reading from the other topic, like, I don't know, whatever you want to be thinking about, and the newspaper or the news pop, whatever. And then we're trying to talk about this topic specifically, like aviation or whatever.
No, yesterday
you gotta try to get him on the same page whenever it's possible.
Yesterday, you were listening to the conversation, but you could spot when he couldn't understand something. You were following him, like, I know this guy's not like he's not understanding this point. Like you were thinking that probably in your head, Jebsy, because you mentioned it after he was asked the question. And then he was kind of talking about it like he didn't understand, and you told QE he's not really following along, like he doesn't know where you're at. But I think after a while he got it, right? He started to follow in the live stream voice text and
he got it, I think, a lot of the points, but he was trying to throw the book and go read another book. He was like, oh yeah, you told me this and I kind of get it, which is, I think it's not good enough. And then he was saying, but what about this? What about that? What about the other thing? Yeah, bro, what about this that we're talking about, this thing? The real thing. What about that? Let's talk about this for now.
So
yeah.
When we talk about like navigation on the earth, like, and people are not able to comprehend the fact that the earth has to be flat in order for you to work across it like on the water, practically navigating across like a flat plane, because that's the way it's described in every way that they say that you travel over through water or through air. You're gonna have to navigate across like it's a flat and stationary Earth. That's the way practically that they train these people. Well, if that is true, then why can't he understand that? Like when you say if we make the triangle, and he was trying to say that it's possible to have a curved surface, but then to have that angle to the star, you need to have that 90 degrees. You can't have a 90 degrees if it's curved surface. That's not very hard to understand, I think. And it just felt like he was missing that. He couldn't the comprehension part of it just was like not sinking in.
This happens a lot because people get a lot of imagery from the TVs, and they get the information that confirms their bias. Oh yeah, I live in a globe. Therefore, if this book says that I live in a globe, this book is right. And for whatever reason, but when you break it down in the realist level, things are not as simple as globe is globe because globe, right? It's not that simple. But you can, as a cause and effect relationship, you can establish how something works mechanically. Oh, you put this piece here, you put the other piece, and then you make a machine that is dependent on certain axioms, and then you build it to do a certain task. And this is how it goes step by step. And then he was pointing out, if the ground under you is curving at a certain rate, that aircraft has to adjust to that geometry that is flying over. And that's just how it should be. But in reality, it's flying level. It's not really that complicated, but a lot of people haven't thought about it. And many times they don't get even the terms like horizon, they don't know what that means. Level, they don't really know what that means. 8 inches per mile square, they don't know what that means. So the context is important, and a lot of people just don't get it. They have to look to the information because they haven't seen it before many times.
Interesting. There's a lot of bias going on, when we're talking to these guys, and I think that's usually what we have to fight against. But I think it was kind of cool because when more people wanted to talk to him at the same time, there was like 2 or 3 people that wanted to say something to him, and QE was like, no, we've hit him hard enough, like that's enough, like that he just let him think about this information. I thought that was really cool because he never really usually does that. He'll go in hard as he can, like the person doesn't have any chance, like whatsoever. But he let him, Freezer, like kind of think about it. Crazy.
When Quantum is trying to, let's say, talk about a point and bring it to a conclusion, talking to someone or a group or an audience about it, he can do it. He does it pretty well. It's not a big deal. It's when people start like, oh, let's move on from this one, bro. We haven't finished this point yet. Oh, let's talk something else. Conspiracies, this and that and that, and that's why he starts yelling and stuff because he's trying. I mean, he's opening his mic, speaking to people, putting a point out there on the table. Let's talk about this, and then we can conclude it. That's how. I mean, at least this conversation, it should go kind of like that. Not necessarily the way he does it, but it's similar to the way he does it.
Mm-hmm. I noticed
that. Rumor has it in the Globe community that there's a white unicorn known as the attitude data from the black box of airplanes that would prove that they're following an arced path congruent with the curve of the Earth. Now, they believe this data exists. Have they produced the data yet? No. Wolfie 6020, the alleged pilot, says he can get it like 7 years ago, and we haven't seen it since. Probably because they're not going to give the black box data to a bunch of clubs. They'd be like, what do you need a black box for? Oh, to just prove the flat Earth? And then the guy's like, dude, we ain't giving you the black box data, you retard.
Is that only on?
But that's what they would need.
Are they on commercial airline planes? Those
I don't know. I know they are supposed to be on everyone, but I don't know if other planes might have something similar. But I mean, it's not impossible for the Globers to have coordinated by now to have reproduced the data in a way which they could obtain it. You don't need the actual black box. Part of the reason that coming from the black box, though, is that it would prove that the Glober who has it, didn't mess with it, you know? Because anybody could just produce you some data and say, oh, look at this data. But how would you know that they didn't jiggy with it in any way?
It seems like that guy Arcturus is DMing people in our server with his propaganda. It looks like Sully and Clipcord were saying that he's kind of typing. If anybody's gotten any DMs from Arcturus, let us know. Post them in live stream voice text so that we can see what he's been. Because he doesn't say anything when he comes in here, coming from the 24/7 Spherical Earth server. But it looks like he's spreading his propaganda throughout the server without saying anything. So, oh, he runs it.
Oh.
Okay. He runs that server. You can.
Does he have a channel over there specifically designed for proofs of why you wouldn't know it's a globe?
Yeah. Well, he doesn't get on the mic here, so what would make everybody inclined to go over there and have a discussion? I don't mind people going over there, but like he doesn't say anything when he comes in here.
Yeah, brother. In other words, when your mom's making dinner, right, and you start to smell the smells of the dinner, you're like, oh, that smells good. I gotta go get me some of that. What ma'am's trying to say to you is that nobody's smelling what you're cooking because you're not advertising it, so nobody gives a crap. You gotta open the windows and let that bird smell waft out into the yard. Make the kids hungry.
Oh, he's making fun of all the people in here, all of our conversations. According to Simcord, it's giving me some info on him. He said he's inviting all the Globies that joined the server to his and is taking screenshots of our convos and posting it on his DOTD, Dumbass of the Day. Looks like Amish is the dumbest person who's ever lived. And then who else is in here? Oh, Wolfgang's in there. And he's got the flat plane drifter on there. The Polaris North Star is stationary. He's got like an image. Let's see what else. Oh, he's got curve function.
So
he's got some people in his little.
So it's kind of like it's a convalescent grounds. You know, so come in here and get injured, and they go there to rub on each other and feel better.
Yeah, kind of. He banned the Gettier problem for flat smacking everybody over there.
He's like Florence Nightingale, right? All the injured Globe soldiers get to come to his place and get loved on.
He's got 35 people online. He's not going to talk in there, is he? He doesn't talk in here.
Well, he could type. He could type and put in the math and principle of what elevation you need to be off the surface of the alleged globe Earth before you would see curvature in your periphery, which is the horizontal plane, left to right. Right? So, in other words, you'd have the apex of the curve at the center of your vision, and the curve would go down and away to the left as you go towards the left of your vision, and to the right as you go towards the right of your vision. So why doesn't he provide that math for scrutiny? Since we got all these Globers saying, oh, I could see the curve of the Earth at 10,000 feet, 8,000 feet, 35,000 feet. Then we got Neil deGrasse Tyson and planetarian directors, like was mentioned in that recent thing, saying that the principles of the angles means you wouldn't see curvature even at heights greater than the ISS. So all the curvature that they show you is not the curvature of the Earth from any image that they show you from the ISS and below.
Oh, he's gonna get it now.
Now, Neil, go ahead.
No, AI. He posted a picture to Clipcord, a view of the curvature from a plane without fisheye lens. Take a look, and then it says, "Flat Earthers, you're hopeless." And it's you gotta see that image, dude, in live stream voice.
Was it? Is he going to award dumbass of the day to himself? Dumbass of the day to yourself, there, Sunshine. What an idiot.
Dude, that don't look like curvature. What are you talking about? Dude, in order to see curvature in your periphery, what must be present? A differential in the angle to the surface of the Earth. Correct? Correct. Obviously correct. It's the only way you can perceive anything is there's a difference. So the difference of the drop angle to the horizon from any given point is 0 because you're on a sphere. So the drop angle is the same, 360 degrees around you from your altitude. Now what's the difference in the differentiation from the distance to give you any differentiation? The answer is 0 because the distance to the horizon is the same, 360 degrees around you. So you have an equidistant distance and you have a same angle. So there's no difference. Therefore, there's no way it can render a curve. Now, let's see who agrees with me. Neil deGrasse Tyson and Paul Larson, both Globers, both involved in astrophysics and astronomy and planetarium direction. Right? Not to mention that the mathematical principle is sound. So I have 3 points in my favor, and you just have an interpretation of an image. So what's it going to be? Rest assured that if what they say is true, then the curvature that you're showing in this image is proving that the Earth is smaller than the claimed radius of the globe model. So you're debunking the globe model if you claim this is curvature. I hope you realize that. And if you didn't, now you do. Yeah, take a minute to let that simmer in, Globers. If you demonstrate curvature at less than the rate at which it could come from the height at which you should be, right? You are debunking the globe, debunking it. Because the globe has a specific radius. And if you debunk that specific radius by making it smaller, then you have an incoherent model. You have an incoherent paradigm. You debunked yourself. So by all means, show us curvature at low altitudes. By all means, keep doing it. Every time you do, you debunk yourself. You debunk the claim of an Earth of a radius 3959 miles. So good on you. Keep it coming.
I can't find his name in our server. Is he still here? Arcturus?
You got to look in the diminutive section. Do you understand what I mean by that? Diminutive section? Small Earth? Small balls? Get it? Well, see, that's the problem with these guys. They have this curvature that proves the Earth is tiny, which is a tiny ball, right? And that's one reason why they don't speak up either. It's tiny ball syndrome. Dude, Freud, man, do you realize how happy Freud would be with the Globers nowadays? He'd be having an entire field of pseudo-psychosexual semiotic interpretation for globe behavior. What we have here is a man that has small spheres. Probably brought on by his mother not loving him. Oh, man.
Wait till he comes back online. I'm gonna light his fucking ass up. Hello, Jenny.
Hey, you bet. I was just thinking about you, dude. I was about ready to say you better get down to business.
Let's get down to business. Yeah. So Arcturus is he's the leader of the 24/7 Spherical Earth server. And he's in here spreading his propaganda to our, the people in here. So, to our crew.
Well, good thing he's here to broaden his horizons, right?
He says some of the things Getty Problem took images of him saying, right? He says, one day you will grow up and face reality. And Arcturus responds, that will never happen. Cry about it. What the fuck? And the Getty Problem is talking to him here. Arcturus says, go to the beach, take a picture of the horizon, and compress the image, curvature. And, Getty saying, the horizontal is a straight line, and somebody that's there, Salmonella Baby, already conceded that there are 0 straight lines on a sphere.
Quick admittance to the horizon being physical as well. Thanks, Arcturus. Black Swan.
But how would that work if you took a photo, compressed the image, and then you turn 180 degrees, what does that image get you, 120 degrees? Like, so you turn to the right, take another photo, compress that image, like, do we live on a McDonald's?
That's what listen, Electricity, look at the photo that he posted. Well, somebody posted it. Clipcord posted it at 23 minutes after the hour. He said, view of curvature from a plane without fisheye lens. Take a look. And then if you were to complete that circle, you'd have the McDonald's arcs going all the way around. Or imagine at 40,000 feet seeing a fucking ball like that with that much curvature. You're flying. You're basically in outer space, according to him, from the plane's height.
And yeah, the next logical step to that is back it up with measurements.
I'm saving these images because I'm going to roast him when he comes back online.
I seen Jeranism too. He drew a straight line on a computer, so it was like it was straight, and then he took a photo of it, and then he compressed it, and yeah, the straight line on the computer was curved, which shows you.
That's the dumbest. Oh, dude.
Oh fuck, dude, bro.
I wouldn't even entertain that. I don't even know. Like, if you guys,
bro. So this picture of this level, okay, it's cut. There's missing a portion of it. What portion's missing? The portion where the table is that it's sitting on. Why is that the case? Well, I'll tell you why. Back when we used to do the debates, they would bring this photo in, do the same thing, and we busted them. Why? Because when they compress the photo, the table gets predominantly curved. The flat table that they put the level on is curved to match the curve, proving that it's the optics. It's obvious. That's why they clip it out. They think that the people nowadays aren't going to research it and be like, hey, wait a minute. In this photo, the table that it's sitting on is missing. I wonder why.
Arcturus, you dumbass.
Also, let's talk about it. So, lenses. Oh, there it is. Oh,
yeah, that's it right there. That's it right there.
Wow.
I'm gonna save that shit. His soul is mine, dude, when he comes back in here.
So why does this happen? Well, that's because you suffer from an angular field of view when you're using an optic. Now, there are optics that don't have angular field of view. The problem is that you can't take pictures with of anything of substantial size, because if you don't have an angular field of view, you can only take an image. Yeah, so I was just saying, if you don't have an angular field of view, you can only take an image the exact size of the sensor and the lens that you have. Nobody has a camera, 45 miles wide. You know what I'm saying? So you have to have all the light coming in at angles through a lens, which is curved, which has distortion inherent in the process of the light going through the lens, right? Now, people will claim there's things as no distortion lenses. That's false. Now, if you do a quick Google search, you might find things that claim there's such things as no distortion lenses, but that's all in amateur hour. If you go to the professionals, the real websites with real photography credentials and all of that, they'll explain to you how the lenses that you think are distortion free actually have distortion. Now, what's one of the ways that the non-distortion lenses distort? I'll tell you. You have a center of your camera, right? And then you have the left and right as it goes away. It increases the Y value as it gets away from the center. So the line, right, below that will start to go down and increase in the Y value every time, right, which will make it get further away from the midline. And then the stuff above the line will increase in the Y value, making it get further away from the midline. So towards the edges, the two color fields will be further away from each other. And the effect of that, when you look at it, would be that it would appear that the bottom portion and the top portion are curved away from each other. So if the top portion is blue and like a dark light blue and the bottom portion is dark blue, and you put it through this type of distortion, it would look like a curved surface of the dark blue. It's so obvious that that's what's going on. Especially when you look at the non-cropped version of this alleged claim of proof of curve. The table's curved. It's like, dude, get real.
It's pretty bad.
It's not just pretty bad, it's laughably bad. Because let me tell you why it's laughably bad. You ready for this? It's very easy and simple to understand. In order to present this information, they must crop out the bottom table, meaning they saw the curved table with their own eyes and willfully suppress the truth. Why? Because they lack moral integrity. No other reason. There's no other substantial reason why you would crop the table out. You saw it with your own eyes. You cropped it out intentionally because you're a liar at heart. Because what you see, you don't accept. You don't accept that a proof for curve doesn't prove anything. So you edit it and try to pass it off as if it's true. Because in your heart, there's something wrong.
I think
you don't accept.
At that point, you can't have an honest conversation with them. Like, it just can't happen.
Yep. Well, you can. You can have an honest conversation on your side, exposing that they're lying. Demonstrably lying. Now, people who just find the image and don't know the truth of the whole scenario, they just need to be exposed to the truth, that it's clearly an optical effect. And then they have the choice of accepting the truth or denying it. But the people that edit the image are intentionally deceiving, knowing eyes wide open what they're doing, proving that they lack the moral integrity when it comes to this subject.
I think you're right. Even though, it shows dishonesty, going through this process, will probably wake others up. That's it. We see it all the time. The belief is so strong. They'll do anything to hang on to it or to, prove someone wrong.
So if you look at the image that Clipcord posted, What do you think is wrong with that image for him to make the comparison or false equivocation to the sun with the light rays and then the train tracks? What can you say about that image that would automatically, just on its face, be wrong? What's the difference between the two? It might be confusing on the first glance because you're like, well, they both seem to be what you call it, perspective. It's due to perspective, but what do we have one with? What's different than one with the other?
The train tracks are a vanishing point, whereas the sun is not.
Yeah, but yeah, that's one, but.
Yeah, well, it's like the train tracks is on the x-axis, the sun's on the y-axis.
Sure, that's another one, but like, there's something important about it. And the reason why I'm giving you a little time, because I'm going to tell you, I want you to kind of look at, like, there's a big difference between the two. What does the one on the right have that the one on the left does not? Or the left, I'm sorry. The one on the left that the right does not.
Trees.
The one, okay, so we have on the one hand a point source of light emanating light. And on the other, we just have perspective. There's no point source of light. That point source of light being, it's the way it's shown through the clouds is being dispersed through the clouds, because rays don't actually exist. That's not a thing. It's just the way people view this through through their perspective, right? But there's a point source of origin where the light is coming from, right? As the train tracks are not, they don't have a point source of light. They're just train tracks going off into the distance. So on the one, you have a point source where the origin is, or it actually is in a point source. So if you were to say that you have two people on Earth and they both point up at the sky, it would be a triangle. From the two people connecting their, the bottom of their feet, that'd be a straight line. And then from the top with their fingers, when they're pointing to the sun, that would, where they would point to the sun. And then, of course, that would be the triangle but then you couldn't get that from the train tracks, because we know that the train tracks are always parallel. They don't ever come to a point. They don't make a triangle, but if you were on the Earth pointing to the sun, it would be. Just like triangulation, right? So if you're going to look at something in the night sky with a star, you do the same. You can triangulate that. It's not knowing the actual distance to it, but you could say that from the light source in the sky to the ground position to where the observer is, there's a 90 degree. So it creates a triangle. In that same way, you can't do that with the train tracks, but you can do it with a light source in the sky. You guys follow?
Yeah, I never thought about it like that. It's a good
Well,
point.
what I'm hearing is we're talking about apples and oranges.
Well, yeah, that too. That's absolutely true. But it's a false equivocation for them to actually pose it as something, because on the onset it looks like a debunk. So it's like gotcha, because you're saying that the light rays are not parallel, but look at the train tracks, they're parallel. But they're not. It's a false equivocation. You can't use something that can be triangulated to something that is not even in the same category. There's no triangulation used for train tracks, is there? This is their dumb fuckery that they like. Oh my god, dude, I would own him.
To be fair, that kind of was the point I was making about it going to the vanishing point.
Hey,
Have I got
Miggy.
Where?
What I was going to say is, I wonder if for your simpleton friend that you're just dying to roast, I wonder if there's some way, I guess you'll have to dumb it down. So is there any way you can give an example of a false equivalency, like for dummies? Because obviously he doesn't get it. I mean, so what else are you going to do?
Well, he will in this example, because it will become apparent to him when I demonstrate it because I want to use it in the same example that he's posing. Because if I change it, he'll be like, "Well, that's not analogous." So I want to use his example And once I say it in the way that, because like he's trying to say that the train tracks are parallel, just like the sun's light rays are coming through the clouds with the crepuscular rays. The crepuscular rays and the train tracks are similar in that they look like they're meeting at a point, but they're not really, because he's saying that the train tracks are parallel and they're not meeting at a point. It's just perspective, right? That's on the one instance he's using the train tracks to say that they're similar to the crepuscular rays. It looks like in your vision that it's coming to a point, but they're not really, just like the train tracks. They're not coming to a point. It's just your vision.
That just sounds redonkulous that they're trying to use this. I mean, seriously.
Well, the train tracks.
I'm not trying to say like. Oh, go ahead.
I was just saying what's unique about train tracks is you can actually go to them and validate that they are parallel. That's the biggest difference. Is it's validatable, not speculation, not conjecture, not inference.
I mean, looking at the sun is a natural phenomenon. I mean, isn't there like understanding how light works? You know, I mean,
no, yeah, that's fine, but nobody's ever traced the path of light to the source to verify any of their claims about it. That's the difference.
Well, what I was getting at is that from their mind, it's 93 million miles away, but for us, it's smaller and closer. So
no, that's a false equivocation. You just said it right now, Jenny. That's a false equivocation.
No, Mickey.
No. What I'm saying is like when people actually make the false dichotomy that the sun is 93 million miles away or close and local, I would say close and local to what? Their idea of 93 million miles away has never been proven. So when we start to say to the people, like in the idea that the Earth is a globe, just for their mind to kind of conceive what we're saying, that it's not 93 million miles away, it's close and local. That's us doing injustice to the argument, because we're not saying, wait a minute, how did you figure out it was 93 million miles away? We got to start there first. You got to demonstrate to everybody here how you found that out, which is, of course, everybody knows the cosmic distance ladder, right? We'll get into that discussion, but that's where that derives. That argument derives from that, the cosmic distance ladder. So they're going to go into that, and then you're going to find out how they made assumptions to get to the idea that the sun is 93 million miles away because of the cosmic distance ladder, using assumptions to actually get to the point where they know distances to like heavenly bodies, right? So we're going to get to that, but we don't know that because the way it's framed is that 93 million miles away, and the flat earthers say no, it's close and local. We can't say that because you don't know the distance to the sun to say that it's close. Closer to what? Closer to Narnia? Because how far is Narnia? You know, like we haven't discovered that yet. So no one knows. So that's the playing field that we all are on right now. No one knows the distance to the sun. And to make such a bold claim is to make a claim as to like, okay, now you're saying it's close and local. And that's why when it gets turned around to us and the Globers are like, okay, you guys say the sun is close and local, and the burden of proof reversal fallacy happens right here. When they ask you, how close is it? And everybody's like, 3,000 miles away.
Okay.
Wrong.
Okay, you know? I completely value everything you're saying, okay? But where I was kind of going in the direction of is if we're looking at a natural phenomenon, can't there be some sort of experiment to show that, you know, what a light source looks like close up and far away?
That can be done, that can be done or demonstrated within the art paradigm. And like you got a flashlight or a candle or a light source, and you move it away from the observer. That can be done, right? It can be quantified in that way.
But
the thing that we're talking about, usually from that analogy, to say, okay, remember the light source that I have here on the ground, and I went like a mile away from you, and I went like 5 miles away from you. Okay, remember that? Okay, now we're gonna look at the sun. What happens when we do that? It's not analogous, right? Because it's not the same type of light. It's like not the same type of distance, because we can know the distance when we're using it on the ground, right? We can quantify these things. But when you turn it to the sky, you don't know those distances. What is the sun actually? You know, we can only know where its apparent position is. We don't know its actual position. So there's a lot of things that are questioned, like when we start to think about things in the sky.
A lot of people think of the sun as the source of the light, but it's one light with a bunch of other lights around it or above it or whatever, right? You don't know if the sun is the source of the light. So to just make that claim, people it changes a lot of things, and since we cannot verify it, then it's just like Jenny is saying, just an observable phenomena. We're observing the phenomena, and then we want to establish the cause and effect relationships. We have to do a certain steps. But what she's saying, hey, we can do some tests on the ground and do similar things that what the sun does. And yes, we can do things with the lights, the tests that we do on the ground, and see certain things and how it works. We can definitely do that. It's just that the sun is out of our reach.
Yeah, but the point of all of this is to say that then we can look at the sky, because obviously if you can't make the analogy from what you're doing on the ground to the sky, then it becomes invalid. The argument is invalid. That why would you do things on the ground if you're not talking about the things in the sky? So you in a way you have to do the things on the ground and say, okay, we've established the distances on the ground, like where we're at. Now we're gonna try to see how that fits the sky, how that works with the sky. Right?
Okay, so yeah, to make this real simple, the picture in question, you're looking at the sky and then you're looking at the ground. You can't get more simple than that. You can't compare the two.
Can I just speak a second? I'll tell you how I approach this argument. They claim, their claim is that the sun is 109 times bigger than the Earth. Okay? So, with that, no sun rays and sunlight, or whatever you want to call them, travel in all directions. So our Earth should be dwarfed by it, but we have actual facts about what the sun does on this Earth. Around the equator, there's roughly 12 hours of daylight, 12 hours at night. The temperatures. 03, 39, 59. The poles, you don't get that. So we can actually prove their claim not to be true, because if it is 103 times or 109 times bigger, it would encompass our light. The light would come down from above, light will come up from the bottom. If their claim of a globe is true, we actually know what light and what heat we get at whatever parallel of existence. So the sun is more local, and I would be confident in saying that, with the backup that we know exactly the heat and light, and times and seasons. It works far better with the sun closer and local.
Yeah, but I would say this. I would say this, Ireland. The problem that we have is when you deal with a globe earther who's biased in the position of the sun being whatever they claim it is, you making that statement would then put you as a claim. You're making the claim that it's close and local. Now, in order to back that up, you don't have any distances to the sun. You have this idea that it being close and local would operate in such a way. But the thing is, in an argument, it doesn't pan out to where you can have that idea. I would say for your mind, probably that works, how you're thinking about it. In an argument, it wouldn't, because somebody's going to ask you, okay, you say it's close and local. Now you had to give me the distance to the close and local sun that you're saying that it is. And when that happens, a claim is going to come out of your mouth, which is, well, some flat earthers think that it's 3,000 miles away.
It's just shifting the burden of proof onto us without addressing the original burden.
You see, what I'm happy to say, because I don't ever claim a distance to the sun, what I'm happy to say is that your claim of 93 million miles away doesn't work. We wouldn't have poles if it was that case. What I am saying is that it is closer and local, because we know that through the facts of what heat and light we get around the equator. Mark, so it has to be local.
Ireland, I get what you're saying, but I think you're missing the point. Okay, so in the previous times when Flat Earth was actually coming about the internet, what happened was there became a debate. Okay, it's not what they're saying, it's what we're saying. It's not their points, it's our points. And so when we would discuss these with them in a debate forum, we'd be trying to debunk them based on a opposing position. Like you would have an opposing position saying that the sun is close and local. That was your opposing position. Their position was that the sun is 93 million miles away. Okay, so it's like they had their talking points, you had yours.
And whenever we would go into an argument debate, it never panned out that either side was making any sense because we were arguing from a standpoint of ignorance.
It was a mess.
Yeah, both sides. I'm not going to give them the excuse that I wouldn't. Both sides were making the argument from ignorance. It's a fallacy. And doing that, you're engaging with something that no one knows anything about. So that is the distance to the sun. So when you say it's close and local, your talking point is in opposition to their talking point. But you take a look at both talking points and you find out that there is no grounds for them to be saying anything, meaning that no one should be saying any distance to the sun because it has not been established that anyone knows the distance. It's an argument from ignorance fallacy. So both sides are wrong because no one can claim anything. And that means that you can go straight back to the Glober and say, you didn't establish 93 million miles away because that's where we're going to start. And if we can't find the distance, then we're not moving anywhere. We're staying right here until you demonstrate how you know the sun is 93 million miles away. Right here, right now. So that means that it's a complete offensive position. That means that you have the ability to hold them to that when you let go of that point and you say, okay. You can have your 93 million miles away. I'm going to stick to my talking point that is close and local. Then you lose automatically. Why? Because they can come up with any kind of workaround to talk about their 93 million miles away, as in assumptions, as in assertions, as in like they'll call on some freaking idiot that's out there that's claiming the cosmic distant ladder was fixed with some mathematical formula, and then you're left there kind of holding the bags because you're saying it's close to
it's turned into a controversy instead of establishing the facts we addressing the claims and say, how do you establish that it's that distance, 93 million miles away? Oh, this and this and that, and then you say, no, the distance is closer to me. That's a controversy because you're just gonna say it, but you can't back it up. I mean, you can debunk their claim, but your claim about that topic specific, you turn it into a controversy because you don't really know how far it is or how big it is. We can do math and numbers and angles and probably say something about it. Yes, I will look at that and definitely will probably consider it more than the globe claim. Because I know it's not a globe, and based on triangles, we can possibly do some. We do things with the luminaries in the sky, but you can't just you can't prove it. You can provide the evidence 100%. So it is a controversy when it's in a debate format. That's what it is, a controversy. Go ahead.
No, I totally agree. And as I say, I would never ever commit to saying it is this height. But again, I agree with you saying, look, hold the feet to the fire at the 93 million miles. And to me, as I say, I would do that as not being, provable. And the very fact that, heat and light and goes in all directions, the size that they claim it to be, you can hold them all to that. Eventually, someone might turn around and say, well, it's not that. What is it? And therefore,
but that's where we say falsification is independent of replacement, Ireland, and that's where a lot of flat earthers fall into the pit. They fall into the pit because they say, okay, we've done away with the 93 million miles away. That's out of the picture. So what do we have? But that's the case. We're talking about falsifying what they have. Now we're left with nothing. What we need to replace it with something, right? What do we replace it with? Well, let's replace it with this idea. And then you give your idea, which is like the way you say, you were describing it. I mean, that's okay, I guess, in the sense of talking to flat earthers and saying, well, what could it be? Speculation? That's fine. But when you start to actually think about it that way, it leaves like an itch in your brain that you can't scratch. And then all of a sudden somebody, well, we got to figure this thing out, man, somehow, some way. And then flat earthers start making up ideas, and then it becomes not just speculation anymore, but they're talking about things like it is a fact, matter of fact. And then it becomes something else other than just your speculation. It grows legs, and then people start talking about it in communities, and they're like, well, have you heard of Ireland's new theory that the sun is like this close and the reason why? And so That's why, just like globe earthers, this is how we came about this in the first mess in the first place. People were talking about like the cosmos and how that could be contemplated, and that's why those guys, when they say those things about the cosmos be expanding and heliocentric, that's why that had legs, because it sounds good to the ear. So when you start saying things that sound good to the ear, people are going to be drawn to it. Oh yeah, we know it's not like the heliocentric, but I want to take it like the way Ireland's saying it because he's making some sense. In what way though? You're just itching the scratch that people want to have to replace the thing that's being taken away, and that's still not doing justice to what it really is.
Again, the only thing I'm going off on my side whenever I'm saying it's more close and local is the fact that we have data and what sunlight, what heat we get around the equator and between the tropics, and what we get less of on the tropics of Capricorn and Cancer.
Ireland, they have the same data. Ireland, they have the same data. They don't. There's nothing that you're going to say that they don't. They can't say that they have on their side. They have the same data. We do.
But what they don't have is the fact that it is more central to that in between the tropics. Our sun that they claim is 109 times bigger. It would send heat and light above the poles and up.
No. That's your claim. It's your claim that their claim is that way. It's not. Their claim is that the same. Okay, so the effects that is being felt on Earth is the same for the globe as it is for the flat Earth in their perspective, in their talking points. They're not going to disagree with like the data that we have here on Earth to then say that, oh no, that's not different. Like, because what you can discover about the effects, they can discover too. So they're not going to talk differently about these things. You're saying that it's different. They are going to show you the data that coincides with probably the data that you have. They're not going to say anything different than that. It's just your way of trying to say that it's not possible to have that 93 million mile away sun because it wouldn't work that way on the poles. But that's just you saying that. Actually, the data they have would coincide with your data because that's the effects. That's what they can gather from the ground.
Yeah, there is a difference between what we can demonstrate in the realist level, because we have antecedents, the things that are for the next thing to be, right? We have that. We can establish that to many things here on the ground, right? And then when you go to the antecedents of the sky, based on the medium, we know about the containment, right? We know there's an antecedent. We know there's a gas pressure. So the container is required, but what's beyond that and how that works, we can observe it, but we don't know in reality. We don't know because we cannot verify it to make an 100% claim about what's happening up there, right? That's the difference.
There's a huge difference. If I can chime in, at 43 minutes after the hour. It's something that I just, thought about. I don't think it's my idea. I think I borrowed it again. And the burden of proof is not on us to prove the sky. If you want to have a burden of proof, let's prove the ground, let's prove the terrestrial, prove what we can. But we're under no obligation to prove the sky whatsoever. And the reason is this. One of the reasons is the photon supposedly came about in 1905 with Einstein and, relativity in 1915, and then we got, since 500 years ago, they've been telling us on different distances, like 12 or 13 now, what the sun is in their little heliocentric fairy tale, and so we have no obligation to go there. Now they want us to go there, but we have to be careful. We need to prove what we can prove. I don't want to get all biblical, but it says in the Bible, prove all things. And if we can prove the things that we can prove, then we can live with that. I think that, I can live with what I can prove. But when I start stepping out and going, well, among us Speculation Sunday people, we can talk about those things. But when we go out in the real world, we got to be real careful.
Yeah, so I just, I don't know if everybody was listening to like Ireland. He's describing something in a way that he wants to present it to people, as in like they have it's the cosmology of the globe Earth, in a heliocentric solar system, And then you got the cosmology of the idea of the flat Earth, flat and stationary, where we're saying that we're the floor of everything that there is and such. And then we were saying, okay, comparatively to those guys, the poles wouldn't work the same. I guess, Ireland, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but is that what you were saying? The poles wouldn't work the same on let's say when the sun is over the equator, how it heats up the Earth. Like, are you saying that it would be different for the globe than it would the flat Earth?
I personally think it would be, because if they claim it's massive size bigger, heat and light travels in all directions.
Yes.
It would only be natural that,
Right, but I'm saying, do you think that's something that you came up with, or that's a talking point that they brought up? Like, is that like just what you thought about? Because
to be honest, it is something I thought about, because I was asked a question about the sun in the past, and I never really, that was my time to go and look at it then, and that's the theory. That's what I came up with.
Okay. I'm just saying that. I'm just saying that because I mean, Jim's saying, like, be careful when we talk about things in the sky, because when we lay claims to things, they're like, okay, well, it wouldn't work for the globe the way they're proposing it, but it would work for flat Earth, because then we start saying, okay, how do you know that? Like, we're gonna have to start to find what information do you have that supports that claim that you said that it couldn't work on the globe and it could work on flat Earth the way you say. Do you have some sort of way to say that the sun is closer to what? Closer to a fantasy idea 93 million miles away? Or so that we have to be careful, because once you start talking about this, it can easily turn around to you. The burden of proof then reverses, and then it lands on your shoulders because you make a claim. Now you're going to have to support that claim. And if you don't have the information saying, I don't know, it's going to look really bad in the sense of saying, well, you came up with this. You're the one saying that the sun is close and local. Now you're saying you don't have the information. So that looks like you're just making things up, just like the globe was. But they can turn it around to you, and they can, because right now the heat is all on their shoulders. Like, they have to come up with the information to support the heliocentric solar system. You know what I mean?
And that's exactly what they want to pinch you and label you. Oh, you a flat earther? All right, therefore you're wrong because of this and that. This is your claims, and they're gonna start throwing you all the shit that they can make up in the flat earth of their imagination, like Miggy is saying, and then they're gonna attach that to you. And the sun is close. Yeah, flat earthers say that, right?
Yeah.
And everything is fake. Everything is a lie. Yeah, flat earthers say that. So
that's why I'm only saying that, Ireland, because I care about the community. I don't want them to go into a discussion with these guys, because these guys are not in it for the way we are, like, to find truth. They're not. The agenda that they have is to debunk everything that we're saying, and they're looking for any kind of way that they're gonna get you on a gotcha. That's what they're looking for. If you give them that, they're gonna take it. And they're gonna display you in front of their friends and everybody to say, you see, you don't have your information to support your claim, do you? And they're gonna love it. That's what they're waiting for. And I don't want the people that I talk to and I care about, the community, for them to get in this situation. I don't want you to be in that situation where they're pointing at you and saying, okay, provide evidence for your close and local sun, because you said it wouldn't work on the poles. Now demonstrate that to us right here. Do it. When you say it doesn't work, how are you going to do it? And when you say, well, I don't have you see, you don't have it. And so they're like this, Ireland. They will do that. I've heard of many debates where people, they don't care about truth, brother. They want to expose you.
What's fascinating, Ireland, if you adjust for inflation, since 1958, when NASA was supposedly formed, 1958, NASA's got $700 billion in taxpayer money, Space Force, all the other agencies, education, entertainment. It's very possible, if you adjust for inflation since 1958, 65 years ago, that their side, the globe side, worldwide, has gotten between 8 and 10 trillion dollars, 12 zeros, to fund their outer space globe fairy tale. 8 to 10 trillion dollars. Our side, through NGOs, foundations, taxpayer money, printed money, borrowed money, has probably gotten zero. So we are up against $8 to $10 trillion of propaganda in the last 65 years, adjusted for inflation, versus zero. Now let that sink in. We don't have the resources to go do these things that they demand for us to do.
The only resource we have is our thinking minds. Our minds are open.
Yeah, I've always said that, Ireland. We only have each other, bro, and like that's the reason why.
Guys, we have the real stuff, the real least level. Those $1 trillion, obviously, they accumulated a lot of resources and a lot of employees. But even though it is based on a foundation that is not real, at least the claims, because we all operate in the real least level in reality. But then the claims that they're making and the efforts that they've been pulling from people and the resources, like Jim is saying, the money, the effort, the currency. They pull it with a lie. It's just a lie. That's what it is. You gotta call it what it is. A freaking lie.
I like that.
Yeah,
that's true too.
We have, sorry to interrupt. We have this little thing that 97% of scientists agree with those who pay them, right? And and those who pay scientists aren't going to pay scientists unless scientists get what the people that pay them want. And I even had somebody who was a physicist who graduated from Ivy League in January. I asked him that question. He goes, "Well, it's not 97. It's probably 75." Okay, I'll take 75.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I think that just like Jemsy said, it really boils down to talking about the really is level. They don't ever get there. They're always talking about a fantasy. So their money, all this is spent on like building up this facade, right? This kind of fake world, this globe, right? This heliocentric solar system idea. And they got all the props and they got the rockets and they got all this kind of crazy stuff. But that's just the dog and pony show for your mind. When you actually get down to it, they're not doing the things that they say that they are. So the really is level where we're at here, the way things operate, they couldn't achieve what they want to. And not in this world. Not with gas pressure needing the antecedent being a container. There's a lot of things that they have to answer for. And a lot of people, because of this, this illusion that people are looking at with like they have all the money, they have all the people. That's the illusion that is portrayed in your mind. And so you think, well, shit, there could be a possibility I'm wrong. Because what if I'm just one standing against the truth, which is, it is actually a globe and I'm just fighting against that. Like, right? That's the trickery. That's the illusion.
It's a scarcity, fear, bankrupt mindset.
Yep. And that's the thing. When, like Jemsy was saying, you're on the really is level. So all you have to do is tell them, okay, prove it. With those two words right there, you can destroy all the foundations of whatever they talk about. Because when they come in here, these guys, we say, show us a demonstration. Show us a demonstration of how there's drop over distance for the curvature of the Earth. Show us a demonstration of how the Earth is spinning on its axis. Show us a demonstration how there is gas pressure without a container. Show it to us. Prove it. And they cannot prove it. Any of those things. And what does that mean? That means that their ideas are built on just the illusion that the Earth is a globe. It's an illusion. And it just, what that illusion does though, it makes people think that, okay, I have to fight against the illusion, meaning they have their talking points about their illusion. I have my talking points about my flat Earth. So let's go again like that. No, you don't ever have to do that. You have to only ask them for evidence of what they are saying, of their heliocentric globe Earth. You don't have to move from there because you're not your claim. You're not advocating for that.
That guy who came in yesterday afternoon, that was a lackey for Loon McToon and FTFE. He got into, you can measure the photon in space-time. It's like, you say you can measure a photon in space-time. Let's stop right there. Prove it.
You could end it right there. You don't have to go any farther. He was dead in the water. He was moment he said that. Yeah, the moment he said that, you can't go any farther than that. That was the end of. But nobody. I mean, obviously, we wanted to get him on the other point of light rays being parallel. I think that was also. There was so many things he was saying that you could just stop him and say, okay, prove that right there. Just don't talk anymore. Just prove what you're saying right here.
Hey Jim, I heard your short debate with QI about quantum mechanics. It was a lot of fun, bro. I'm just saying that the thing is that
Gemsy, thank you. Hey, Gemsy, that parasite's after you. Watch out.
Hey, I'm just saying that the terms have been hijacked, right? And you know, a lot of the terms have been hijacked and how do you say perverted. So when we hear about quantum mechanics on the news or from a globe-tard, let's say, right, from the globe-tard, because I'm not talking about people in the real East level. I'm talking about the idea, the ball, the spinning ball with the word. I'm talking about the globe-tard. When they talk about quantum mechanics on that book, on that story, they perverted it out of existence in reality because they're just talking about it on the fantasy land. Get it? So if you think that you hear the news and they say something about quantum mechanics that doesn't add up in reality, you're correct because they're talking about the perverted term, the perverted version. But there is a real East level stuff happening that people label it, right, part of the quantum mechanics field and all that kind of stuff, because we can demonstrate certain things, and that's the realist level, the one that you want. Me myself, I'm interested in, and it sounds like you're interested in that one as well, the real one.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's this 11-hour plus course I found on YouTube. It was free. Obviously, that's nice when it's free. And it dealt with quantum mechanics in an 11-hour course. It's a little over 11 hours. I have no idea. It says 4,200. So I don't know if it's a college level course. I have no idea. But it's 11 hours, and I've been working my way through it, gradually because it's really boring. And I'm just kind of going, okay, you guys believe this stuff. Okay. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hey, Gemsy, look out for that parasite. It's going to catch you in a few minutes.
Hey, I'm gonna play this clip from yesterday where Indio was talking to Donald C. I think it's on the Clipcord got it. Thanks, Clipcord. I'm gonna play
Send it to me in the DMs. I'll catch it.
All right, I'm gonna play it for him and I'll send it to you.
I was talking to Jim. He was gonna send me something, a parasite. But just kidding. Yeah, I'm gonna listen to what you're gonna play. Go ahead, play. Come on, make it.
Oh shit! I gotta stop the bot. What? 1 second.
Did home already?
That didn't work.
It came in for a second and then stopped.
Let me see. Has the bot been messing up lately?
It was playing this morning, like early morning. Someone was doing clips. There's a bunch of Witsit stuff from when he was doing the Clown World tour, like updates and whatnot.
All right, let me see here. Try again. It's been feisty this morning, I guess. I don't know. Re-download it, then replay it. All right, let's see. That's not gonna work. Guess I have to change the file format. Oh, not even playing that. And that's an MP3. That's crazy. Right, the bot is jammed. Hey, CB, we broke the bot, man. Something happened. I'll stop it now and then. That's a strange thing. I don't know. I tried changing it to MP3 CB. I don't know. Didn't work.
Needs to slap the bot, turn it off, and turn it on again. Oh,
That's
my.
only is that only admin can do that?
Yeah, I think Indio usually does it, right?
Indio.
Hey, Pops, get in here.
It might play another. What do you think if we play another clip? Just try to see if we can.
You're right there, Jenny.
Jenna, you're hot micing. I tried to convert it to an MP3, old dude. I don't know. It's just weird like that, I guess. No bueno, huh? Oh, that took a while. Shit. Oh, okay.
Look, boys, we did it.
You worked your magic fingers on it. Okay. So can I load the clip now, or you want to? I don't want to touch it.
Let's let me just stop and clear it again. All right, go ahead.
All right.
So this is what this is. No, they're measuring the sun's in an actual different position. The sun's in an actual different position. So this is different in time. So to measure the angle of the sun, you need to get sufficiently far apart on Earth and measure the angle of the incoming rays. And they have to be oriented. That's how it has to be done. Because they have to be oriented. No, you didn't.
Yeah, me and my buddy. He did it from Oklahoma City. I did it from DFW. That's at least 15 degrees latitude difference.
Okay, what does that mean?
It's not 15 degrees. It means there's 15 degrees of latitude.
How do you know it isn't 15 degrees sun? How do you know it is? Well, Jim, let me ask you a question. How do you know it isn't 15 degrees divergence of the sun rays?
Well, they're both the same. That's how we got.
You're just saying that. I asked you for the evidence. You're just saying it.
I told you guys it was 20 years ago. I don't have any of it left. My house got robbed. Everything got stolen.
You never measured the angles of the sun.
My house got robbed.
My dog ate my homework,
dude?
bro.
Sometimes you just can't make this stuff up. You just have to let it grow organically.
You just want to choke a bitch, dude. Like, what the fuck? You're coming into a debate about the shape of the Earth, for your side anyway. You're going to have to tell us how the geometric shape is what it is. And then you're going to say it was 20 years ago and my fucking house got robbed. Like, what? Are we going to be like, oh, shit, dude, you know what? Since your house got robbed and it's been 20 years, go ahead and say the bullshit that you're going to say about the Earth being a globe. Go ahead.
Dude,
what the fuck, dude?
That dude only 25 years old, bro. When I was 5.
How did he must have been like, even if he was 30, bro, like it would have put him like what, 10 years old?
I think he said he was. I think he said that he was in his 20s, so he was trying to say that he was 40s. He's in his 40s.
He said he was
40s.
He said he was 40 and he did it when he was 20.
I don't know if anybody's gonna buy that.
Well, dude, if you're going to tell your teacher your dog ate your homework, she's not going to believe you anyway. So it's like, forget the excuse. You know,
well, you know,
she's just going to assume you didn't do the homework. So,
but my house got robbed last night, and they saw my homework, so they wanted to take that too. So,
yeah, can you imagine the robbers stole the blueprints for our what the fuck?
Sounds like the telemetry data and the Pentagon files. Everything got destroyed. Sorry. Don't have it.
On top of all of that, his evidence was a worksheet from NASA. And he said, based on that worksheet, that's evidence against the light rays coming in parallel. And then when we asked him, did you read this work? Or was it you, Jimsy? Somebody asked him, hey, man, did you look over this information you're presenting? Oh, no. I didn't look over it. Then I'm like, damn, the balls on this kid. Because then you're presenting something you didn't even look at, and now everybody's gonna like listen to you talk about some shit you have no idea what it says, even if it supports your claim or not. And
it was bold of him to say that. No, I didn't read it. Like, damn, dude, you're honest, huh?
I would have hung him up on every single one of these points, and on top of all of that, you know, saying that this supports the claim because NASA has 30,000 people that peer review this. He said that shit.
He did.
What the fuck? Dude, it went from like absurd to like absurd and godly. Like it was like, I don't know, you could.
Oh my goodness. He got his house robbed. The homework was whatever, stolen bird, and Jemsy got robbed by parasites.
I don't know, man. Like when we deal with these kind of guys, and then on top, like I would have hung him up on every single one of those fucking points that he came in here with, because he was saying one thing. It's 20 years ago, bro. Like, come on, you got to cut me some slack here. 20 years ago, my house got robbed. What the fuck? And we're gonna be like, yo, dude, I got a little sympathy, man. Go ahead. Yeah, you want to say what you want. I know you got robbed. Like, what the fuck is this, dude?
Mm-hmm. I mean, if that's the case, why even bring it up? Like, if you don't have your homework, might as well just tell the teacher you don't have it. All these excuses. Well, my dog ate it. Like this, she's not going to give you a B. You still get the 0 because you don't have it.
Oh, dude. It was a layer cake of fucking bullshit. I'm telling you. It's just like...
I mean, hey, Andy, when Andy came in, like, dude, you're just freaking lying. Like, oh, okay. if Andy's hot over you, you know you done messed up. So
Andy was fucking boiling, dude.
He's like, get this freaking liar out of here.
You know you're gonna get fucking banned. He's like, oh shit. Like Andy's when he's that pissed, dude.
Yeah, you don't.
I was like, as soon as Indio says, all right, I'm done with him, I was gonna come in like a fucking like a bulldozer, like a fucking. I was gonna every single point that he said from that when he first stepped foot in there, I was gonna hammer him like everything because it's not really about the argument anymore. It's about his fallacious reasoning, bro. That's what it is. It's like, dude, do we have to listen to this garbage? Like him, what he's saying, like.
Hell no.
I saw it. I it as a good opportunity to have that kind of conversation, to follow it logically, even though they're, like I was trying to point out to the next guy after that one, they're not on the same page yet. So you gotta try to bring them to the same page. And maybe some of them, like the second one, like Frozen, at least he was trying to follow. He read a lot of the stuff. He was kind of like trying to leave that fantasy place in his mind and try to meet us here on the table, right here on the ground, and talk about things. He was on his way there, but I don't think he made it because he got the bad end of the stick, you know, like Indio, QE, JMC, and that kind of stuff. So
he got fucked right away, dude. Like that was crazy. But the way he was saying when he first came in there, JMC was like, well, FTFE sent me, and I was like, oh, fuck, this is going to be crazy. Like, I was already thinking that when he said who sent him here. I got this link from FTFE and McToon. Like, this
that was Donald. Donald, right? Donald, you're talking about Donald. Yeah. Donald was a character, 100% character.
So Mayhem, one of the topics for debates that we can have is, does the photon travel in space time? That would be so much fun for a Glober to defend that.
But he didn't want to, man. I think somebody asked. Didn't we even ask him? We got to go over. Listen, there's 34 minutes of when Donald came into the chat. I'm not sure if that was asked or not of him, because he kept gish galloping to a bunch of topics, and Indio knew this. He wanted to gish gallop to different topics, and Indio called it as dude, you're fucking gish galloping like all over because he would say one topic and switch to another one, and he wouldn't stick to one. And
he comes to a table. A lot of people are reading about a topic, a book, presenting information about that topic, and he's like, "Let me look. No, let me just throw that out of the book, out of the table, and let me just put my own book, and let's start talking about my book." Yeah, that's what he's doing.
That dude.
Oh, wait, speaking of space time, you know their demonstration of the space time bed sheets where they put the balls on it, and the big ball weighs it down, creates an inclined plane. Right? They then place little balls on the inclined plane, and then they roll towards the big ball. Now, the problem with that is it's assuming down to be used as a quote-unquote motion mechanism. So they're creating the inclined plane because they assume that things fall down inclined planes. Now, what does that tell you about the space-time mechanic, which, by the way, a lot of Glovers don't understand, is that space-time warping gravity doesn't move anything. Nothing moves from the bending and warping of space-time. You have to have a secondary motion that the object is moving through bent space-time. So you need motion in the first instance, which is why they need a big bang exploding outwards, which is where the motion comes from. So the space-time doesn't actually move anything. The curved space-time doesn't move anything. It's moving through curved space-time, and that's what causes the displacement in free space. Now, do they know that? No. They think that space-time is a sufficient cause for first motion. Now, here's the problem. They need gravity to coalesce, right? They're giant space balls, and they can't even model that. They can't even come up with a functional way of which that would happen, especially when you take into account that there's not enough gravity, right, in the beginning. Plus, their version of gravity is no longer mass attracts mass. Right? So space-time is completely incoherent. Now, check this out. When they show you the space-time bedsheet, right, with down, they're assuming down is the reason why things go down, which is what we all observe, right? We all observe down to be perpendicular to level. So every time they show you a space-time bedsheet example, they're actually proving perpendicularity between level and up and down, which proves what? That the Earth's flat. I rest my case.
On the Marco.
Yeah, I can play. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, it was Freeze yesterday who got upset by the soundboard, right? And then Donald.
Yeah.
No.
No.
It wasn't Freeze. Freeze was cool. Who was it that got upset by the soundboard?
Yeah, I was trying to sort him out.
Eli. Was it Eli? No.
No. Oh, that guy. Shit.
Was it okay?
Eli. It was Eli.
Eli. Okay.
Eli.
ELY. ELY was triggered. And I was like, I was hoping Creation Bear was going to play more clips, dude. I really wanted him to be like, and he did. So towards the end, he fucking tipped him over the edge, dude. When you play that, what sound is that in the soundboard, man? The boom, boom.
Yeah, it's the oof. It's called oof or sus. You can type oof or sus, and it'll come up. it's the classic Vine boom is what it's called. But yeah, because he was reading out the thing, right?
That one. Oh yeah, I like that. But I think that's such a good effect that he hated it, dude. When you play it right after the point that was made.
Yeah, he was reading out a line. And when he hit the point, I hit the boom. And he's like, all right, you know what? Forget this. I'm out.
No. We got that clip, man. We got that clip. I played it last night. It's in the box.
I was wanting to. Jemsy was around last night, but we didn't have a chance to talk about it. I got this personal opinion. It's just my opinion. You know, these globe people are wanting to find this quote unified field theory. Because right now they live on string theory, which makes no sense, so they don't talk about it. So they're looking for unified field theory where they can put all physics and everything together. And I think through their quantum mechanics, because you can't measure their quantum mechanics and you can't see it, you can't do anything with it, you can't observe it, I think they're going to push through quantum mechanics and they're going to call it our unified field theory. That's just my opinion.
All right, let me play this clip because I want to talk about that. It's only 1 minute and 48.
Moving on. Can you read this?
It may be a bit confusing for beginners to imagine the celestial equator and a relation to delegation, the simply way to picture the place.
Keep going. Up, or is it just me?
I just don't think he wants to read it out loud anymore. Keep reading, bro. Keep reading.
That was his service. That's divine intervention right there. Sometimes I feel like God is like, no, my son, now is not the time.
Well, I just don't understand what I'm reading.
Well, just read it out loud. We'll help you out.
Yeah, read. Time out. Look, you said you don't understand what you're reading. This literally says that it may be a bit confusing. So we get that. And it tells you why it's confusing, and it tells you how not to make it confusing. Isn't that interesting? But go ahead and read that.
The platform has the size of the Earth's equator, and the axis is the polar axis. When moving the telescope to any place on this disk,
why'd you skip the sentence before that?
I already read it. Even when moving the telescope,
you didn't.
No,
a really simple way. Why don't you start there?
Go ahead.
A really simple way to picture
you cut off.
Is to replace the sphere of Earth with a flat circular platform on which telescope stands. The platform has the size of... Okay, no, I'm not about to do this if y'all are about to fucking play noises while I'm trying to read.
Yeah, boy!
Well, it's like, first of all, why did he try to skip reading that line? He skipped over it. He's slick.
That moment, bro, that was just like, so sweet, dude. I can't, because he was so fucking triggered when he read that one line. He was so triggered from that line, and then you hit that little boom afterwards. It just like set him off, dude. But why was he triggered, man? He was just reading something off of that thing. He was triggered because he knows that was a gotcha to him, and he didn't want to read it the first time around. So if you look at that little the little paragraph that Clipcord put in Livestream voice text, you'll see that he started from where it reads there. The platform has the size of the Earth's equator. Look at the sentence before that. A real simple way to picture this. And he didn't want to say that was the reason why he didn't want to say it, was that. Out loud. So when he confessed it and that little boom sound was at the end of it, he was roasted, dude. He was just done. He got hurt in his fifis, dude, and he's like, fuck this. He quit afterwards.
Dude.
I bet you had a smile from ear to ear, dude. You were like, fuck, I don't even care how this day goes. I'm just going to be good from here on in. Like, fuck, dude. If you're that triggered by a soundboard, I think you got bigger problems.
And the thing too is, like I said yesterday, is the IQ test. He can turn it down on his side. He's got full control over what soundboard sounds he hears and doesn't hear.
Yeah, but here's
correct.
Now, I wanted to make it to like, if you're in here anyway, you could turn the soundboard down, but you can't stop us all from using it because there's a lot of people that got soundboard. And then if we're gonna be policing soundboard and all that shit, it's like, bro, what the fuck? I mean, yeah, I get it, man.
Yeah, but just be clear, if you soundboard over a conclusion of one of my well-articulated traps, I'm going to nuke your hometown.
Yeah. AI's got a different perspective.
I agree with that, actually. You know, there's a rule for the soundboard. No rumpusing the sound clips and no using the sound clips to rumpus other people.
Yeah.
So I agree with that.
I think last night about 1 to 1:30 a.m. Central Time, Donald posted a link to Clubhouse, and it had 56 members. And one of the top thing for that particular Clubhouse group was you have to come in and prove flat Earth. And so I downloaded Clubhouse and I joined it. And so I'll look around, but it looks like if there's 56 members, the score is 56 Globers, 0 flat Earthers.
No, dude. When he started dropping the link yesterday, it only had 2 members. So I'm guessing one of them was him, and the other one was probably his soccer account. So
I didn't know that.
So I'm curious to see who's joined. I'm not joining unless it.
No, fuck that. These guys like Arcturus wants us to join his 24/7 Spherical Earth server, like a Discord server.
It's dead over there. I went over there last night. It's completely dead. If it's the same server I'm thinking of.
Yeah, it's hilarious. It's like, is this 24/7 like spherical server? I go, why is it dead? Where's the voice chats? Where's the live stream? You know, you guys said it was exactly the same here, but you talk about the globe or whatever. There's no one in VC. It's like no one in the text channels.
It's not about that, okay? Listen. People that are abused and need help need to know that there's at least a safe place they can run to when they need it, right? So when a Glober gets his fifis hurt, at least he knows that 24 hours a day he can run to the 24/7 Sphere server.
The sanctuary.
And that's how you know it's a good server, because it's not. I mean, you know it's active because it's not active, right? That's a globe server.
Okay, Elon Jemsey. Where's fucking Donald at, man? Where's Arcturus at? He needs to come back in here. You see, if you cut off the head of the snake, then nobody will want to go to his server anymore. That's the thing, right? You fight the biggest guy in prison, then nobody will fuck around with you no more. So you have to beat Arcturus up. Then they'll be like, dude, why do we want to go to your server if you got wasted by somebody in 24/7, dude? Like, what the hell?
At least you know that in servers work in reality and Discord works in reality. So there's a possibility that server will be good in the future. Activity, members, all that kind of stuff, all the good stuff. But that doesn't prove the globe, does it?
Did you see where FTFE Craig was complaining for some reason? I might be able to find the information if you haven't seen it. That in April and May he couldn't pay his personal bills, for his family, because his cash flows dried up from his online stuff.
He's not churning out any more content, Jim.
He's not.
There's no content. He has to. I think. I'm not saying this to be true or not, but I think he would have to get somebody to pretend to be a flat earther. And the pretender clown flat earthers don't have our talking points because they don't speak like an authentic flat earther. Somebody who's actually not saying the label, but somebody who's on the side of flat earth. They don't have somebody like. They just have like the pretender clown flat earther type, portrayals.
When he would come on Tartaria, he didn't tell this to me. I think he told it to some mods or whoever was running Tartaria, that when he came on the Tartaria, he would get somewhere between $600 to $800 through YouTube. What do they call that? Super chats, and he would sometimes get $600 to $800, for coming on for 2 or 3, 4 hours, because people will tune in to hear him make fun of flat earthers. And that always kind of upset me because we were allowing, I was on Tartaria at the time, we were allowing him to monetize him coming on and making fun of us. And I thought that was really stupid. And I think they finally stopped it, not because of me, but because it was just really stupid.
Well, let's just hear what FTFE has to say about it.
Horizon that we're saying is not physical. It's
No,
reflective.
nothing you buy. Hold your hand out in front of you. Is that your physical hand you're seeing?
Correct.
No, it's not. Hold your hand out in front of you.
That's how you know it's not there.
Correct.
No, it's not. Hold your hand out in front of you. Is that your physical hand you're seeing?
Correct.
No, it's not.
I'm gonna stop the fucking bot right there, dude. That's so funny.
His girlfriend must be really disappointed. Is that really your pick? No, it's just a refracted one.
Dude, how the fuck are you gonna say that shit in real life, bro?
Yeah, I saved that joke for Flat Earth After Dark, dude.
Tartaria had him as a mod. I think it was Tartaria had him as a mod, and he on February 28th banned me 4 times in 8 hours from Tartaria. They actually had to go back in and reinsert me. He literally banned me 4 times in 8 hours. He got rid of my messages and voice text that between him and me, and he literally said, Jim, you shouldn't be calling me a pervert. And the next line in the same text, he goes, not that your wife doesn't like my D. He actually said that in a text. I have it on my phone. And so I accused him of being, that P. I'm sorry to use that word, to being a P. And then the very next line, he confirms that he's a P.
Yeah, Jemsy don't fuck with that, man. He already said he can take all the refugees, but once you become a P, then he's gonna fuck you up.
It's February 28th. I'll always remember it.
Right, Jemsy? Like you can tell you.
I try to take as many refugees as possible, and you guys are gonna open your homes doors for them. And as long as they're not pedos, it's all good.
Yeah.
It's all good. That's the globe mentality. That's trying to portray how things work on the globe. Just, bro, the example of what was the name? The guy that you were talking. He provided Donald.
Oh,
so that guy is an example of the parasitic, the mind parasite, because he came in and said, hey, these guys told me something, and he mentioned some people, some anti-flat earthers, globers, right? Oh, they said this and they say that, and then he provided the link for NASA. NASA said that, right? We got a link right here. Do you know what it says there? No, I don't know what it says. That's the parasite of the mind.
I don't know how somebody does that, man. That baffles me sometimes. Man, how are you gonna say that? That's weird. Oh, especially in like an argumentative debate forum. You're presenting something. Obviously, you can back it up if you're gonna be able to. When they come in here like that, I don't know. I kind of feel bad for them in a way, but I'm like, fuck it, dude. They're in here doing it, so.
But you see the difference between talking about things when they relate to reality, to this place, right? We can talk about so many different topics and bring it back to the real stuff, right? So they are pushing these ideas that are not real, and some people do it without even knowing that they don't pertain to reality. They just think it does, just because someone said so.
Yeah, I would have a mission for Clipcord. Clipcord, if you're listening, there is somewhere in the archives a discussion I've had with a guy. It was like, must have been my time, 2 or 3 in the morning. And I had a discussion with him. He went to, it was kind of civil. It was okay. We were talking about things. And we got into the place where he said, I know that space is real because the distance to the stars have been measured. And I said, how did you measure them? Like, I'm kind of wondering how he figured it out. He said, well, it's really simple. He said, I learned it when I was back in I think, high school, he said. I learned it back in high school. It's a measurement with parsecs. So with parsecs, we can know the distance to the stars because of the way light travels. He said, and using parsecs, we can understand the distance to them. I'm like, parsecs? I was like, bro, are you talking about Star Trek or some shit? Like, what do you mean, parsecs? Like, I haven't heard this term being used. And he's like, yeah, we learned it back. I'm surprised you don't know. And that's where he started to feel like he was going to capitalize on my knowledge or not knowledge of knowing what parsecs were. He's like, dude, you're so stupid. I'm gonna what did he say? I win because you don't know what parsecs are. Or he was just strutting and stuff. I was like, dude, what the fuck? I was like, parsecs, I don't understand. Like, why do you think that has a relation to the reality that we're in? He's like, because that's how we know the distance to these stars. Because of light being quantified in the parsecs. And I was like, fuck, dude, I have to even look parsecs up. And it's fucked up, dude. Like, yeah, they make these ideas of how they're seeing how the stars are due to this word. I'll put the definition in there for you. One second.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
It's all this stuff is just angles, right? So parsec is just a measurement of an angle that they attribute a distance in between. Because when you're looking out at things at angles, right, and you don't know how far away they are, you have no idea something that's 15 degrees apart from another thing, how far it is from that thing. You only know it's 15 degrees from your point of view. So they attributed distances to all these angles. They attributed sizes to all these angles. And you retro-engineer it back, it all has to do with the sun, their alleged size of the sun, their alleged distance of the sun, and the alleged transit of Venus in front of the sun. Not that the Venus is allegedly going in front of the sun, because it does, supposedly. The point is that they claim that Venus is the same size as Earth, and that's how they get the angular relationship from your point of view to the size of the sun, etc. So it all goes back to the assumption that they know the size of the Earth and the mass of the Earth.
Yeah, so I'm going to read a little bit of what it says here. The unit of length for a parsec. The parsec is a unit of length used to measure the large distances to astronomical objects outside of the solar system, approximately equal to 3.26 light years or 206,265 astronomical units, i.e. 30.9 trillion kilometers. I am not fucking kidding you.
No.
Yeah, so what's an astronomical unit? What's an astronomical unit?
Well, it says there at the bottom what it is. Astronomical units, and it's got 2.06265 times 10 to the 5th power. It looks like.
What? No, the AU is the distance from the Earth to the sun.
Okay, let me.
Okay, so again, it all stacks on. We know the distance to the sun because we know the transit of Venus because we know the size of the Earth.
Oh yeah.
Mayhem.
Yeah.
I thought.
Go ahead.
Sorry, can I be real quick? Mayhem. I thought I read that trillion, 31 trillion kilometers or 3.26 was a mega parsec. Now we need to understand the difference between a mega parsec and a parsec, unless it's the same thing in their fairy tale.
I don't know, Jim, if we need to. Fucking, this is just all fuckery, dude. Like, from my vantage point, this is fucking, it's the stupidest shit. How the fuck are we gonna measure this shit? This isn't measuring shit. And it says there, the parsec is a unit of length used to measure the large distances to astronomical objects outside the solar system. What the fuck?
You're gonna need half of that.
How? I don't know. If somebody wants to debate point for point on this, you're gonna be fucking lost because this is their playground. This is their playground right here. All this shit. There's some globe earthers out there chuckling right now. Oh, he doesn't know what parsecs are. Arr. Fuck you.
Yeah, but
dude.
let's
Like,
keep in mind. Let's keep in mind, homeboy who showed up just last week said I'm an astrophysicist, right? And then he said I look for exoplanets based on all of these things and these relationships. And I explained to him how it all goes back to the sun and the mass of the sun, the distance of the sun, and Venus and all of that. And I said, so how did you get those things about the sun? And his reply was, that's not my field. So all these guys that are dancing in this playground don't know the foundations of it. They don't know that it's based on pure assumptions.
Check it out, AI. I was right. When I said it was akin to Star Wars, I was fucking right, dude. It says here, what is 1 parsec in Star Wars? About 3.26 light years. It sounds exactly what the definition is, like as per like what they exclaim the definition is. It says a parsec amounts to about 3.26 light years, or about 19.2 trillion miles, or 30.9 trillion kilometers. In Star Wars,
so, yeah, so a parsec is actually a short, and I believe it counts for parallax seconds, right? So they assume a parallax measurement and the arc seconds or something on essentially a protractor, and they get the parallax, right? And then they assume that they're getting a distance between these stars. Now check this out, Holmes. How do they do these calculations? Let's talk about it. Simple. They do one measurement when the Earth at one point in the year, and then they wait 6 months to where the Earth is halfway around the sun, and then they assume the distance in the triangle to be the distance between the Earth and the sun times 2. Get it? So they have a begging the question right in their math. Half the year goes by, I'm on the other side of the sun. Now I have a sufficient angular differential to make a measurement.
It's baked in.
Yeah. It all goes back to angular relationships of what they see in the sky and their interpretations thereof. It's all just like interpretative dance, you know? It's like, how do you feel about the lights in the sky? Oh, I feel there's space and aliens.
You can destroy the point from the inside out. I mean, I could see that being very valid. But then to engage, it's like, fuck, dude, like they're gonna come up with some other shit. Like, that's the way I see it. This paradigm, that's what it all revolves around. Dark matter, dark energy, quasars, galaxies, black holes, dark matter bullets, some shit that just like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, how is this even, how do you make that on the really is level? How are you going to convince someone to that's something that's real? That's why it's scary, bro. Because like when people engage with their fantasy, okay, show me how outside of the solar system we're gonna measure distances to different planets. Like when a flat earther would want to engage in that realm, you might as well just count it a loss. You're gonna get run around in circles because their fantasy. That's all they want you on. Their pure fantasy. That's it.
Yeah, that's why all you got to do is retro engineer them back to the foundation, and the foundation is the assumption that the Earth is orbiting the sun as a sphere and has a certain dimensions to it, right? So it all goes back to the surface and the relationship between the surface and the sun, right? So if you can disprove that the surface is curved, which is easy, then all that other stuff you don't even have to argue anymore.
I think you remember ITR, the astrophysicist that came in here. Now Timbo, and I want to say somebody else. I keep forgetting who the other person was that was arguing with him. It was Timbo and someone else. They arguing with him about this very point. But it was on the cosmic distance ladder because they were trying to figure out the distance. How did ITR, being an astrophysicist, find out that he understands that the distance to the sun is 93 million miles away? So they started with the first rung of the cosmic distance ladder, right? That was like where the conversation we had previous to this one was actually stating how they actually derive this information. It was built on pure assumptions because you have to first talk about the size of the Earth. The size of the Earth. That's the first rung, isn't it? Like to understand like how you're gonna get a distance to something else. Like if you're gonna say, okay, well, because you can't just start off with the Venus transiting the sun and then say, okay, well, because of the parallax, we understand the size of the Earth. That's not how that works, is it? Or did you guys get it that way for the cosmic distance ladder? Here, let me pull some information up.
No, you need the size of the Earth first, because you're assuming Venus is the size of the Earth, right?
Yeah.
And so otherwise, all you have is an angle relationship. So you can't make any claims on the size of Venus other than an angle.
Yeah, everything starts with 3959.
Let me see if they. Oh, there's a. Oh my God! Extra galactic distance ladder. Look at this shit.
Mayhem, I do have my own exoplanet. I know you're going to be jealous, but I have my own exoplanet. I have my own exoplanet.
I've been relocating to Maine.
I'm gonna mute him. We don't want to hear. Jedi, I had to mute you, brother.
At 56 after the hour, Mayhem, I document that I bought my own exoplanet, that I actually go there from time to time. So I know you're going to be jealous, but I have an exoplanet and you don't.
The mushroom mushroom planet?
No, it's an actual exoplanet with a name. I named it XR666 Nantis. Nantis spelled backwards is Satan. So my exoplanet is SR666 Satan. Now I know you're going to be jealous, but it's okay, man. It's okay.
I'll be anything but jealous for sure.
My exoplanet has hotels and restaurants too. Ha.
Yeah, look at this shit. Let me get this image. Here, I'm gonna see this image translates. All right, check that image out. Oh, you can't see it because of the background. Extra galactic distance ladder, the Hubble constant. So everything. Let's see. All roads lead back to that. The cosmic distance ladder, also known as the extragalactic distance scale, is the succession of methods by which astronomers determine the distances to celestial objects. A direct distance measurement of an astronomical object is possible only for those objects that are, in quotations, close enough, within about 1,000 parsecs to Earth. The techniques for determining distances to more distant objects, which are all based on various measured correlations between methods that work at close distances and methods that work at larger distances. Several methods rely on a standard candle, which is an astronomical object that has a known luminosity. The latter analogy arises because no single technique can measure distances at all ranges encountered in astronomy. Instead, one method can be used to measure nearby distances. A second can be used to measure nearby intermediate distances, and so on. Each rung of the ladder provides information that can be used to determine the distances at the next higher rung. It says under direct measurement, it says at the base of the ladder are the fundamental distance measurements, in which distances are determined directly with no physical assumptions about the nature of the object in question. The precise measurement of stellar positions is part of the discipline of astronomy. Earlier fundamental distances, such as the radii of Earth, Moon, and Sun, and the distances between them, were well estimated with very low technology by the ancient Greeks, as described by Terence Tao. It gets into a little bit more, but I'll stop there. Direct measurement. Check this out. I clicked on Terrence Tao because that's what it said. So Terrence Tao is describing this. Terrence Chi Shen Tao. This is born the 17th of July, 1975, and is an Australian-born mathematician. He is a professor of mathematics at the University of California, Los Angeles, where he holds the James and Carol Collins Chair. His research includes topics on harmonic analysis, partial differential equations, algebraic, what is it? Combinations. There's a few other things he's known for. Probability theory, compressed sensing, so much other shit. Let's see here. I'm trying to look for where it correlates to what we're reading here.
Is that how you spell radii? Holy shit. You know, my spelling is actually atrocious, but I don't beat myself up about it anymore because the English language is fucking retarded. It just is. It so is. I'm sorry. But just in case, English comes from, it's a malt language. It's like a mixture of German, French, and Latin. So I enjoy learning words and shit. And like you're talking about now, Miggy, with stories, it's fine if they want to attribute these stories.
What I'm referring to in the direct measurement is Terrence Tao. So he's kind of directly related to the cosmic distance ladder, because from the direct measurement perspective, I would say, because he's quoted in the wiki, like would be the authority figure to look to for this. So from the base analysis of like when they're getting the information from the cosmic distance ladder, Terrence Tao would be the guy you'd want to speak to. It's him. He's the man.
Yeah, it just seems in a lot of areas they've attributed a story to something that isn't actually happening. No, I mean maybe that's too harsh. I don't know, but I'm quite happy for you to put a story to something as long as you're open about it. If you're upfront about it and you're honest and say, well, this is our best guess currently, and this is what they do. I suppose this is part of what you talk about, the mind virus, Miggy. So I don't know. It's weird. It's a funny one. I don't know.
Yeah, they get kind of wrapped up in this information. That's what I was saying. Like when you try to argue with these guys on these other points, on their talking points of like space, they're gonna run circles around you with their made up fantasy bullshit. That's just what it's gonna be like. Because none of this stuff can be actually verified. None of it's verified.
Yeah.
Even in the articles, like the way the words that they use, there's nothing to where there's actually direct measurements of anything that are happening here.
Yeah, they do the same with biology and evolution, and they talk a good game, that's for sure. But that's about it. So yeah, you have to you have to use your own discernment with these things.
So apparently, right, with direct measurements, Andy, like this guy that I just mentioned, Terrence Tao, because based on that little snippet that I put in live stream voice text, right, that came from the wiki. It was I'll read the sentence where it actually kind of highlights this, right? Early fundamental distances, such as the radii of Earth, Moon, and Sun, and the distances between them, were well established with very low technology by the ancient Greeks, as described by Terrence Tao. So Terrence is some sort of authority figure in describing how they've derived the earliest measurements of this. So that's what I'm saying. You got to turn to him to figure out what he did to actually provide evidence or support the case that the ancient Greeks had already had this information solidified. You know,
yeah,
that's why it's important, because he's from the cosmic distance ladder perspective. When you type in the wiki, that's what it's going to give you. So you go to direct measurement. You see that little snippet where it talks about the base fundamentals of the ladder, right? The distance measurements. And so the radii of Earth and the moon and the sun were known by the ancient Greeks. So what did Terence Tao have to say about that? Like, he obviously has some like information that leads people to the understanding that there's direct measurements, right? So somewhere in Terence Tao's like, information, he's going to describe this.
Yeah, there's some leaps of logic going on, isn't there? Well, I was just thinking about that guy yesterday with Indio, with the sticks and shadows stuff, and of course Indio has been around the block so many times, and he just went into the actual details of the situation. I would never have thought of that. I'd have just said, well, it's the same on a flat Earth with a local sun, and move on to the next thing. But Indio, no. He was like, tell me details. Tell me exactly what you did. And it was just, it exposed him so quick. It's like, I would have never thought of that.
It's funny that I was thinking about that conversation after I left. I had to go and get some water, but I was literally like breaking down that conversation in my head when I was gone. Like, the reason why in MMA they have a cage is so that your opponent doesn't just run away. And what I noticed with the conversation with Donald, Indio had him on the back foot immediately. He was fleeing. And it's like, oh man, he didn't have a cage to kind of keep him trapped in. So he just kept like fleeing from each point. And I just thought that was really funny.
We're kind of trying, whoever wants to step foot in the ring and see how they can fare with the information that the Earth is a globe, or at least produce any information to kind of, put forward what their understanding would be. But then again, you got some people like Lilipur who don't have anything to say about anything. When asked the question, so what do you think about the shape of the Earth conversation? I don't know. I have no idea. No idea whatsoever. And then you hear them reducing arguments to absurdity because they don't want to be held accountable for the things they say. Isn't that right, Lilipur? You go to open up your mic, because last time we asked him if he knew what the conversation, what his position was, he opened up to say he doesn't know. I don't know. And we asked him, okay, what do you mean by that? Like, what are your thoughts? I have none. I don't know. That's all he was saying. So it's like, and then after a while, he started to defend the globe, and his mask started to slide off. So we started to realize where his position really was. And he's a globe defender, just sounding like he didn't want to hold any accountability to the things he says. Right, Lilipur? Of course.
Hey, can you hear me?
We can now.
That's great. Sorry, I was in the shops. Did you ask me something?
Yeah. So you being into this discussion, you have no position on what you think the Earth is at all. Not even one.
Yeah, I would say I'm probably undecided, yeah.
Oh, undecided. Why would you be undecided? That's just kind of the question everybody was asking the last time you were here.
Why am I undecided? There seems to be proof both ways. Or I don't know. I haven't seen the whole Earth, so I don't know what it is.
What do you mean both ways?
I'm not. I haven't. I don't know how to go about it. So, yeah. I don't know if it's flat or if it's a globe or what. I'm not sure. Maybe you can prove something to me.
Well, I don't need to prove it to you. The Earth itself can prove it to you. But the interesting thing about when you say you're undecided, I'm trying to figure out what would make you be undecided if when you go out into the world, right? You go to the field, you see the world for what it is. What does the Earth demonstrate itself to you as?
Well, yeah, based on just the observation, it looks flat. Yeah.
Okay. So what would be the next step logically if you're going to say, okay, if I want to find out that this Earth is curving like they tell me it is, what can I do?
That's a good question. I don't know.
what have the people that say that the Earth is a globe, what have they done?
What have they done? They have given us supposed images.
Selfies.
Selfies from space.
Yeah.
What else? I don't know. I'm not too well versed, but I guess there's the whole Aristophanes and
Yeah, there you
all
go.
that,
Check this out, man. It's not about being well versed. It's just about being honest of what they provided. Like, what have they given you to give you the mind that it could be a globe, right?
I realize that most of the things we learn is just indoctrination. It's based on faith. I do see that. So, what have they done practically? I'm not sure. I haven't even looked into Aristophanes or anything, so I couldn't even say what it is.
So, what drew you to this platform, this server, this place? You're in right now?
Sometimes there's some interesting conversations in this, like quote unquote truther communities. So once in a blue moon, I just pop in to see if there's anything interesting going on,
But nothing about the shape of the Earth has any interest to you?
I can see why other people would think it's interesting. Is it interesting to me? Maybe. Yes, no. It's like, maybe if I'm sitting at a campfire with a guitar outside, it's like a conversation we could have, You see what I mean?
I think that it's a fundamental understanding of the world, the physical and natural world around us. If somebody's telling you the physical and natural world is something other than what it actually is, there's a problem.
Yeah, right? That's brainwashing, yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If somebody tells you you're living on a water ball that's flying around in the vacuum of space, and you're spinning around and you're having an elliptical orbit around the sun. If I'm telling you a whole bunch of things that you can't perceive, that you can only say that in my mind it exists because that guy said so, that's an issue, right? It's an assault on your ability to understand the physical and natural world with your senses. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, I agree. It's brainwashing.
Okay.
It's indoctrination.
Right. So, based on that, what we try to do here is to get people to realize that when information is presented to you, you can actually take that information and find out if it can be validated or not. It don't matter what it is, right? Rockets going to space or whatever. Like, how can you verify that information?
I can't. I haven't been to space.
Well, that's not the thing. If I said, rockets are actually leaving and going to Narnia, or you can take a magic carpet ride to go to Middle Earth, Lord of the Rings. If I'm saying all these things, you say, well, I don't have a magic carpet, so I can't go to Middle Earth. That's not the point. The point that I'm making here is that if they're telling you you can go to some place that does not exist, how is that possible that you're going to say, well, perhaps if I had a magic carpet, I could go to that place that doesn't exist? There's a disconnect with the line of reason with people when we're talking about these things. Because you try to rationalize the information as in, well, if it's possible that space exists, like they tell me, the vacuum of space, then if I had a rocket, I could go there. But I don't have a rocket, therefore I can't verify if the vacuum of space is real or not. What do you think is wrong with that?
I'm not the average person who's just, I'm sort of like on the fence, you know what I mean? Like I'm not concrete. I don't necessarily believe everything we're taught in school.
So
but I don't have necessarily proof.
Lily, that's what I'm addressing right now. Why would you be on the fence? That's the whole thing that I'm talking to you right now. If the thing that they're proposing to you cannot be validated, and they're telling you stories that you can't verify, why would you then think that you're on the what are you on the fence about? Like, that's what I'm saying.
I haven't proven what the Earth is in its entirety either way. That's why
so the Earth in its entirety is the thing that's kind of the itch in your brain that you can't scratch, right? So you have to know that in order to know what the Earth is? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, to know if it's a plane or if it's a sphere, to know it, you probably would have to know the entire Earth, I think.
I would disagree with that.
Okay, fair enough. Why would you think that?
Let me give you a reason why. This is my 2 cents.
Go ahead.
I usually recommend people just take like a good 30 seconds to a minute and just look at all the surfaces that are around your area, you'll notice that the surfaces, from my perspective, can only be two options. Either the surface will be rounded in some way, or it's not.
Is that a true dichotomy?
I think it is. Unless, could you point out a third option?
There's the concave thing, right? Oh, that's rounded off.
That's still rounded.
That's within the dichotomy.
Yeah.
I don't know. No, I couldn't propose a third one. No.
Yeah, I would say it's a true dichotomy. So, like, I personally don't think it's possible to quote unquote see the Earth in its entirety.
No.
But I also wouldn't think that, well, if it's flat here, then it would be rounded over there. You know what I mean?
That an assumption or is that a knowledge claim?
Well, I was just saying that the surface can only be one or the other. So if it's not rounded anywhere, then I wouldn't assume that it's just like, okay, well then over there it's rounded somewhere.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
I don't think the thing, like, you don't need to see the Earth in its entirety. I don't think that's even possible.
No, I get you. Like, if we were born in like the middle of a jungle and we know nothing about school or anything, and we just looked at the horizon, we would just think, okay, it just continues. I get that.
So I mean, you could look at it in many different ways, but the description is important, right? So Lily Purr, are you on top of something inside of the surface or underneath the surface?
I'm inside of a car right now.
No. We're talking about the surface of the Earth.
Oh, yeah.
Are you on top of the surface? Are you inside of the surface? Or are you underneath the surface?
I'm on the surface, yeah.
Okay. That's logical, right?
Well, my car is, but yeah, I am also.
Yeah, but when you see that you're on the surface of the Earth is what I said.
Yeah.
I don't know why you keep going to your car. So yeah, you become pedantic because you want to make it more, finite.
No,
what I'm saying though is that you're on top of the surface. Everybody understands this, and the surface of the Earth is being described, right? Okay. So the surface of the Earth is what we're talking about. That is the whole talking point of like the Earth, whether it's a globe or it's not, whether it's curving or it's not. Sure. So the surface is what we're talking about. So now, if you're saying that the surface can be curving somewhere else, where is it curving?
Where is it curving? I don't see any curve.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's the thing. None of us do. Nobody.
Maybe airplanes, but I know the windows are curved, right? So.
Okay, so maybe airplanes. Is that what you said? Maybe airplanes.
Maybe airplanes, and then I added, but I know that the windows might be curved.
Well, let's just. I want to go off of this. What do you? I'm going to post the image in live stream voice text, Lily Purr. What do you think about this image? Is this curvature? Oh, that didn't post. Give me a second. That didn't post. All right.
Wait, I have to. Wait. Did you post something?
I'll try again. All right, yeah, just click the image.
Okay, let me just check my phone here.
It didn't post it as a screenshot, but it just posted it like as an image you can click on.
Oh, okay, I have to click on it. Let's see. Yeah, it's loading right now. You asked me, is that curvature? It looks like on the left side, it looks maybe like it's rounding off a little bit. That's all I can say. I don't know if it's curvature.
Well, you don't know it's curvature, but what is curvature?
What is curvature? What is the definition?
So,
is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I don't see why that. I don't see why we have to go into a definition now. Like, if you understand what curvature, do you understand what curvature is? Yes or no?
Oh, you asked me what is curvature, right? So I'm just
do you understand, Lily Purr? You've done this before. Do you understand what curvature is? Yes or no?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so if you understand, why would I need to define it?
You asked me what is curvature.
Why would I need to define curvature if you understand what it is? See, this is reducing our arguments to absurdity, Lily Purr. You're not confused. You told me. I asked you what curvature is. You said I know what it is. So I don't need to define it, right?
Sure.
Okay. So with that understanding, is this curvature?
How am I supposed to know if that's curvature? How do you?
Because you know how it's. You know what curvature is. That is why.
Based on this image, it looks like the left side could be dipping a little bit. That's what I can see.
No. We're not using dipping. That's not
curving.
Dipping.
Yeah, curving. Sorry.
There you go. Use the right word. So we're gonna stay in line with what curvature, because this is what they're trying to describe, right? So look at the very top of what the guy posted. View of curvature from a plane. So now when you're saying what is curvature, and then I ask you, do you know what curvature is? You're like, yeah, I know what curvature is. So why did you ask the question?
Why did I ask which question? Sorry.
What is curvature?
Why should I ask that question? Oh, you want me to define it?
No. You asked. No, you asked me to define curvature when you already know what curvature is.
Sure.
Okay, and the guy who was saying view of curvature from a plane was the one who posted this image. So I'm asking you, when you see this image, is this Earth curvature?
Is this Earth curvature? Let me look at the image more closely. It could be. I don't know. Not sure.
It could be.
Yeah, I don't. It's just an image that looks like it's a little bit curved. Maybe.
Okay, let's now.
I don't know.
Image, yeah, fine. Listen. That's fine. From that image to the really is level. So if we're gonna figure out if this image is actually truly curvature, then how high do you think planes fly? Let's talk about the really is level. How high do you think these planes can fly?
I think, if my memory is correct, is it 40,000 feet?
Okay, 40,000 feet. So let's just say it's a commercial airline, that's flying around. So are we saying that at 40,000 feet, right? Let's get to the bottom of this. At 40,000 feet, are they seeing curvature like that you're seeing in that image?
Are they seeing curvature? Maybe.
Did you say maybe?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Man. I don't know.
You're not sure.
I don't know what they see.
So 40,000 feet, if you start to see curvature like the way he's looking out of his window, how big do you think the Earth is? Like, think about it. Look at that image and complete the circle at 40,000 feet. That means that he's probably like somewhere looking at the Earth like a ball at 40,000.
Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying, yeah.
Well, yeah. So what is the issue that we have here, Lily Purr?
Are you trying to infer that the Earth would be really, really considered small if that would be curvature? Is that what you're saying?
Well, use your critical thinking skills. What do you think?
Yeah,
give me your understanding.
I'm saying, is that what you? Can you confirm?
Well,
or deny
I don't want to feed you. I don't want to spoon feed you what I'm saying. I want you to tell me from your critical thinking mind how I describe
social work here. Let's just have a back and forth here.
Yeah, I'm trying to engage with your mind so that you don't become somebody who's enslaved with it. So you are. When I first showed you this image, you were like, "Well, it could go either way. I don't know. It could be curved or not." So you're having trouble with that. So I want you to start to use your mind, critically think, Lily Purr. That's what I'm asking you to do. If the plane is flying at 40,000 feet, is this Earth curvature?
I'll give you the same answer as I gave you before. I don't know.
You don't know.
I haven't looked. I don't know. I haven't looked into the map. Maybe you could give me the map. I can check it if it makes sense or not.
I haven't given you the map, so I gotta support the Earth being a globe, the claim for it, and all this and that. So you're saying to me that the reason why you don't know if the Earth could be a globe or not is because you haven't looked into it. Is this a part on you being lazy, that you don't want to look into it because you have no interest, and you want everybody to spoon feed you all the answers because you're so fucking lazy that you don't want to do anything? Is this true?
It's a funny question.
No, it's not funny. It's real.
I think
it's real.
Yeah, I don't think I have a greater interest necessarily, but I like to talk about it.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You like to you like to go into a position where you're just saying dumb things and you're not looking into it. See, you've come into this chat before, and I already know the type of personality that you are. You don't want to look. You're lazy. You don't want to look. You want to be spoon-fed answers. What do you guys? You tell me. You present all your evidence and your information, and then I will sit back in my chair while I relax, and you guys go ahead and do all the work, and I won't do shit. Fuck that. You need to do the work if you're going to find this information out. And that's what this server is built on. You critically thinking about the topic, using your own brain to figure this out. Now, a plane flying at 40,000 feet, seeing this image that we're looking at, right? Looks like the Earth is curving. And then me asking you, is this Earth curvature? There can only be one answer. Right?
Hold on. Is it Earth curvature?
Yes.
Why are you asking me that again? I answered already. I don't know.
Why don't you know?
Because it's just an image. Like, how am I supposed to prove? It's a picture, right? It's a belief. I can't just assert.
It's a belief. No. It's not a belief.
Yeah,
this could be this photo could be well have taken at the same. Listen, this photo. I'm not even denying the authenticity of the photo. It could be authentic. That's not what I'm saying. If the photo's authentic, then what is it describing about the Earth seeing curvature from 40,000 feet? Use your mind.
Hold on, let me just pull in here. Let me look at this image closer.
Are you driving or traveling at the same time? Or you're speaking, right? You're doing something.
Yeah, but I stopped now. I pulled in here. To look
Oh
at this.
shit, dude! Are you driving when you do? Fuck, dude.
No. It's fine. It's fine because people are. I'm driving at the moment and speaking. I have two hands on the wheel, and don't tell anybody.
Hey, he's fucking looking things up though, Jemsy. Like if I knew that he was doing that, I wouldn't have fucking engaged him.
Now,
it looks pretty straight.
Go ahead. My bad.
Based on this image, it looks pretty straight. Maybe it's like in the middle. I don't know if it's because of the picture. It looks like it's maybe rounding off a little bit. I'm not sure.
Does this look like Earth curvature though? Because it's. I
don't think it's a very definitive. Like this is curved. Nah, I wouldn't say.
No, I'm not saying like just based on the image, man. I'm just saying, what does it?
Yeah,
look
based
like?
on the image. Yes, but I told you. I'm describing you right now. Are you not listening? I'm saying it looks straight. Maybe it's a little bit rounded off. I'm not sure. It's not clear.
Yeah, but you're saying rounded off. What I'm asking is, does it look like curvature as per the guy who stated? That's what
the question. Like is that? Remember the geometry of the claim of the ball with specific numbers. When you're looking at that photograph that Mickey presented, is that the curvature that they're claiming? Is that what it is? I mean, could it be something else? Like I don't know. I don't want to make a claim, but
it could be something else. What would you answer that question? I'm not sure. Like,
yeah. So,
would you say no?
Me myself, when I'm in an airplane, I've been in many airplanes. I've looked out, and I look out. I don't see the curvature of the Earth. So when I look at this, I'm saying no, that's not the curvature. That's me. That's my answer. I don't think that's the curvature.
And what if I said I'm not sure? Is that a rational answer?
No.
Because we are looking for what it is, what it actually is, right? The Earth is not curving, so. Are you claiming this is the curvature of the Earth? A photograph from an airplane?
It looked pretty straight.
Go ahead, Mickey. My bad for jumping in.
No. I feel like I think I wanted more people to actually jump in. To be honest, I want people to engage here because, like Lily Per, this question, or this photo, this image gets posted to many people on both sides, right? Whether you think the Earth is flat and stationary or you think it's a globe. But what I'm saying is, from the logical standpoint, if this is curvature, what else? What are the implications of it being curvature at this altitude? Because remember, we're talking about where airplanes fly. And you said, you agree with me, right? 40,000 feet, that's probably the height of this airplane where they're taking this photo. I'm not questioning whether the photo's not authentic or it is. That's not even on this table right now. It's the claim.
Why does it even matter? It's just a photo. Wouldn't it be better to look at something more practical?
No, it's okay. When you get presented something and they tell you it's this is curvature, then you have to start to get into the questions. Okay, how can this possibly be curvature? Let's figure out some numbers, right? What is the altitude of the plane? What is the lens they're using? Like all kinds of stuff comes into play. You don't just look at something and say, "Oh yeah, I see what I see," and that's it. You engage with your critical thinking. That's what I wanted you to do. So when you're saying, "Why are you making me do that?" Like, you just tell me, like, because I want you to think about it. If this is actually Earth curvature at 40,000 feet, then what does that describe about the geometry of the ball that we're supposedly on if it's a globe?
What does it describe about the geometry if it's curvature?
Yeah, if this is actual curvature from the airplane window.
I'm not sure. What do you mean by that?
The size of the ball.
Then the Earth would be probably quite small.
Yeah, it'd be fucking small, wouldn't it? Like tiny Earth.
That's all I can say. Yeah.
Well, that's true because like that's all you can say because that's all there is to say. If the airplane is seeing at 40,000 feet that the Earth has curvature at that point, like the way you see on that image, that means complete the ball. Like if you had a piece of paper, put it on that image, complete that circle. How big do you think the fucking Earth is going to be? Not that big, huh? Like a tiny ball.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the image doing that or not, but yeah, based on this image, the Earth would be quite small. Yeah.
Right. Well, that is the conclusion you get just from the image, which is kind of like I wanted people to talk about when they see images like this, using your critical thinking skills. When somebody says, "Hey, look, I got curvature right now. I'm going to show it to you," and they show you this image, you can automatically dismiss it, hand wave it, dismiss it because you're like, bro, if you're saying the Earth is curving, like the way the geometry of the Earth supposedly as a globe should be, then this image is false. Just right out of hand, it's false. Does that make sense? You're breaking up, Lily. You're gonna have to either check your.
Can you hear me? Hello.
Yeah, I got you again.
Okay. Yeah, I said yes. Goodness.
That's why when you say I don't know, when I first showed you this image, you're like, I don't know. But we reached the conclusion of the end. The reason why I told you, fuck, dude, your stuff is staticky.
Oh.
Anyway, I don't know. Is there any way to mute yourself because you're coming in real staticky right now?
Go.
If you're driving, yeah. Anyway, but that's the reason why I wanted you to come to the end of this, because if somebody shows you an image like that one and says this is Earth curvature, when you start to critically think about how this is possible, then you're going to realize, okay, you got to figure out the altitude of the airplane, like, you know, what lens they're using, like what they're seeing through, all that, everything, all the variables, right? Because if it was curvature, let's just say if that was a conclusion, then how big would the Earth be at that altitude? It would be a fucking tiny ball planet. Pretty tiny. It's not going to be the size they say it is. Yeah, but you're really staticky, man. So I don't know if you probably want to go to a different place before you get on the mic again.
Hello.
Yeah, I hear you, man. But like I said, there's like background noise or some shit.
I'll be home soon. I can talk later.
Yeah, when you get back home, just call us.
Go ahead. All good, bro. Just mute because there's static feeding into the conversation. So just mute.
So we got, let's see, we got Eli back in the chat from yesterday. And Eli was a gentleman who didn't like soundboard sounds. But
Season 9, mother. Season 9.
We're in season 9. All right. So what's up with Davey? Davey, you're in here pretty early, bro. What's going on, bro? up, CB?
Mic check.
Yeah, you're coming in, bro.
Well, welcome back, Eli. Just want to break bread. Sorry, bro, about the soundboard. It's not an attack on you. We are running a live.
No, you're good. It was just I couldn't read what y'all were telling me to read off while people were just trying to fucking meme on soundboards. Like, it's very distracting if y'all are gonna give me a paragraph that y'all sent me and then insist I read aloud to the rest of the chat, and then just fucking all of y'all sit there and play different noises at once. It's like a class.
It was just me, but look, if are you new to, you might be new to Discord or whatever, but you can right click on my name.
No, that's what I'm asking.
You can mute the volume. You can choose the volume. You're in full control over that for now. So
I was asking over
but also like don't but really though, like don't let it distract you. It's just a sound. It's just a noise. I don't know if you
distracting because it's cutting me off while
I don't know. I think we're all
20 other people. Really fucking loud. There's no way I could read to the rest of the chat. Y'all are insisting I read y'all's points out and then going off and fucking just playing these random noises. And this, like, if I were to talk while any of y'all are talking, y'all like, are you kidding me? Can I finish, please? Obviously.
Yeah,
I would like the same courtesy handed to me. That's it.
No, I get it totally. Just FYI, if you go into I think it's voice and video, you can actually turn it down to. I've turned it down to 30%, and it's just right. It's just sort of in the background. So yeah, it is a bit.
Look at you little fucking.
I don't care that y'all play noises. Just don't do it while like anyone's trying to make a point. Because I'm like, y'all don't do that shit while the flat earth is trying to make a point. If like one of y'all are speaking, y'all don't cut them off with meme noises all the time.
Hey, real quick. I get your point, but remember, the Discord is designed to do certain things, and the bot is part of that, right? And people want to poop sound, and you have the option yourself to reduce the audio from the bot, so it doesn't bother you as much.
Yeah,
but it's part of the environment that we're in. It's part of it. So yeah,
I'm just saying I want the same courtesy that y'all get when you don't fucking talk to like a one-sided conversation.
CV do it to me all the time, and the other day I told him, "Okay, CV, let's get in the ring for a pair of boxing, gloves, and let's go 2 rounds." CV, come on, you want to do that with CV? You want to do that?
CV.
Oh my god!
No, I'm not really here to debate. I was just listening for a second.
Yeah, it's all good, bro. Don't stress it too much. It's just the bot. It's all good.
You blew it.
Yeah. 3-point space spin curve. Yeah.
Right now, he's just making a point, right? Because he uses it sometimes a lot. Sometimes he just uses it sometimes. Other days he doesn't use it. It's just in the territory. It's all good, bro. Don't worry about it. That's it.
Where do I go to just the bot?
Bro, come on. We're not gonna teach you how to Discord works either. That's not the point of this VC. You should be, if you join this VC, you should be able to do this. You should be able to do this. I can help you, but that's the whole point today. You do things for yourself. Go to YouTube and say, YouTube, how do I set up my audio settings in Discord? And then you will go through that, learn it yourself, and you can do it instead of hogging the mic and say, hey guys, I don't like the bots, I don't like CB, I don't like this, I don't like that. We're not here for that, bro. Please, thank you.
Bruh.
You guys already know I'm fucking mayhem, dude. Come on now. You know I was gonna let that shit go, bro. CB, what up, man? Give me some dap, bro.
Yeah, I'm having some technical difficulties over here. I keep getting kicked from the call or something.
Shit, you missed the most important part of the day. We got to haggle Eli about the soundboard.
Did he leave?
He fucking left, bro.
Wow.
Damn, somebody's kicking CB the fuck out of here. What the fuck? Oh, people are getting kicked. Getty, your problem got kicked. What the fuck?
I just switched to my computer. Maybe that'll stop kicking me for some reason. I don't know what's going on. I didn't get to catch anything that happened with Eli. So why did he leave?
I was playing a bunch of soundboard clips, and then Gemsy was telling him to quit being a little pansy, but he just wanted to talk about the soundboard, I guess.
So soft. It's like,
These guys need counselling, right? They need absolute counselling. They seem to have feelings hurt all the time, get upset about the smallest little thing. It's crazy, right?
need to introduce him to Marcus Aurelius. He needs a little stoicism in his life.
He's like, CB's trying to break bread with him. He's trying to extend the olive branch to him, and he's no, fuck that. It's soundboards for you, baby, all day.
Well, you shouldn't let such external things like bother you. You know, it's just a little sound, bro. Like you can turn it down, you could ignore it. Like, it's not that big of a deal. And it's weird too. It's like only, I don't know, 1 out of 10 people gets that flustered by it. The other 9 are like find it funny. But
I was playing these clips in the background though, CB.
Shut your fucking mouth.
And then I played.
You little weasel. Look at you, you little fucking weasel. I can see it in your eyes. You're a fucking bitch.
And I didn't let up.
What the hell did
damn,
you say?
dude. The first thing I told was like, yo, man, let's break bread. Let's, keep it chill. What's going on? Yeah, but the sounds are bother me. Okay, dude.
This is what you really want to do, but bro, you blew it. You blew it.
This guy goes to a place, bunch of people, and he's like, I don't like this music. Let's. Can you turn it off?
Oh shit!
Shut the fuck up, dude.
Hey, look, I got another one right here. Right here.
Shut your fucking mouth.
I mean, even though I don't, I try not to repeat that too much, but if it's needed to be said, yeah, definitely use the bot to say, so I don't have to say it, Yeah.
And we got so many cool sound effects.
All right, Eli, you're back. I just wanted to say, look, on a personal note, I'm sorry I didn't mean to trigger you and make you leave the call.
I was just trying to be cut off. I got it figured out. Soundboard's muted now.
No problem. This one's probably not muted.
That's what happens every time one of you little crybabies gets called out here on the platform you came to get attention you asked for. When you get more smoke than you're willing to handle, you want to cry and stomp off.
Y'all were literally bitching about me cutting y'all off like the entire day.
No, we're not. Oh, dude, we're just.
Look, give me some dap.
This is the next day. Okay, Eli, it's good. Let's break bread. Okay, we don't have to repeat yesterday. I don't know you personally, so there's no beef. So let's just focus on the actual argument. We can attack all the information. Not here to attack it.
Could have just told me go to fucking
relax. Just calm down. It's just a
You didn't hear this one. Eli,
it's not harming you.
Yeah, you didn't hear this one though.
You little weasel. Look at you, you little fucking.
No, I can't hear it at all anymore.
You're a fucking bitch.
Oh, you disabled it? Hey, we could play the other one, right?
Well, just don't interrupt the clips then. But look, it's okay, bro. It's not gonna hurt you. It's just a sound. We run a 24 hours live. Okay, we've got to feel a little entertainment. All right, information plus entertainment.
No, you can entertain.
If it bothers you,
I got it disabled.
You shouldn't let it bother you so much.
I just disabled it. It's not bothering me.
Great.
It's just hard to
It
talk
seems like it bothered you. Let's be honest. It seems like it bothered you when you stomped off.
Why are we still fucking talking about it then? If it's not bothering anyone, maybe we can move on and talk about something else. Because the more you go on about it,
I was just trying to disable it.
Oh, do you know what really upsets me is when people start talking through what I'm talking about. Maybe I should come in tomorrow and start getting pissy about it with her as well. Should I do that?
Eli, you do this a lot, brother. You start talking before someone starts finished. Like,
It's the same shit as a soundboard.
But that doesn't mean keep doing it. If you don't like that behavior, just shout what you want in return. I don't mind soundboard. Someone can soundboard me. That's fine. Oh, we're gonna do this again.
Yeah.
Trying to break bread, Eli. Jeez, calm down, dude.
Break bread on his head in a minute.
No. Let this bread get stale, and then we'll break it over your head. But no, Eli, just chill out, bro. So someone came in and vouched for you yesterday. You have a friend in the server?
Gotcha, bitch.
No, that's my brother.
Your brother.
Aw,
Okay, cool. So, do you think today we could focus on the information, or do you have personal beef you want to sort out with me or Miggy or Jedi or somebody you want to get out of the way first?
I was saying about the curvature picture. I was joined up to hear what y'all were talking about real quick.
That curvature picture, yeah. What do you think about that? 40,000 feet. Is that Earth's curvature?
I'm looking at it again.
Go ahead.
I have to. Is it kind of like up in chat now?
No, I can post it again. I don't.
100 feet, 70,000 feet.
Yeah, well, hang on. The fucking thing doesn't post, so you just got to click on that shit. You see it or no?
Yeah, I'm looking at the little one with like 6 different pictures at different altitudes. Is that the Red Bull one? Yeah. So I'm guessing the point to be made is a curved lens, right?
No. I wasn't talking about that one. That's a different. I know. I see what you're looking at. No, I'm talking about the one I just posted in live stream voice text. That's what I was talking to that guy about. That one, not the one not that other one. It's related, but it's not the image I was talking about.
So, like, you see like a slight curve in the picture.
Yeah, according to Arcturus, who comes in here advocating for the 24/7 spherical Earth Discord server, he was saying that's Earth curvature. Take this, flat Earth. You're hopeless.
I'm guessing he's talking about like the horizon and shit.
Well, CB posted it again, but you can see.
Yeah, I'm seeing it's like there's a plane wing in most of the picture.
Right, and if we're being honest, everybody looking at this image, it looks like that it's curving in the distance, like right underneath the plane's wing.
Yeah.
Right? According to Arcturus, it says view of curvature from plane without fisheye lens. Take a look. Now, would you agree with Arcturus and say that that is the curvature of the Earth?
I would say it looks that way, but I don't really know what it like. If there's an ulterior explanation, like I don't know if refraction plays into that or some shit.
No, fuck that. Now we're gonna talk about like if that is exactly what Earth curvature looks like from 40,000 feet.
Oh no, I wouldn't say so.
There you go.
So I would have to think it would be like a lot bigger than that.
Well, it's not that you think that, it's the claim. The claim of it's bigger than that.
Yeah, well,
and that's not even from flat Earth. It's not a flat Earth like fucking debunk. It's like globe Earth debunking itself. Like that's fucked up as it sounds, but the globe Earth is debunking this image.
That's a debunk because like the scaling is not.
It's a globe Earth debunk to the pretender clown globe Earthers, let's say.
Are you saying that because like the curvature should look different at that altitude, or?
Well, no,
Shouldn't be any at that altitude.
Yeah, if the curvature is noticed, go on, Jedi.
You shouldn't see curvature even if you're on a ball. You've got a 360-degree view around you. Just keep turning round. You know this observation out of a plane window, and you see on the far left-hand side and the far right-hand side what you could describe as curvature. Turn around a little bit more, then see the extremes of your eyes on the left and right, and there's curvature again. What do you think's going on? If you join all of these lines up, you're going to end up with a wibbly, wobbly, wavy Earth. I mean, come on. All you got to do is turn around. And think about the pilot at the front of the airplane and seeing what the same curvature that you are at the side of your airplane on the right. What about the people on the left-hand side? You're going to join the curvature up with them too? you're going to end up, like I said, a wibbly wobbly line. You've got a 360 degree view around you. Come on. It's quite simple, right?
Yeah, I think I understand what you're trying to say.
Simple geometry for the Earth being a globe, right? So you just go back to like, if the guy is saying he's taking a picture of the curvature of the Earth, then we're going to look at simple geometry. So how big is the Earth supposed to be if we're seeing curvature already at 40,000 feet? It's just like, you can't take something and say, well, that's curvature. Like, you can't do that. Like, I mean, to accept that it's Earth curvature. That's what I mean. If it's accepting that that is the curvature of the Earth, and you're saying, well, it could be, then you're already contemplating that at 40,000 feet, the Earth's curvature is present at that altitude. And that question then becomes, is Earth's curvature present at 40,000 feet? Can it be witnessed there?
I haven't looked up and like specifically if Earth's curvature is noticeable at 40,000 feet, but I would assume so. Like the horizon or something.
Right. That assumption then needs to be verified. So go.
You don't.
I'm not even.
You don't see the.
Yeah, I'll look into it, but I don't really have the facts on me right now, and I'm about to go to a cookout. I really just
told you the fact. It's the fact that you still think that you can see curvature from up there. I just told you how you can't because it would be ridiculous to do so. Did you not understand what I said?
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying, but I would still have to look it up. I can't just go off of your word, you know?
Yeah, I understand that. But if you think about it, if you're seeing curvature out the right-hand side of the plane, go to the cockpit, see it there, go to the left-hand side, see it there, and then join all those lines up. If that's what the claim is.
Yeah, I'll look into it. I'm actually about to go to a cookout, so I'll join back up. I'll come with whatever proof or whatever I can find.
Yeah, go and do that. All right.
A cookout. I've never heard anyone announce they're going to a cookout twice in 30 seconds.
Yeah, hang on a second.
I'm just saying I have to go. And I can't really.
You, Eli. Thank you for. Yeah, thank you. Have a nice cookout. All right, so we're gonna turn it over to Arcturus. Motherfucker, your soul is mine. Get your fucking ass on that microphone right the fuck now. Hurry up. You're making fun of my people in your goddamn server. You're gonna have to stand for it. Unmute your fucking mic at this instant. Hurry up. We're gonna get right down to it and figure out if your bullshit ass server can stand up. I'm gonna cut the head of the snake off, which is you. Unmute your mic. I have some questions for you, and you better fucking answer them. Unmute your mic right now. I don't have all day. If you run this time, I'm gonna fucking ban you. Unmute your mic.
Is this Arcturus we're shouting and screaming at you?
Yep.
Oh, good.
You're gonna stand on all 10 of your little fucking toes and tell me how you're gonna defend the globe Earth. If you want to have your so-called Discord server that has for the spherical Earth, you better come in here and quit being a fucking coward and hiding behind your mic, because I'm not gonna mute you. You're gonna stand for what you're gonna hear in just a moment. Unmute your fucking mic right now.
Put some respect on my name.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
Don't be scared now. Oh, you're going to hear what's coming to you. Unmute your fucking mic.
You little weasel! Look at you, you little fucking weasel! I can see it in your eyes! You're a fucking bitch!
You're going to get fucking owned in a second, son, once you open that mic. You are done. You're not going to be in here writing in people's DMs all your garbage about your fucking Discord server, and you're not going to unmute your mic. The only way you're going to stay in here in this server is if you unmute your mic right the fuck now. I'm allowing you some time. If you leave this chat, I don't give a shit. You're going to be banned one way or the other. The only way out right now is for you to unmute your fucking mic. Unmute that shit.
I mean, surely somebody. Oh, good.
He left the call.
Little
Why are you running? Why are you running?
motherfucker.
They've been whining about.
What's the background with this guy? He's got the Globe Earth server 24/7 or something, right?
Oh, he's been in people's DMs, Jedi.
Oh, jeez, really?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, he's one of those. So he
Yep.
likes to talk in private spaces, but when given the opportunity on a public platform, he fucks up.
Let me bring some context to this asshole, right? Because
Okay.
it doesn't do it justice for me screaming at his ass. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you, Arcturus has his 24/7 spherical Earth server, Discord server, right? Which he likes to kind of put in here to everybody that, you know, if you want to join it or whatever. On that server, he's got dumbest flat earther of the day or some fucking bullshit. And he's got people, he's taking clips of what people say in here and puts it on there, on that server, as the dumbest flat person ever or some shit, you know? So he's making an example of all the people in here whom I call friends and making fun of them over there. So motherfucker's going to stand for his shit right here and he's going to answer the shit, right? So not only that, but he's also DMing people and spreading his misinformation about his shit in their DMs. So he's doing all of that, making fun of us, and then coming in here. He has the audacity to come on the voice call and not open up his fucking mic.
Well, he sounds like public enemy number one at the moment, then.
Oh, he was, but it looks like he bailed, according to the chat.
No, that's fine. We'll keep an eye out for him
He
and we'll
left the
keep
server?
calling out.
He thinks because he left the server that
That's not going to end, bro. You're screwed.
Wow.
I'll just leave before they ban me. Psych.
Was he banned?
No, dude. He just straight up left the server.
Oh, you fucking left it? Damn.
What a fragile melt.
You may go now.
Yeah, they've got all of academia on their side and nothing. It's a joke. It really is.
Oh, fuck that, dude. Fuck that guy. He's gonna make fun of all the people Fuck you.
That guy is banned on site. Unless he opens his mic and can speak, can do something.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
That's what I was saying, Jempsy. I was like, dude, get on the goddamn mic right now. Like, that's the only way you're gonna stay in here. But he decided to leave.
I was just thinking, like, when you think of obfuscation, as I like to call it, it goes hand in hand with cowardice, doesn't it? Perfectly, because it's the same with sophistry. Really, they're not standing on anything, just fucking bullshit. And when they get called out, they know it, and so yeah.
Oh, I was gonna fucking deep fry him, roast him, fucking. Oh man. I think it would have been the hardest I've ever come at somebody so far. Like, I would have made it like a fucking spectacle, dude. Because he's promoting his server on the back of making fun of us. Fuck that, dude. Nope. In other news, we're congratulating No Dude for becoming a moderator yesterday.
Oh, really? Congrats to old dude. That's been a long time coming, and I couldn't think of anybody better to get that promotion, apart from myself. But apart from him, awesome stuff. Well done, old dude.
Now he put in the work, bros. I'm telling you, he's done the work. He's actually went out there and always, doing the due diligence in chat and such. So, yeah, props to old dude. Definitely a boon to the server. Yep.
Older is another pillar to this community and this server because he put a lot of time in here. So it's one of those pillars. Just build foundations, even though it be shaky.
You're roboting a little bit, Jemsy, but I hear you, bro.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
I was between huge walls of cement. So yeah, they probably have an effect on the signal. Concrete.
Man, I was just getting ready for it too, man. I couldn't wait. I was hoping Arcturus opened up his mic. I was like, oh, this is gonna be so good. Woo. I got excited. And then he quit. Fuck, dude. I don't have any more targets.
They've been whining about how hard this is, and then they quit. It makes me sick.
India was yesterday. He's like, because I was handing out I was like, anybody want the globe earth roll? You can take it if you want it. He's like, dude, you gotta ask them at least, if they know any knowledge about the globe. I'm like, shit, no, dude. I hand that shit out like Tic Tacs, bro. Like when somebody has bad breath, you hand them a Tic Tac. Oh, shit. You hand them out the globe earth, bro. Tic Tac. It's like this. New salty flavor. Hell yeah, bro. Don't let me discover you're fucking around in the server and making fun of people in here. Fuck that.
So if I block you, you're not coming back. Hope it was worth it. Hope it was worth it.
Hope it was worth it.
So the Glober doesn't have enough Globe content to promote that on the Globe server? Does he needs the Flutter community to
so, man.
make his?
You know what, Gypsy? Like you made a point, man. I honestly think that's the case. Yeah. They have to come here for content, bro. Like the only way they're gonna get content for their place is they come here. Oh, did he? Oh, look at what he put.
That's
dude.
Hilarious. Classic
Fucking
projection.
asshole, dude. Look at what he put. You see, I told you, Jemsy, this guy's a fucking asshole.
Yeah, he's calling you names from fucking 200 yards away. He's running away. Oh, fucking dude. Oh my god.
Come on, Andy. I'm gonna rile you up, bro. Because
that's just pathetic, isn't it? I mean, you've got everything on your side. Why wouldn't you just anybody? That is anybody. Come on, go and explain it to us, please.
If you're being called out and you have all the fucking academia behind you, you have all the information, every citation, every Wikipedia article, every fucking thing, you would destroy anybody from the flat earth side if it was so easy. Why do you fucking run? Why are you running? Why are you running? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, 20 2015, the old Sphere Edge Horizon, and Flat Earth is saying that no, it's refraction. A couple of years later, it's refraction. They'll say anything. They will move the goalposts, and now to where it's totally unfalsifiable. So, yeah, it's just laughable.
I saved that last image, Heretic. Yeah, thanks, Simcord and Get Here. Appreciate you guys. I don't think he's gonna unmute his mic though. Like that one song from that rock band that sang that song "Sweating Bullets." Boy, soul better belong to Jesus because your ass belongs to me. Oh shit, dude. He was in so much trouble if he unmuted that fucking mic. Anyway. Where's Donald C at? Let's get Donald back in here.
Yeah, we never got past Donald's Sticks and Shadows, did we? Unfortunately.
No. I think he quit, didn't he?
I think he did. I think it's probably wise. Yeah, in the face of Indio.
Oh, dude, he wasn't getting away.
He wasn't messing around, Indio. That was impressive. That's the thing. If anybody wants to come in and talk about angular relationships, I'll be just tagging Indio in.
See, I actually wanted to play the clip where he was. Let me see if I can find it.
You want to talk about Carl Jung or something like that? Then tag me back in.
All right, so here it is. It's 57 seconds. Let me see if I work it in the bot. This is Indio yesterday.
So this is what this is.
No, they're measuring the sun's in an actual different position. The sun's in an actual different position, so this is different in time. So to measure the angle of the sun, you need to get sufficiently far apart on Earth and measure the angle of the incoming rays. And they have to be oriented. That's how it has to be done. Because they have to be oriented. No, you didn't.
Yeah, me and my buddy. He did it from Oklahoma City. I did it from DFW. That's at least 15 degrees latitude difference.
Okay, what does that mean?
It's not 15 degrees. It means there's 15 degrees of latitude.
How do you know it isn't 15 degrees sun? How do you know it is? Well, Jim, let me ask you a question. How do you know it isn't 15 degrees divergence of the sun rays?
Well, they're both the same. That's how we got
You're just saying that. I asked you for the evidence. You're just saying it.
I told you guys it was 20 years ago. I don't have any of it left. My house got robbed. Everything got stolen.
You never measured the angles of the sun.
Folks, you can't make this shit up. The reason why he didn't have any evidence was because his house got robbed 20 years ago. Sorry, no evidence. You guys understand, right?
Stop fucking lying.
Hey, the guy from the Globe server should record that clip and put it on the server as proof of the Globe, right?
Exactly.
Come on, Donald, where's your homework? My dog ate it.
Yeah, I had the evidence, but it just so happened that 20 years ago my house got robbed and they took that evidence, so, sorry.
Stop the cap.
But the thing is, we couldn't call him out on all that shit because he's just like piling excuse after excuse. And then he's gave us like a worksheet, 4-page worksheet that was for kids that he got it from a NASA website to support the case that light comes in at an angle parallel. But it was a worksheet for kids. And then he said that this citation has been peer reviewed by 30,000 people that work at NASA. His words. His fucking words, dude. So, and what are we going to do with that?
Sounds like we've had another idiot in here. How you doing, ma'am?
Big Root, what's up, dude? Yeah, I know. Yesterday,
Was it?
Donald C was the name of the guy, and he came up tits with information. So we were just fucking. Indio was just like, he was working a body, dude, just like body blow after body blow. He couldn't. People don't realize. I think those guys, and because I asked him when I first started talking to him, like, hey, how did you find us or whatever? He's like, well, FTFE and like McToon like sent me a link to this place. I'm like, no shit. So basically what you got was an acolyte for their religion or whatever came in here.
God, there's so many of them now. Was McToon fucking recruiting or something at the minute?
Yeah, I think they're just fanboys. I could be wrong though, Big Root. I think they're just fanboys because they love the lore of the globe Earth so much that they'll adhere to whatever priest is saying it, just like these guys, the McToon and FTFE. So they are just like they're little versions of them, basically running around.
Yeah, McToonites.
And you know how stupid they are, and then when you get the iterations of the little pieces of them coming at us, like these guys they're even worse.
Dude, you need a room that just says the graveyard, and you just put all the recordings of their deaths in there.
Yeah, we got somebody in the live stream voice text who I only shout out one time. This is the only one time I'm going to do it. But we got Nems in the live stream voice text talking all that shit. Why don't you click on that link on the description, come into the Discord, I will mute your mic, and you can present your globe Earth evidence. Quit complaining in the YouTube live stream about some shit you have no knowledge on. If you think you have some evidence, everybody's here ready to listen to it, including me. Click the link, come in here, and talk about it. That's it. That's all.
Shout out for evidence. Just bring it. There should be like lines of globe believers, or with all the information. Right, they should be ready with it. Shouldn't be coming in the VC and saying, "Hey, I don't know, but I know someone knows."
I got it wrong. I'm sorry. He's not a globe earther. He says, "I'm a flat earther, dude. I just think you guys are wasting your time like every day."
Stop the cap.
That's what he said. Fuck it.
Well, have you looked around at the world, friend? Because somebody's got to speak out. Because this is what happens when men don't speak out, as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, these guys expose themselves. This Donald fella, they come in like an authority, have you noticed? And then they quickly expose themselves. Like as soon as you realize, oh, this guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's talking out his arse. It's very clear. As soon as they start talking to someone who truly understands the arguments, like Indio, or like BattleBot, for instance, the other day on Geos, there were 2 or 3 on them going at Michael, and he was like trying to tell him how to use Theodolite. And he's done this shit for a living. He's working for motorway services and stuff like that, and he was telling everyone exactly how it's done, step by step, and it's brilliant. I learned more in 10 minutes than hours of watching videos, and and these guys had nothing. They were silent, completely silent, because what could they do? What could they say? So
yeah, so let me just, because this new guy that's listening, he asked me a question. I mean, what are we doing, Mayhem? In 8 years, Discord? What's the end game? All right. For you out there, pretender clown flat earthers who don't know what the fuck we're doing here every day, we're talking to people and challenging them on the ideas that they have preconceived notions of the earth being a globe, right? You have to change hearts and minds. You're not going to physically do shit and go somewhere and get petitions and do other shit if they haven't reached a tipping point, a critical mass. We haven't reached that yet. So we're still changing hearts and minds and getting people to realize how to use their mind and how to think, because that's the most important thing that people need to learn right now is how to think. They don't know how to do this. Using their critical thinking skills has been something that has gone away with a long time ago. So that's what we're talking to people about, and why it's most important to have this discussion where it's a war for the mind and not of the body. So I don't know what the fuck you're on about. That's what we're doing here every day for 8 years.
Season 9,
motherfucker.
Season 9. If you don't know what the goes on in this show by now, I don't even know what to tell you. What do you not understand about that?
Yeah, that's the most important part for me. That's why Flat Earth is so important, because it's it's jolting them reasoning faculties to get you to think for yourself. And do you think it's getting any better out there? No, it's getting way worse.
Check this out. Check this out. If you don't like it, you can fuck off. And when you get there, you can fuck off some more.
Tell him, mate. Oh, mate, both of what you said is so spot on. This isn't even about the shape of the earth. This is about being able to think again, you know, and getting your power back to be able to use your mind for yourself. Your mind is being used by somebody and something else all the time. It's time to take your mind back. And the amount of minds that have been opened from people, intelligent people coming here, I can't believe flat earthers are asking what's the point in this place. This is fucking home base.
That's right.
Fucking insulting, if you ask me.
Exactly.
Yeah,
if
Chris.
somebody doesn't get the shit what we're doing already for that long, they don't know what the fuck we're doing, man. They're lost. Those guys, I don't even count them in as flat earthers. They can be whatever they want. They're not. Because if you were, then you would understand what we're dealing with here. Fuck.
It's like a sellout, man. Like, you know, what's he doing with his fucking life? Like, just talking to people about what? The fucking globe, or pretending he's a glober. Like, fuck off. Stand on your own too.
Yeah, he's
sorry.
This guy's crying, Big Root, because he's just upset because we're not doing anything to achieve anything. It's like, what the I don't know. It's like Jedi was saying, it's insulting, bro. Like,
some of the work you guys do, man, is fucking amazing. This guy clearly doesn't see it.
Yeah, that's why I said he can fuck off. When he gets here, he can fuck off some more. Like, don't stop fucking off.
This is the leading edge of fucking consciousness right now. Flat Earth, right now.
Well, it's weird because nobody's ever thinking about the things that are blatantly obvious to everybody now. Like the questions that are like, you know, what is the shape of the earth if the earth is something? Like, you know, how has it been discovered that the earth is a globe? We got a bunch of pictures. We got, you know, satellites and all kinds of shit that they have on their side. Academia's on their side. They have all this shit that it's a dog and pony show for your mind. And then when you look at it, you're like, well, fuck, dude, they got all this. Maybe I'm in the wrong by saying the earth is flat, right? That's people, it would seem that way. It's an illusion. It's a fucking illusion. And when you get right down to it, ask these assholes questions, like the astrophysicists, the cosmologists, the fucking PhDs that come in here. You ask them questions and like, well, I asked them the 3 questions, right? These guys. Well, I don't know, Eratosthenes. And they don't even know half the shit that these bobbleheads that come in here, these internet globetards, they come in here and they stand up for the globe. They don't know half the shit they know. They know less. And that's fucked up. Because they're the guys that the expert knows. We asked the fucking expert, and their fucking bitch ass don't know. And so it's like the blind leading the fucking blind, bro. They both fall into the fucking pit because no one knows.
Yep, and they just mention a few buzzwords. They don't know what they're on about, but they'll just shout, "Ooh, refraction," or "Ooh, gravity." They don't know what they're talking about. It's like school kids trying to win an argument. Can't let them get away with it. When I catch my kids... Oh, sorry, mate, go ahead.
No, go, you go.
No, I was just going to land it by saying when I catch my kids in a lie or bullshit, I don't sit and entertain it. I just cut them off straight away and I say, look, no, you know, that's enough now. Pack it in. That's how we need to treat them.
Yeah, funnily enough, I used to do that as well as a youngster. Well, I used to lie a lot as well. I think as a young person, like swearing as well. I've been doing a bit of that lately, so I don't do it quite as much now because it's certainly something that I think you grow out of a little bit, cursing. Yeah, because it's a bit of an adolescent thing. I'm going over that on another server with this guy who every second word is like a F-bomb, and it's like, I don't know, I don't think he picked up on the fact that I was pointing it at him, saying, look, if you had any half decent upbringing, then your parents said, these are bad words. And then you got to a certain point where all of a sudden you were like, oh, now I can use these bad words and no one will say weak words. I think that's a good way of putting it. And now nobody else is going to say anything to me. So it's kind of an adolescent thing, I think, that you grow out of. But anyway, I do like hearing Miggy fired up like this. But yeah, I also like it when you're doing the old DJ thing, Miggy. I think you miss your calling, dude. Seriously, like a late night DJ or some shit.
But you know what, Andy? You know what? Confidence is the key. You know, it really is. And I think
it's more than that. No, it's more than that. It's more than that because it's like that vibration I always talk about of truth. That Miggy does it effortlessly. I don't know if he even realizes it, but it just sounds so sweet on the ear. Like I imagine it sounds like fucking like a cheese grater on these liars' ears. I imagine, just like me when I'm listening to them. When I'm listening to FTFE, and I can only listen for about a minute, and then I'm like, I'm done. I can't listen to this guy any longer. I hope it's the same way the other way around. I hope so. But yeah, when you think about truth being like, because I always think of it like, you know, in ancient times they used to put like a being on everything, because they saw everything as alive, in you know, so to speak. And so they put a being on it of some kind. And I kind of see the truth like that a little bit. Like you can't truly capture, you can't hold it captive. Now, obviously, some people they got a book and they tried and they did a really good job of putting a framework down and saying, look, this is about the best we can do with something that we cannot ever truly hold captive, if you see what I'm saying. I kind of see truth that way too, because it's alive, and yeah, it's just got that vibration to it, and when you hear it, you know it, and it just feels so good. So
just a reminder, guys, as well. Myself and Alex, Angel, that's on the server, that's my partner. We're doing a load of QR codes that we're putting onto stickers, and the QR code take the person directly to the Discord server. We're going to start off with initial, I think it's 500, right? We're going to start off with initial 500. We're going to send some out to America. We're going to give them to Mayhem Miggy. And if you want to get hold of those stickers with the QR code, you can get hold of Mayhem. If you want to get hold of any stickers in the UK, you can get hold of myself, or you can get hold of Angel as well. So yeah, guys, just some proactive stuff to get some more people, more conversations in the server. We've got a QR code, we've got some stickers, we've got some designs, and if anybody wants any, just DM me, give me your address, and I'll send them out to you.
Awesome.
Yeah, Angel's worked really hard on these, so I'm really impressed.
Have you got a picture of one?
Yeah,
Post a
I'll
picture.
send you. Yeah, I'll send.
Yeah. Does the QR code work on a digital picture, like if I send it to someone's phone?
I'll tell you what, you can be my guinea pig if you want.
Yep, I'll check it out.
Come on.
I just what the fuck? This guy's just a joke. And I hope you're hearing me now. Just come back. Come and tell us all about your glow. Listen to. I don't think there's much hope for you, dude. Because this is how you start a sentence. Shut the fuck up and answer my question. Do you know what words mean? Just,
Tell him to come in.
Yeah, where is this idiot? Is he in the lobby? Is he in the chat on YouTube? Where's the idiot?
Yep. Just as soon as I get the QR codes, I'll start telling the server about it so that you guys can send me a request whenever I get them. Then everybody in the US can just message me. And I'll hand them out to you guys.
Thank you, WavMixer. He says the digital QR code works on his phone, so I appreciate that, buddy.
Yep, works for me too. Nice.
Stunning.
I mean,
so a couple more bits of design to go on there, a couple of Discord logos and whatnot, but that's the base, guys.
I'm going to put that in my group. I've got a Telegram group with about 100 people in there, so I'll share it in there now.
Stunning. Awesome stuff.
Who were you summoning, Andy? I heard you summoning someone.
Oh, the guy that you were screaming at.
Arcturus?
Yeah.
Is he coming back?
No, somebody posted a message, I think. I don't know where the message is from. Oh, Heretic posted it at 27.
Oh, yeah.
Past the hour. He's doing a lot of projecting.
He's projecting, bro. That's what he's doing.
Oh, he's definitely projecting.
You see, the mask comes right off, doesn't it? Look at that.
Yep.
We're seeing the fucking beast for what it actually is, with fangs and all. Claws, fangs, all that shit.
I mean, quietly, he is making a claim to the Horizon being physical.
He won't face me here. He will not. Arcturus will not face me. Every single body that's in that server with him, you can all say that you're scared to face Mayhem. You're fucking scared. Or else you would face me here right now.
I mean, do you want an easier treat maybe? Do you want to face Mayhem's number 2? I'll do it. Or do you want to go lower down the list? Which one from the Discord server would you like to pick on? Angel, for example? You want to pick maybe a girl? We've got some 16, 17-year-old lads. You want to pick on them maybe? Or should you be like the man in prison, like Mayhem was saying earlier? Go find the biggest, baddest dude and knock him the fuck out.
Yeah.
So you'd do that, wouldn't you? Instead of chantering from a sedentary position and hiding, joining the live stream and not saying a fucking word. That's a pussy, as far as I'm concerned. So, and with regards to your question, you're making a claim to the Horizon being physical. You've seen the Black Swan, right? We've demonstrated the Horizon, whether you're looking for left or right curvature or not, is still an optical phenomena and not physical, not where the mathematics dictates it should be. So you do not have any direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth because the horizon's an optical phenomena, not the geometric one you think that it is. But yeah, if you think you've got a box to stand on, come and stand at it with all your 10 toes, get your dick out and come round here. Dickhead.
He's not ready for the boss levels. Leave him to the level 1 guys like us. We'll deal with him.
I don't like him harassing my people, Big Root. He's fucking up. Like, I mean, a debate and all that shit is fine, but when he's making fun of him like that, like in his server, like taking little clips and putting little signs and saying the dumbest thing of the day or some fucking bullshit and then making fun of my people. He's fucking up. I think that's why he ran, dude. He doesn't want to face the music. He doesn't like being held accountable.
Same thing every time. Same thing again and again. It gets real and they get off. Have you seen Dave Weiss lately? He's been slaughtering people.
Yeah, that's another thing too. Was it how long ago was it? Maybe a week ago? He had that debate with that one guy.
Yep. I know who you mean.
Bro, he ran him through the 3 points. Or at least the way that he was proposing it to him. And the guy, I think he was a comedian, so he was trying to be a little bit comedic in that. It's like, yeah, the comedic timing was off on, like, you know, when he's asking you the question and you're just trying to be funny or something, like, that's not the right time, you know?
Oh, was it Jim Brewer? Does anybody know? Because if it was Jim Brewer, I won't mind watching that.
Yeah, there's it's in the server, man. I think, let me see if we can scare it up. I know it was in the bot.
He's been busy lately. I've seen about 4 where he's just destroyed people. People have left, all sorts lately.
Yeah, it's awesome these days. Here it is. Let me see.
He's getting better.
Yeah, this is the clip of him. Let me see if it's the one that I think it is. Give me a second. All right. This isn't the specific clip. It's within it, but I'll post it on live stream voice text for you guys. That one right there. Not bad. Shout out to Dave. Doing the damn thing, you know? It's weird when they say that we ban them and we mute them. I wanted Arcturus to speak so badly, like without him being interrupted, so he can hear everything that I was going to tell him. At any rate, that's David Weiss, and that's his with the Side of Chaos podcast. It's like an hour, I think.
Big up, Dave.
Yeah.
Right, I'm gonna go play with my kids for a bit. I'll catch you later.
See you, Root.
I'm sorry. I'm going to restate the question so you can understand what it was. My original question, the one that I said before, it wasn't moving any goalpost. It was the exact direct question that I needed you to answer, which is, who has directly measured the curvature of the Earth? And you said Eratosthenes. I said no. So back to the question, who has directly measured the curvature of the Earth? Anytime in history.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Okay, what did he do? What was
he went and he did the calculation that he learned in school.
What did he do so that we can know that there's drop over distance? Tell us the method.
I don't fucking know. What do I need to know?
I know you don't know. That's why I'm asking the question.
Yeah, but like I don't fucking know how cancer works, and I still believe in that.
Because of the fact that you're stating that the Earth has this curvature, but you have no knowledge on how anybody who's directly measured this curvature of the Earth, as in drop over distance, right? I would
how have you measured the curvature of the Earth or lack thereof?
That's not the question. That's not the question here. The question is your knowledge as your baseline knowledge as how it's been done. You have no idea. You have just a belief that someone's done that. You don't know it.
All right. So you hold yourself to the same standard.
All right. Yeah, it's fine. But listen, I'm not the one that's saying that the Earth is a globe, because I know that it's not.
What's your claim?
I don't have a claim.
So you're a coward.
I'm not a coward. I don't have a claim for the shape of the Earth. You do. All right. So second question. They're saying that the Earth is rotating, right, on its axis at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. These are very simple. You should know these. Who has directly measured this rotation, as in per the axial rotation, anytime in history?
Listen, man, I'm gonna bow out. You have a nice night. I love you.
Yeah, believe me, this is what I love.
I feel like I'm being respected right now, so I'm gonna bow out. Love everyone else. See you
later.
Oddly enough, the gentleman's name was Atheist Gang.
I unmuted his mic and spoke to him a little bit. In the background, he was like click 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 click, click playing a video game or something. And that's why you kind of this thing kind of like just let it there. I was like, all right, just let's leave the guy be because he's playing video games, and he was like, yeah. Oh no. Oh yeah. Oh no. Like talking to me and then thinking about the video game. Like his mind was in the video game and his mouth was saying that stuff. You know, like what he said.
He got in trouble, didn't he? Well, he ran away, Jemsy. Like, he's the one that didn't want to do the 3 points.
Yeah.
And
he didn't make it.
After that, no?
He left after the second point, right? Second point?
Yeah.
He made it? Yeah.
Yeah. And, yeah, I think, to my knowledge, he left the server, so...
Yeah, Miggy, let those guys for the guys that wanna have some patience. No, but when you're on the floor and trying to flow the conversation, yeah, just be specific about the questions. Reply if you want to have the conversation. The other guy, if he doesn't want to answer the question, just mute yourself. Yeah, you know, no need to storm out because the topic of the server is being spoken to you. I don't like you guys talking to me about the topic of the server. Bye.
Yeah, weird, right? Like, you could have stayed in here and just, I guess, just said, I can't answer this. And then other people could have talked to him. But no, he just didn't want that, I guess. Who's Salmonella Baby? Is that a new person that you had a debate with, Gettier? Yeah, the Gettier problem told Salmonella Baby horizontal is a straight line. And Salmonella Baby says horizontal is a straight line. They both agreed on that. But then Salmonella Baby says the horizon doesn't have to be. They're different. What the hell? And then the Gettier problem said, are you claiming that you never said that this and it's fake? And he says, I literally said the horizon is horizontal. And then he says, again, contradicting himself, that doesn't mean the horizon is a straight line. It's curved. You don't show proof. You just show my statements. I win. Oh yeah, he wins? That was a quick win. Straight lines can be curved. That's funny. I'll post it in the live stream voice text. Check that shit out, guys. Straight lines work perfectly fine on a large sphere.
Hey, what up, Flatsy Klein?
Hey, what's up? I was just listening to that Georgia candidate for some sort of political thing, and she sounded like she didn't need to be talking about the Earth being flat because she didn't know enough. She said that God flips us over when it's time to go to bed, like a pancake. What?
What in the world? Who's this?
Flat Earth professor dude. He sent Flat Earth in the news today at 13 past the hour. Oh goodness! Like if you don't know enough about it, don't talk about it because you won't represent it well. Yeah, I'm just catching up with you guys. My family was here at my house today. It was great.
It's kind of cool. We had QE hanging around with us for a while, a couple days.
Oh yeah, I've been trying to hang out over on their channel, Science vs. Pseudoscience. When they go live and stuff. I usually just go watch them live on YouTube and give them the views on there. But the last one that QE did, I was on the panel, and it was a fun time. It was a lot of fun. She said that GOP lady from Georgia. She said, "I'm not a scientist, and that's a made up job, anyways." I was like, "What?" Don't make broad statements like that.
And they get away with it because nobody challenges them.
Yeah, I mean, she's talking about how globes are everywhere. They're on the, at the beginning of movies, and the globes are everywhere. It's propaganda. She did say that, but when she was like explaining the Earth being flat, it was all wrong. Oh my goodness. She's spreading the propaganda of flat Earth now. I think Jimmy Kimmel said something in a Twitter video about her, and she responded to it. And then she just kind of looked like a joke when she did. I wish she wouldn't have said anything about it. Just refer to the interview that she did with David Weiss. I think her she has this called like babies, something and shotguns, or Jesus babies and shotguns, something like that. Sounds like a real down home Southerner right there.
No kidding. Or a title of a movie from the South.
For real. Jesus babies and shotguns. Come get you some.
Starring Flatty Klein. And you're like on your porch with a rocking chair and like a cigarette. Like, when they be coming back soon? Y'all come back now. You hear? Just all Southern. Just
Yep. I've said those words quite a few times. Y'all come back now, you hear? I say like a lot of crazy like little Southern things all the time. Like I'm gonna scoot, or I don't know. Us Southerners, we have our sayings. I don't know who gave it to me, but I love that somebody gave me the role of Southerner. It's so great.
yeah. See what I posted in live stream voice text, Flatty.
What? Jeet yet?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Well, think about it. That's how Southerners talk. Like if you're hungry.
Oh, Jeet yet.
That's what they say. Jeet yet?
Yep. Super accurate. I'd like to do a quick shout out to Bear Pelegic because I'm drinking his fancy pink bourbon that's roasted on a flat, stationary, non-rotating plane. Delicious.
Oh, that's a bourbon you're drinking?
It's the style of coffee that he roasts. It's called fancy pink bourbon.
I'm sorry. I'm going to restate the question so you can understand what it was. My original question, the one that I said before, it wasn't moving any goalpost. It was the exact direct question that I needed you to answer, which is, who has directly measured the curvature of the Earth? And you said Eratosthenes. I said no. So back to the question, who has directly measured the curvature of the Earth? Anytime in history.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Okay, what did he do? What was
he went and he did the calculation that he learned in school.
What did he do so that we can know that there's drop over distance? Tell us the method.
I don't fucking know. What do I need to know?
I know you don't know. That's why I'm asking the question.
Yeah, but like I don't fucking know how cancer works, and I still believe in that.
Because of the fact that you're stating that the Earth has this curvature, but you have no knowledge on anybody who's directly measured this curvature of the Earth, as in drop over distance. Right? I would
how have you measured the curvature of the Earth or lack thereof?
That's not the question. That's not the question here. The question is your knowledge as your baseline knowledge as how it's been done. You have no idea. You have just a belief that someone's done that. You don't know it.
All right. So you hold yourself to the same standard.
All right. Yeah, it's fine. But listen, I'm not the one that's saying that the Earth is a globe, because I know that it's not.
What's your claim?
I don't have a claim.
So you're a coward.
I'm not a coward. I don't have a claim for the shape of the Earth. You do. All right. So second question. They're saying that the Earth is rotating, right, on its axis at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. These are very simple. You should know these. Who has directly measured this rotation, as in per the axial rotation, anytime in history?
Listen, man, I'm gonna bow out. You have a nice night. I love
you. Yeah. Believe me, this is what I love.
I feel like I'm being respected right now, so I'm gonna bow out. Love everyone else of you.
Later. Y'all come back now, you hear?
Where'd everybody go?
Here, but I'm just having fun in the. The claim stacking gets a bit monotonous, but sometimes you'll hear something silly and funny with these folks in here. Like everything has gravity, and gravity's the reason why the planets are spheres. So since everything has gravity, like we do, like you and me, we have gravity. So we should be spheres by that logic, right?
Are you on the Spherical Earth Discord right now?
What's that?
Oh, no, that's another channel that someone was in here earlier. I'm just wondering because I don't see any other activity about Globe Talk going on in here.
Oh, I'm in the Helio Cult convention and the lobby. I'm at the chats on here.
Okay. I'm going to mute my mic again. I'm here at work.
It's been pretty quiet for a while now. Nobody's been in here talking for a bit, but I've been keeping myself occupied in the chats.
How y'all doing?
Good, mate. Good. How you doing, man?
Bloody hell, this server's usually full of Americans talking absolute nonsense. Is anyone hungry for blood right now? Ball of blood?
I'll tell you what, if somebody's offering up some ball of blood, I'll have it.
Have you heard of a Discord name called Pick a Username?
No.
He's in Nathan Oakley's Ever After show right now. I was in there. He's claiming F equals MA.
Good for him.
I just thought, this place is pretty wild. There's usually quite a few rowdy Americans who are in here who are chomping at the bit. So I just thought I'd let you all know.
Yeah, no worries, man. Maybe if you go over there, you can let him know where all of the rowdy Americans are. Most of them are sat here right now. Although Miggy has popped out, it appears. Mayhem.
Well, I'll send Pick a Username this channel. I'm pretty sure he's aware of it. Good luck with him, mate. He's very stubborn.
Yeah, all ballers are, aren't they? That's fine. We like the stubborn types around here.
The thing is, the show today wasn't one of the best. There was a lot of arguments. It's a Monday. I've had a heavy day. Get back in. And I'm trying to go through Cavendish with him, and I'm being rumpused by a woman in there just like taking over.
Well, I've done a pull up 5 times today. Now I've got to just work on doing 2 pull ups in a sequence. Sorry, I'm excited about it. Because when I first got my pull up bar, I couldn't even do 1 pull up.
I just had a brief look in the FED science versus pseudoscience server. There's about, 8, 9 people in there, but yes, that gentleman, Picky Username, is definitely in there. I think he's being accosted by Jin CBR1 at the moment. So, yeah, I might pop over there, invite him over here, or see if one of you guys wants to jump in, and if the conversation falls apart, then maybe pull him over here if he wants to further his conversation. But Jin's got him at the moment. I'm happy with that.
Yeah, one thing was he's in the wrong room. You know what I mean? If he wants to debate, then come here. Come to this server. That's just a place for flat earthers to chat after the fact, after the show. So I think he knows about this place, and he probably just pretend he doesn't. All right, I'll pop back over. I'll direct message you this link. Ta-ra for now.
See you, my friend. Take care.
Hey, Jedi, there's some fun going on in the Helio Cult Convention chat. If you want to have a good laugh.
Yeah, I got that positive and that negative all the same freaking time.
Might have a scroll on by, see what's going on in the Helio Cultist channel.
I've been having a bit of fun in the other chats.
Oh, turned up.
Hey, that's right, Mike Power Swan. Absolutely.
Join discord.gg/flat earth and enter a VC check-in room and someone will come along to VC verify and get involved with the conversation about our Earth. Now we have time for a meeting with the real flat earthers.
Just let him talk. Let Bangladesh talk. So now you're on here. Looks like you were cognitive dissonance, but I went ahead and took you off of that so that you can come in here. Yoshi on steroids, are you there? This is your big moment. Go ahead and unmute.
What's up, Yoshi?
Well, you were talking this and that in the lobby. You have the ability to speak now. You can do so. Now you got nothing to say? It's up to you, man. Do you want to go back to Cogdis? Because I gave you VC verified so you can come in here and speak. If you're going to just be wasting time and not do that. Hello?
Pretty decent amount of chat history. You'd probably go in there and see if there's anything interesting. See good 34 pages. So there's a lot to say in the chat. But yeah, dude, chime in, bro. It's okay.
Yeah, Yoshi, chime in.
Have you been high up in a plane? One of the messages.
Hello.
Hey.
What's up?
No, I'm not muted anymore.
I know. So what was your position in the lobby saying that let him speak? Go ahead and tell
me. I just think that you should let him speak and not keep interrupting him. That's my opinion.
Why? Was he saying correct things?
Huh?
Was he saying correct things?
I don't know, because I wasn't listening.
Well, how the fuck are you going to interrupt then and say that you weren't listening? Now I'm going to get on your ass.
Everybody has the right to speak. What the hell?
What do you mean the right to speak? This ain't a democracy, fool.
Nonsense. You should have the right to speak, and you should let him speak whatever he says.
What the fuck do you think was happening when he was saying things that were incorrect? Think about it.
I don't care. You should let him speak.
You don't care.
Yes,
so this is a server according to Yoshi on steroids. Right? That's what this server's about. This server's about Yoshi on steroids dictating what needs to go on here. Well, Yoshi on steroids wants something to happen, so we gotta.
That's all you're doing. You're like shutting people up and then bring your arguments without letting them bring their arguments.
Also, you're moving your yapper. You're moving your yapper right now, and I'm shutting you up. Is that what I'm doing?
Listen to Bangladesh. He asked how you know that he's speaking nonsense, but you keep interrupting him anyways.
He's taking 5 right now. He's having a seat. He's already tired of trying to defend something he only has a belief in. Now we're looking to you. What do you have to bring to the table?
Well, you're quiet as fuck. I have to make you louder. What did you say?
What do you have to bring to the table?
Well, I just joined the voice chat to listen what other people have to say, but yeah.
All right. Well, you're here now, so you have your mic open. What do you think about the topic?
I think that Earth is a globe.
Okay, and why do you think that?
Because it's more realistic.
Okay,
a flat Earth is physically impossible, or like less possible.
I don't want to hear about your feelings. I don't care about your feelings. In what way?
Sorry, I was just amused by what he was saying within the first 5
seconds. Also, not everything in space. It's like a ball too, just like Earth. So why can't it be a ball too?
Okay, so everything in space.
Everything in space.
Everything in space. Yeah, that's my view. But you doesn't match with mine. That's why we cannot argue.
I mean, you can have. Listen, you can think whatever you want. I'm only asking for evidence, bro. That's it.
My floor is a light bulb because my ceiling has light bulbs.
What evidence do you have, Yoshi?
My verse.
Am I interrupting you? I'm asking what evidence you have. Just bring it. You have some evidence.
He said his words.
Stars,
Sorry,
moon, sun, everything.
Yeah.
What?
Okay.
So what do you think are sun and moon? What are they?
I'll tell you what. Let's start like this. If you're going to point at something, let's call it the moon, and because that seems circular to you, you're then going to assume that the thing that you're standing on is also circular too, or round. How would you prove this though? Because at the moment it just sounds like you're making declarations. That is a tree, so I must be a tree too. When you go to the forest, for example, that's how coherent this argument is. The thing is, how do you prove that this, the Earth, is like that, the moon? You can't just declare it is, because one thing is looking like a circle, so the thing you are on must be too. You have to prove it, sunshine. You can't just declare things, otherwise you sound like a religious idiot, standing on the floor and making declarations. How do you prove it is our question.
Well, do you have pictures of a flat Earth from like the third person? Like not only that is no curvature, but an actual pic of a flat Earth. Do you have that?
Okay, so what you're saying is you believe the Earth is a ball because of pictures taken from space.
Like that, yeah. But do you have like a model of a flat Earth, an actual model?
No. 2 seconds on what you just said. So, can you verify pictures from a place that you can't go to?
You can go.
Can you? Can you go to a place that doesn't exist?
Oh, shit, he said you can go there, Jedi. So obviously, I guess we can go.
And that's what I mean. I'm saying that space exists, but you say that space doesn't exist. That's why our
do you want to know? Do you want to know? Do you want to know why?
Argue because you have different beliefs and different facts.
Listen. Do you want to know why we don't believe in the second law of thermodynamics violation you call a vacuum of space? It's not just because we see pictures and go, it's because the vacuum of space violates natural law. Do you know what natural laws are? Things that apply always.
Why don't you believe in the vacuum?
Because you can't have gas pressure, the thing that's keeping you alive at the moment, in an open system, which they declare the Earth to be. If the Earth was an open system, we wouldn't have gas pressure because there's nothing to press upon. And the gas, according to entropic law, would increase and disperse into the vacuous space. Because that's how natural laws work in the physical and natural world. What
gas
you're
pressure
going to
exists.
Yes, we have gas pressure. Do you know what the necessary antecedent to gas pressure is?
You don't need a container for that.
Oh, see, but you do understand that when very quickly, you do understand that when I do put gas into a container, the consequence of that gas is under pressure, right? You understand that, yeah?
Yes, but there's no gravity in a canister.
Okay.
Like, listen.
No.
There's the Earth core, the center of Earth.
You're just going to make stories again. I'm going to get you down to the proof of your story, and you're now going to have to give me a scientific experiment that proves gravity, or at least point to the phenomena where your assertion of gravity is actually affecting gas. Can you do that?
Hold on. Can I explain to you how Earth has Earth pressure without being a container?
No, you have to answer his question. He asked you a question, and you have to answer it. That's how this works.
What was his question?
You didn't fucking pay attention, dude. Listen.
No, my mom came into my room.
All right, well, restate it, Jedi.
All right, so first of all, you're going to give us a scientific experiment that proves gravity, or you can at least point to the phenomena where your assertion of gravity affects gas. Which directions?
Basically attracting things to the ground or to the middle.
Awesome. That's brilliant. So gravity's the direction downwards, yeah? I drop a rock, it goes. Awesome. Which way does gas go?
It also goes down because it's attracted by gravity.
Does it go sideways? Does it go up? Does it go in all directions? Is that what gas does? Does gas go in all directions, does it?
Well, it depends. If the air is like closer to the Earth core, it goes down.
Dude, you do understand that the gases of the Earth are produced within the mass of the Earth, the trees and on the surface level, and their first instinct is to fucking go away from the thing that you're still keeping them there. Do you know what the inverse square law is? Further away from mass, gravity decreases, my friend.
What?
Yeah, you don't know what the inverse square law is. Right, let's do this even more simply. You understand wind goes in all directions, but gravity is just a vector downwards. Therefore, you don't have an observable phenomena to start your science with, even if I gave you fucking gravity. Meh.
Then explain to me why air pressure is on the ground higher than in high air. Like
that's called a gas pressure gradient. To achieve a gas pressure gradient, you must first have gas pressure, which requires a container. You can have a gas pressure gradient when you impart energy, let's call that heat, into the system. That's easily.
Wait, hold on. A container doesn't have a center with gravity pulling the air towards it.
You don't even have. Hold on. You don't even have gravity at the moment, mate. We're talking about the necessary requirement for gas to be under pressure is the thing that it presses upon. That will be the container, and why it's in the fucking word, pressure. Because the gas needs to press upon something physical, like a tire on the ball. And the consequence of that physical pressing is the gas is now under pressure in that contained volume. If you remove the container...
Like that because you don't believe in the gravity.
Shall I tell you why? Shall I tell you why? Because I've asked you 5 times at least to give me a scientific experiment that proves gravity. You've got nowhere near that. And I've just ruined your argument because gravity doesn't affect gas even when I give it to you. There you go. You can have gravity. That's why the rocks fall.
Gas has mass, and everything with mass is attracted by gravity.
Excellent. Show me gas attracting gas then.
What?
Show me gas, which is mass, attracting gas, which is mass. Show me gas attracting gas. And you do remember that the gases are produced here at surface level, and I told you that they go up into the sky away from the mass that is said to be attracting it to them. So, no, there's no observable phenomena when we're talking about gases being attracted to big things. The only way that you can stop gas is by physically containing it. The gas has hit something in front of it and then has an elastic collision and goes in another direction until it reaches the limitation of its volume. If you uncontain the gas, what happens to uncontained gas, my friend? Does it fuck off? It fucks off.
Uncontained gas bursts out, but only if it doesn't is attracted by gravity.
Awesome. Bro, so, 8th time, sorry, you are now going to at least give me a scientific experiment that proves gravity.
I don't have a scientific experiment, bro.
Oh, okay. Well, let me tell you, there isn't one. You know the mass attracting mass? That was superseded by Einstein. There's no experiment that proves mass attracting mass.
He's having an issue because he's grabbing the word gravity. He read the word on a book, right? Gravity does things, right? So he's using this word, these letters, and he's picking it from the book and saying, "Hey guys, gravity does things." But he thinks that's all he needs. That word say gravity. But sir, you have to provide an example of the cause and effect relationship that will bring you to the conclusion that that word means something and it does stuff, right?
Okay, can I have like streaming perms that I can show to you on Paint?
It's not exactly, but my point is that you can't just say one word and say this word does stuff. You can't do that, sir. That's not.
We don't screen share in the live stream. Just so you know, not one person has that ability.
Okay, so if you can share a link.
You can share a link, and we will look at it.
We're also looking for a real world example as well.
I mean, let's put it like this. No, you're fine. Let's put it like this. And we're trying to help you, if anything, by asking you the question to provide the scientific experiment that proves gravity, because you should, through your own research, be really pissed off if you don't find one. There isn't a scientific experiment that proves gravity, my friend.
Can I at least show you a sketch? Can I make a sketch and send it to somebody?
Oh, we're going to use drawings? We're not going to use like real world experiments?
Only to add, I will find it interesting because Neil deGrasse Tyson, communicator for the mainstream science communicator,
will say, I don't know what is gravity, but you will tell me now that you know. But science communicator will say that he doesn't know. Why?
I just want to show you a sketch of what I mean, I'm saying.
I'm asking you this question.
We know what you're saying, brother. We know what you're saying. We're looking for a real-world demonstration of what you're saying. We know what you mean.
Not a sketch. A real-world demonstration. We know what they said gravity was. We know that. We're looking for a real-world experiment.
Well, I think the gas pressure gradient is enough. Like when you're on the ground.
Sorry.
Let me talk.
No, sorry. You can't point at the sky and declare the claim, which is the sky, to now be the proof for that claim. The proof and the claim can't be the same thing. So you can't just raise your arm to the sky.
If you are just about to say a gas pressure gradient and then we have a vacuum, you are talking about an entropy decrease, which is a violation of laws of nature. Entropy increases, gas disperses in all directions and disperses into lower pressure environments. What you're going to say is eventually the gas doesn't do that. There's a decrease in entropy. You're going to have to provide a physical demonstration of a decrease in entropy and wait your Nobel Prize in physics. Because it can't be achieved.
Gas has mass, so it's being held by gravity. And when it's closer to the Earth middle point, then there's also more air molecules. So that means
how many times are you going to say
higher pressure because there's more air molecules.
Where's the gas produced, and why are you so surprised there's more gas closer to where the gas produced as in further away from it? Why are you so surprised that there's more gas down here where the gas is produced? At surface level, within the trees, within the biological and chemical cycles of the earth upon which you stand. Why are you
saying that gas would all go into lower pressure zones? So
no, what we're saying is hold on. Again, that's a declaration. You're going to have to prove it with a scientific experiment. But I'm going to tell you for what happens to be the 10th fucking time now that gravity is just down and gas expands in all directions. In actual fact, gravity isn't even mentioned in the second law of thermodynamics. It's never mentioned in any laws to do with gas behavior because we understand how gas behaves. It doesn't go away from a big thing, let's call it the mass of the earth, and get homesick and decide to come back. That's what you're saying. The gas gets far away from the earth, where the vacuum is, where it should disperse into, where there should be an increase in entropy according to laws of nature. But you think the gas stops and comes back because the thing it left behind was big? You're an idiot. Surely you must understand that that's ridiculous to suggest it, my friend.
No.
Say gravity. Good. Say gravity again. Then give me the scientific experiment for it.
I don't have a scientific experiment for it because I just came here without preparing anything.
That's fine. Well, let me take you through it. The mass attracting mass thing that you've been talking about was superseded over 108 years ago. The Newtonian gravity, the one that Newton himself didn't want to be associated with because he called it a magic at a distance. It was laughable. Then Einstein comes along and supersedes that idea, which was laughable, that Newton didn't want to be associated with, and came up with the bending and warping of space-time, a mathematical concept. Now, you must understand that they didn't prove the first one. They went on to something else, and they didn't scientifically prove it. They mathed it on a presupposition that the Earth was already a ball in space. So there's no scientific experiment that proves gravity, my friend.
Okay.
That's a shame.
Then what is the stuff holding us back down when we jump? That is the gravity, but what is it?
No.
Okay, explain.
If you couldn't answer with gravity, okay, so if a person jumps up into the air and they fall back down, you're gonna say gravity, right? But there's another answer. So if I strip your gravity answer away from you, there is another answer. What's the answer for why when we jump up and come back down to the earth, why does that happen?
Yeah, why does it happen? I'm asking that to you.
Not using gravity. How does that happen?
It pulls you back down. Simple.
No.
So what do you think? Do you think it's a magical force or something?
No, I don't think. No, I don't. You think it's a magical force. We don't believe in the pseudoscience of gravity. Okay.
Then explain it to me. How do you come back
The
down?
reason that we fall back down to Earth is because we're more dense than the air.
Let's just take a look at your beliefs for a moment. You have two underlying beliefs here. One is that you should float away, and two is that something's pulling you down. So those are two underlying ideas that you should probably address. If you took those two ideas away, that's what he's trying to say. Take those two ideas away, and what's happening? You can't fly. What's so hard about that?
Yeah, you can fly. That's a fact. But if gravity doesn't exist,
You're adding extra ideas on. You're adding extra ideas on. Well, I can't fly, but I should be able to. But something is stopping me. So you just have extra ideas you need to peel away, and you'll realize that maybe nothing's really happening, and you just can't fly.
It's cool.
Yeah, so if you jump off a skydiving board into the water, right? You jump off, right? And you say, hey, this is proof of gravity, right? I'm falling down to the earth, right? And then you hit the water, and then you float back up to the top. Where's gravity?
Right. Scientifically speaking, the only thing that we can determine within science is relative density. So, for example, I've got a fish tank and it's full of water, and I've got a boiled egg. I drop the boiled egg into the bottom of the fish tank full of water, and it stays at the bottom. I impart salt into the water, make the water denser, and guess what happens to the egg? It rises. Scientifically, being as I've only varied and manipulated the medium which the egg resided in, I made it denser, then that is the cause. So, in a scientific experiment, we can't vary and manipulate gravity to see if it has the presumed effect. You can just assert it based on your presupposition that we live on the ball and this is the mechanism that keeps you down to the earth. But scientifically speaking, in an experiment, it's relative density because we can only vary and manipulate that. Do you know what a scientific experiment is?
It's an experiment that proves things.
Yeah, exactly. Basically, we see a phenomena in the physical and natural world, something happening, and we want to figure out what the cause of that happening is. So it's a cause and effect relationship. So in science, when it comes down to gravity, being as we can't vary and manipulate gravity, well, it's not gravity then. Being as the only thing that we can vary and manipulate is me and you jumping off of fucking buildings, or the egg in water, just for example, it's relative density. That's all we can science.
We can replicate that too.
Unless you want to give me some... And again, you keep saying mass attracting mass. That's the old idea, 108 years out of date, superseded by Einstein, general relativity, bending and warping of space-time. So the reason you don't fly away is because of the disturbance of the fabric of space-time because of the mass of the Earth. I'm just catching you up with your own scientific rhetoric because you seem to be, like I said, 108 years out of date, and we get it because this is what we were all educated, but it's not true. When they make a claim, they should provide evidence for it. There isn't evidence for it according to the scientific method. That's not us being belligerent and, you know, just wanting to hand wave shit because it doesn't comport with our beliefs. There's no scientific experiment for it, so what should we fucking do? Just believe stories? No, there's no evidence for it. Fuck them. So when we talk about gas dispersing into the vacuum of space, there's no gravity that's been proven. There's no decrease in entropy. So the vacuum of space, according to natural law, can't exist. You know, Jupiter, a giant ball of gas in a vacuum uncontained, that shouldn't exist because you're not stupid. You know that to contain gas, you need a football. And if you take the football away, the gas fucks off. So Jupiter's a giant ball of gas in a vacuum.
Jupiter is a huge mass of gas, and gas, of course, has mass. So if there's a huge ball of gas, it becomes it has gravity then.
You don't know what entropy is.
Show us one demonstration that proves gravity is real. Just one.
You don't know what entropy is, do you, mate?
Nah, English is not my first language, so
that's not a problem. I'll help you with it. What happens to a hot cup of coffee if I leave it alone?
It cools down.
Exactly. What happens when I burst a tire to the high pressure inside?
The gas bursts out.
Awesome. So this is a direction. It doesn't reverse, as in the hot cup of coffee doesn't get hotter, and the low pressure doesn't go into the tire. That's stupid. That's not how the world works. So being as we understand how the world works, according to entropy...
Because a huge amount of pressure is being released for a short time.
Oh dear. You do understand that everything you just said violates laws of nature. Gas expands. It doesn't stay still because there's lots of gas.
Yeah, that's what I said. It expands, but not forever.
Well, hold on. Forever until it reaches the limitation of its volume. That would be the container that it's in.
If it were in a vacuum, it would go on forever. Which is why it doesn't make sense that we would have gas on Earth if we were next to a vacuum. It would suck it all off. It would fuck off, as Chris so politely says.
Yep. It's not, I mean, you might think it's just us flat earthers because we don't understand something or we have a belief that we can't let go of. No, these are laws of nature that always apply. And when we talk about gravity, there's no scientific experiment for it. So what do? Do we just believe what we're told to believe, or do we test the physical natural world, see how the physical natural world works, and understand that you can't have a vacuum of space?
And you know that it's a law because it's always true.
But if you don't think that gravity is real, how do sun and moon float? Do you even know what sun and moon are?
No, but neither do you. You just believe a story that fireball is in the vacuum of space, that Jupiter is an uncontained ball of gas in a vacuum, and that's fine for you, even though that violates natural law. But no, I don't know what the sun is, I don't know what the moon is, I don't know what the sky is made out of. All we know is the claim violates laws of nature, so can't be real.
And you do understand, we're not going to replace the lie that you were told with another lie. If we knew the truth, we would tell you the truth, but we don't know. So, and we're okay with that. But we know how to test what we're being told, and what we're being told is not adding up.
The reason why we're spending so much time on this is because pretty much every single piece of evidence that you think proves the Earth to be a ball comes from an authority that you can't verify and comes from a place that doesn't exist. To you and to me, to Mayhem and to everybody else in the server, the Earth appears to us to be flat and stationary, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you've never seen curvature of the Earth with your own eyes. It's only been provided to you by an authority, right?
Because I've never been that high to actually see a curvature.
Okay, but you've heard the arguments that I can't see that boat because the curve of the Earth is in the way when I go down to the beach.
What, you mean the boat sinking behind the horizon?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, it goes away because it vanishes under the curvature, like that you cannot see, but in the other direction, so you know.
Okay, so left to right curvature we can't see, but down here on the beach, when I observe a boat with my binoculars, the curvature of the Earth I can now see. So you're saying that curvature, that horizon is physical, yes?
Yeah.
Awesome. So that would mean if we're on a ball with 3,959 miles for radius value, then the horizon, if it was physical, should be at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So if I'm a 1 foot observer, the calculation is the square root of 1 is 1, we all know that, and 1 times 1.225 is, well,
wait,
1.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I know, I went a bit quick.
You're saying too much at a time.
That's fine. You understand maths exists, right?
Math?
Yes.
Yes.
Awesome, and we can use it to figure out things about geometric shapes, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. If we know the size of a ball, then we can figure out where the geometric horizon should be for an observer standing on that curved surface, yeah?
Yeah.
Awesome. So if we know the size of the ball, Earth, 3,959 miles, then the calculation to figure out where the geometric horizon should be for that observer is 1.25 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So for an observer at 1 foot, the square root of 1 is 1. So 1 times 1.225 is 1.225. That means for an observer at 1 foot above the surface of water, the geometric horizon must be 1.2 miles away. You understand that? Yes, no, maybe so.
Would you like a video? Would you like a video to help explain it?
If it's not that long.
It's like a minute long. Let me find it real quick. Go ahead, keep talking.
That's fine. In the live stream voice text, if you're in that text room, can you tell me when you see the observation of the 2 oil rigs, please?
Wait, what chat?
Live stream.
I don't think he has VC verified. I think he's got the roles.
Oh, dear me.
I'm
working on it right now.
Thank you.
Speaking about time, it's getting late. It's already like it's 9:30, and I really have to go because I have other stuff to do. So thanks for actually talking nice to me. Like the people last time I argued with, they were like not that good. I appreciate that, and although you did not change my opinion, I still appreciate that you argued with me.
Cool. You can still believe in gravity even though it's scientific, not my friend. That's fine.
Only
I will research about gravity.
Sorry to add one thing. You are going in the right moment. This was the moment to show you something. Now you will go. You will not see that moment. Next time when you come,
I can look at it.
Okay,
I can look at the video later.
Okay, good.
Take care. Have a good one. Bye.
Yoshi, take care, man. Sleep.
All right, thanks, man.
Off the bed.
I'm gonna research about gravity and then show you my results.
Yeah. Come back with that gravity and we'll talk about it, mate.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Watch out for the spin of the Earth when you sleep, man. Take care.
Wear your spacesuit so the meteors don't hit you on the head.
Oh, you guys didn't convince me. Oh well. I want to. Oh well. That was the same story, man. No, you didn't convince me. It didn't sound like cool enough for me to accept it.
The way that.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say the way that conversation should have ended was it should have been y'all are making a whole lot of sense and it's really hurting my brain and I need to go. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. It doesn't have to be. I mean,
it's like
it is what it is. It do what it is.
It's like, hey,
yeah. So
hey,
I
didn't have any scientific evidence.
Just
can y'all hear me?
Repeat the claim over and over and over.
Or is the bot? Oh, it's the bot.
Sorry, buddy. The conversation finished. We were just going to start taking it apart, man. So, yeah, good timing. Good to see you, Elijah.
Good morning, guys, or good afternoon, or good evening. Yeah, I was like, why would he leave like right then? It's like, I know I didn't have any scientific evidence, so I'm going to go have a nice nappy nap and have my sippy cup and sleep all comfortably, even though I couldn't prove anything to flat earthers in 2023 or 2022, whenever the conversation was.
That was just a couple that might have been within the last 2 weeks, mate. I remember it pretty clearly, so it happened pretty recently.
Yeah. He said he was like 9:30 p.m. where he was at. So about that time, a lot of young people do go to sleep, and have, a lot of people do go to sleep around that time. So that's a possibility, because they wake up early. Many of the young people wake up like a freaking 5:30, 6 in the morning. 9:30, definitely time to sleep. 9 p.m., 9:30, definitely.
Just as the hammer was about to come down on him, he made his exit. I think you could feel the frustration definitely within myself and throughout the room, but yeah, he definitely took his leave just before the knife went in. But I enjoyed that conversation with him. I don't like listening generally back to myself in conversations. It's only something that I've done whilst sitting in here waiting for something else to happen. I come on.
So it's good for me to kind of be really critical of the way that I approach things and so on. But I really enjoyed that conversation with that guy. Really did. He didn't have anywhere to go. And eventually, as we were just about to take away the curvature of the earth away from him, then he had to make his leap. But still a really good conversation. I did enjoy it. Maybe we'll get some more conversations at some point within the next few hours. But one of the things I did take away from that conversation, and I'd take it away a lot, especially because we're talking about gravity, for example, especially gravity, because it is a claim to a cause and effect relationship. So it's not just because we're flat earthers, we're ignorant or have some kind of religious belief. It's because when we compare the scientific method to anything that they've claimed as scientific evidence for gravity, it just doesn't follow that method. It falls apart. In actual fact, one of them is mathematics based and not science. So it's not just because we're flat earthers. It's because we just have a general understanding that, really sorry, there is no scientific experiment that proves gravity. I don't know what you want us to do.
I have to say, me coming from a Spanish background and actually starting to learn a different language, most of the original information that I got in the English language was from the news, from the TV, right? So I had that perspective when I was learning. I was maybe watching some video, some movies, and reading in English the movie, whatever subtitles, and then reading things about space and documentary. So the perspective that was painted for me in the English language was very propaganda. There was a lot of propaganda into thinking and having a mindset that the earth is a globe and that's how things work and that's how it is and the global this and the global that. And in reality, since I wasn't able to hear conversation like this ones, word by word, what words actually mean in the real each level, like in relation to reality. If you don't see that, if you don't hear that side, then the other side is just a belief that is gonna get stronger and stronger and stronger. If it's not pointed out and the actual information is not being looked at or presented, I'm just saying, I see that happening with a lot of people. I learned the globe in Spanish and English. It's a double indoctrination.
I mean, hats off for you for knowing two languages, man. I just know the English bit. So being as you know two languages, hats off to you. But you're right, double indoctrination. Absolutely. And I can understand you get a lot of English propaganda or British or American propaganda that's said in English or dubbed into English or translated into English because it's just a common language. Especially in America, it's either one or the other, right? But yeah, double indoctrination.
Yeah, that's my point. Thanks. Since there's no new people to ask questions, I remember when I was pretty young asking questions to the teachers, and they always had an answer for that frame. You know, you're in the class, everything. This is how it works, and that's what I see. That's what I learned. That's what I hear. That's what I knew.
Not necessarily blame the teachers, right? Because they're just happy to be educating children with stuff that they know. Yeah, they might be prideful and stuff, but hey, I've got kids, and before I was a flat earther, pointing at the sun and telling them what the moon was and all look at that star was something I kind of enjoyed doing, because you have a little bit of background knowledge and you like seeing the kind of fascination and amazement on children's faces. I guess it's hard for a teacher because they're indoctrinated too. They've gone to a university to pass a course because they've got so much trust in the world, because they want to go and teach other kids what the world is teaching other kids. That's fine, because people do that. They go to university to better themselves. Let's say they go there to learn more knowledge because they want to find out more about the world. Well, where'd you go? You go to university, right? And if you want to teach, well, you go to university. So you can't be too mad with the teachers when they turn around to the kids and say, hey, look, we know the Earth is a spinning ball because a long time ago, according to the story, ancient Greeks couldn't see the bottoms of boats. And that's how the story goes, kids. Kumbaya. And it's part of growing up, isn't it? It's part of a teacher's kind of right or privilege to explain the world to children. It's kind of wonderful how they've wrapped this all up. This fucking bastardized system where we are literally killing each other, misinforming each other, lying to each other, thinking that we're telling each other the truth.
Plus, as well, we said it the other day, like education is the definition of education is the process of receiving or giving systematic instruction, especially at school or university. So it's instructions. It's not knowledge or wisdom. It's just instructions. Education. People think of education when you say you're educated, like you've just been bombarded with instructions and a set of rules to remember. There's nothing good about education.
But then when that's when the mind comes in, and the knower, the one with the first-hand knowledge, that information, that education can be passed down in relation to reality, and it will kind of give a map to the people that are receiving the information, and then they can try for themselves and verify it. But if the information and the input into the knower is just bad information 24/7, bad information that has nothing to do with reality, just fantasy stuff, that's the information that the receiver, the knower, is receiving, then you might have some misconceptions about reality that he hasn't verified, right?
That's what I'm saying. So the most people, when they listen to somebody say, "Oh, that guy's really well educated," the normal Joe Blogs on the street will think, "Oh, he's well educated," but it just means he's been well, systematically informed of things to remember. It doesn't mean people have the wrong idea of education. It isn't what it means. They think it means something else, but if you look at the definition of education, it's nothing to do with knowledge or wisdom or truth.
You can also have, like you're saying, the information of the system in place. You can have systems are effective if you need a community, if you need some people to learn certain tasks. You teach them how to do it by doing it, right? By doing the operation, being the operator, the knower, and firsthand, and you go ahead and do it in reality because that's how things work. And then you can have the theory, put it on books as a reference so people can see what other people do in a more in a data-taking receptive way. You can sit down and read a lot of information about many places of the world and how they do economics and how they do medicine here, and see many topics, taking the information in, and then whatever you want to verify, you go ahead and verify it. And that the information is not wrong. It's not bad. It's not a bad thing that we can educate each other about things. That's not a bad thing. It's the type of information that is being passed down.
Education. We don't need no thought control.
No, that's different. There is categories. There is functionality of things, and then category of things. The one that certain knowledge on certain things you can acquire by immediate experience, right? You can acquire it by that. And then there are references of information that you can have on a book, or you can have on the internet on a screen, and you can share and have information look at information based on that. And that I don't think that's just not just wrong in principle. It's the information that is being passed down that is bad, not the system itself. You can use the system for good things, just like this one right here, Discord.
container.
Matthew, who measured curvature?
The globe answer is that nobody has directly measured it, but assuming the globe, you can calculate it like Eratosthenes did with sticks and shadows.
Well, there you have it, folks, from the horse's mouth. What more do you need?
Yeah, if I assume you're a woman, I can calculate your breast size too.
By directly measuring it, I mean nobody slapped a ruler up against it and said, okay, that's how much it's curving, because the ruler would have to be like 10 miles long.
Nobody ever directly measured or observed it. They just assumed it and went ahead and reified their fantasy. You got it.
Who measured? Have to be a ruler. It's your claim.
Who measured
however you
axe rotation, Matthew?
Axial rotation, Bob Nodell did with his ring laser, and also you can use a Foucault pendulum to show that it slowly rotates on its axis. And the other, I mean, the biggest thing is that you just look at the stars and they rotate, and they're so far away that we assume that they're still, and it's us that's rotating.
How do you know that any of those things are due to the Earth rotating?
I'm sorry, I'm just giving the globe answer.
Okay.
If you want to talk about the specifics, I'd be happy.
Well, that's not the globe answer. The globe answer is not that. The globe answer doesn't say that Bob Nodell measured it.
Yeah, just, come on, Matthew. Come on, dude. You can't say you're a non-slimy, honest person. And the globe answer is a flat earth or proved earth rotation. Stop the cap.
Isn't that awesome, though? They never had any proof of the Earth rotation until Bob Nodell came along and accidentally...
Who's this guy, Bob Nodell?
He was this guy who accidentally showed a 15 degree per hour rotation with his fancy $20,000 gyroscope. It's in the Netflix documentary called Behind the Curve.
Yeah, so the globe proof is on Netflix. Apparently made by flat earthers. Yeah, good one.
It's another affirming the consequence, too. Like, you're looking at an effect and then you're just declaring the cause, right? You don't know what actually causes the drift, do you, Matthew?
What I mean, I think it's rotation. So what do you mean?
You think so, right? But how do you know that?
It fits with everything else. So I think it's true.
It fits with everything else. But when was rotation itself directly demonstrated? Is that something it fits with?
Yeah, and just to address that,
is that something it fits with? A direct demonstration of the rotation that you assume in the first place?
I mean, I think.
Hey, I want to point something out, just so no one's
No, I've gone through this again and again and again. What I see is not flat.
You know, it's interesting. You can think in 3D, but you're living in 2D.
So you don't see see a curved horizon left to right.
Yeah, I've got an image of it. Yeah, but that's not how I came to be a globe. I didn't.
When you go to the beach, you see a curve left to right on the horizon.
Maybe I haven't thought about it like that. So maybe next time I go, I'll think about it and go, yeah, maybe I do see it like that. Maybe I'll squint a bit harder and look a bit.
But okay, but when you've just seen it, you haven't seen the curve. You would have to squint hard to see the curve, meaning you default just see it as a flat line.
No, I don't see it as either.
But you don't see it as flat or curved
with timber. Have either of you guys built anything with timber?
Oh, no. Wait, we're talking about the horizon, not building with timber.
So when I look at a piece of timber, I can look at that piece of timber and go, that looks kind of flat and that looks really square. And then when I get my square out and measure it, it doesn't fit. So what I do is I assume neither.
But you just
I assume that the timber might be flat, but I should check it.
You said you don't see the horizon as flat or curved.
Yes.
So what do you see it as?
Oh no, the left to right, I don't see as flat or curved.
Yeah, what do you see it as, left to right?
I see it as neither.
Yeah, so how do you see it?
Neither. I see it as something that I can't measure accurately enough to determine whether it's flat or curved.
But does it look flat or curved?
It's the same way, I'll look at a piece of timber and I'll go, I can't tell if that's warped or not.
But so if you can't tell that it's warped, then it just looks flat.
No, that just means it isn't warped very much. It isn't curved very much.
So it looks flat to you, not warped?
No, it looks like neither. It looks like something that I wouldn't be able to tell.
So it doesn't look flat.
How do you not understand
look
this?
Curved. What does it look like? Not flat, not curved.
Neither.
Yeah.
Neither.
So what does
not
that
everything's
look like?
a false dichotomy.
If you were to draw neither on a piece of paper, what would that look like?
Do I have a ruler?
Yeah, you can have a ruler if you want, but then that would lean towards flat, wouldn't it?
Exactly. If I have a ruler, it's flat. And if I take a ruler out to the horizon, as the images that I posted before show, the horizon will be curved.
No. When you take a ruler and you
so
put it up
it's
to the
something
horizon,
that's indistinguishable until you measure.
Flat. We're not talking about
no, I gave images.
Dogs.
Do you have any images that show
your eyeballs?
Do you have any images that are of
no? We're talking about how you
measured with a square or
horizon in reality,
yeah.
right? So
I've told you I experience it as indeterminate. In the same way I experience timber is indeterminate.
No. I'm asking about the horizon, not timber.
Do you think saying no, and then repeating the same thing that I've answered again is like?
No, but you haven't answered it.
Answer?
You haven't answered it because
I have answered it.
It can't be.
Yes, because you presented a false dichotomy. Do you know?
Dogs, I'm just going to mute you for a second because listen, I know you find it upsetting for some reason to acknowledge observable reality, but you can't say the horizon is neither curved nor flat and give no explanation on what the hell you're talking about. It has to be one of them. Is it curved or is it flat, left to right, to your eyeballs when you go to the beach?
That is what is called a false dichotomy, where you have presented two
What's the third option?
And there's a possible. The third option is that you cannot determine with your eyesight.
You can't determine what?
Whether it's flat or curved using your eyesight.
You don't believe your senses, is that what you're saying?
Of course I don't believe my senses. I believe them up to a point, but again, if I look at a piece of timber, I can't tell if that timber is 2 inches or 2.148 inches. So I need a measuring device.
That's great. Sir, that's a great point, because none of us...
Don't call me sir, be a big boy. We're all adults here. I'm not some, professor that you need to acknowledge with sir. Just say hi or g'day.
send in the clowns.
Discord.gg/flatearth.
Open people's minds up. It just allows them to be more open.
If you guys don't mind, I'm gonna just invite a new person that's joined our group right now. Just real quick.
Go right ahead.
All right, we got Donald C that just joined our group. Donald C, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Are you there?
Oh my. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You're coming in.
Yes, I'm here.
So
hello.
Just real quick, Donald, and we like to introduce new people to our forum. What brings you by? Like, what link did you click on that you found here? How did you find us? And then tell us what your position is on the topic that we have with the server, the shape of the earth.
I think the Earth is an oblate spheroid. Also, I heard about you guys from FTFE and MC Tune and the other debunkers and stuff.
Ah, excellent. And we also, in case you, just before you engage or whatever, if you want to know, we have a debate forum here called The Arena. And if you ever want to do that, you could schedule. We already have one scheduled, debate scheduled between Kosho and Jim Waterworld. So if you do want to have a debate that's scheduled, let us know with any one of us in here that are a part of the server, and we'll oblige. But that being the case, I just want to open up the floor to any questions that you might want to ask, and then maybe perhaps some conversation we want to engage with you on. So go ahead, Donald.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I don't really have any questions. I'm just curious about what's going on in the server. I mean, I see the debates online on YouTube between you guys and the debunkers and stuff, but I've never actually been in engaged. I'm curious.
Well, welcome to the fray, and so may God have mercy on your soul.
I'm an atheist too.
Whoa, okay, that's a wallop. Is anybody? Because I don't know. I guess from the standpoint of it being an oblate spheroid, if you don't have any questions, we do have some for you. How about that?
Sure. I'll see what I can do about answering some of those questions.
Sounds great. Okay, so what evidence do you have to provide that the Earth is an oblate spheroid?
I've personally measured the circumference of the planet.
Sounds great. I'm going to give you some rolls here before you continue. I'm going to give you Globe Earth roll, if that's fine.
Yeah, fine.
And I'm also going to give you Link's permission. So in the live stream voice text, which you can probably now see, make sure that you post all relevant information there so that we can address you in that text channel.
Sure.
I give you Link's permission. So now you can go ahead and post any relevant information there. And also we're going to post relevant information there as well. So oblate spheroid, you're going to put some demonstrations up because you said you've actually measured it.
Yeah, it was like 20 years ago, but I don't have any it was 20 years ago. I don't have anything left from that.
You don't have any information to post in live stream voice text?
Well, not about me personally measuring the circumference, no.
But you just finished saying you did, right? Didn't you just say
20 years? Yeah, 20 years ago.
Could you tell us what you did?
Did you forget the method? Like you don't know what you did?
No, I did the same thing as Eratosthenes.
Oh, and run us through real quick exactly what locations we're talking about, so we can just kind of get a gist of what you did.
Well, my first measurement I took from around DFW area in Texas, and then I had a buddy from Oklahoma who did a measurement from his latitude.
Where was your buddy at?
Oklahoma City.
So Oklahoma City to what was the other place in Texas?
DFW, Texas.
DFW. Mm-hmm. Okay. And what did you guys get from that shadow measurement there?
I got within 8% of the claimed radius, and he got within 10%.
Okay.
So you got the wrong answer then, and you saw you got the right answer.
I didn't get the exact answer because I was using large margin for error equipment.
Equipment.
It was a stick and shadow.
What type of equipment were you using, Donald?
A stick and a shadow, and taking an angle.
What was he using?
Same thing. We did it the same way as Eratosthenes did.
Okay.
But he didn't actually measure curve, though, did he? He assumed it.
Well, he only had the one measurement. We had two. Once you have two, it makes it much more clear.
Yeah, good, Wolfgang, if you want to take point.
No, sorry. Well, maybe you go on. Unless you want me to.
Okay, so if anybody wants to take point of this convo, and if not, I'll go ahead and continue.
I took measurements about 20 years. I took measurements about a year ago, and I assumed presuppositions, reverse engineered Texas sharpshooter, that we lived on a stationary plane, and I did sticks and shadows too, and I got the exact same thing as that Greek guy 2,300 years ago, if he even lived. So I got measurements very close to you, and I went in assuming that we lived on a stationary plane, but you went in thinking we were on a spinning space ball. Is that correct?
I didn't make any assumptions. I just took an angle to the sun and measured it, and my buddy took an angle from the sun and measured it, and then we compared, and it came up with a curve.
And if I have a close and local sun, I will get the exact same measurements as you did.
Not on a flat plane. Doesn't matter where the sun is.
I know. On a close and local sun, just as the Greek guy 2,300 years ago that somehow by camel made it to his buddy 500 miles away. If I have a close and local sun on a stationary plane, I get the exact same measurements. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, sure. Whenever you measure anything on a...
Aristotle's measured could be explained by a flat Earth.
Just if you only have the one measurement, but we took two.
I took two. I doubled.
Hang on, I was just responding to the recording thing. I wanted to say the other thing too. Shit. Now, whoever played the thing made me forget what the question was that you asked. I apologize.
You don't want to hear that he has a.
Assumption. Oh, the flat. Okay, so with the
only one break. You don't want to hear that he repeated also 2-3 times. That doesn't matter.
No, I remembered. I don't need anybody to repeat anything. I remembered it.
But that doesn't matter.
Okay.
No, let him get his thing out.
Okay, doesn't matter.
On a flat plane, if you take an angle to the sun and then you move a distance away, it will not have the same angle as if you were on a globe and took an angle measurement and then moved a distance away and took another angle measurement.
Have you ever tried to do that, assuming a stationary plane and not assuming a ball?
I didn't make any assumptions. I just made the measurements. But yes, I did it both ways. Whenever I plotted it out, I did it on a flat plane and on a curved surface.
20 years ago, when you and your buddy, one in DFW and the other one in Oklahoma City, did your little test.
You can call him Jason if you want. That's
Jason. When you went into the test, Donald, with Jason, did you have any assumptions that you lived on a spinning space ball?
Well, no. I just took an angle measurement to the sun. That's all I did.
Now be honest now. 20 years ago, you may have been, 15, 20, 25, 30 years old, something like that?
I was 20.
Okay, so you would have had 15 years of indoctrination since kindergarten. When you walked in, you saw a tilted spinning ball by your teacher's desk, and she or he would never lie to you. So
I don't accept that. I don't accept that education is indoctrination.
So okay, that's a subject for another day. That's a really now remember that, everybody. He doesn't consider schooling indoctrination. So
education. I don't consider education indoctrination.
Okay. What's the difference between schooling?
Well, obviously, they're different words, right?
It depends on what school you go to, what kind of education you get. So schooling is like you can go to a Christian school and get a Christian education, or you can go to a secular school and get a secular education.
And
you can go to an atheist school. Atheist education.
I can only understand one person at a time.
Let's keep it to the earth.
Yeah, you literally just contradicted yourself, but that's okay. Let's move on, dude. Because if it has some qualifier, Christian school, atheist school, whatever school, obviously they're teaching. So they're teaching. We call it secular, whatever. They're teaching a certain perspective. That is indoctrination.
Well, I mean, at the Christian school, if they teach anything other than what science is, what accepted science says, then that would be indoctrination.
Oh, so if you just teach just science, that's not indoctrination.
Stuff they have
because that's some higher form of knowledge, right? That's just immune from everything else, right?
Stuff that you have evidence and demonstrations and experiments and
okay, so let's go with your evidence. So I have some questions about your angle measurements. Where did you measure the angle from? Where's your zero?
Well, the
what's the origin of the coordinates for your angle measurements?
Zero would be straight up. That'd be that's your 90 degrees.
So you're measuring down.
No, you measure up.
Well, from where?
From the ground.
From the horizon.
No, from the ground.
What do you mean from the ground? What are you talking about?
The thing that you're standing on top of.
Oh, so you're measuring from directly under your feet. So you had a plumb line or something?
From the ground.
Yeah.
Yes, I had a plumb line. Yes, I had a plumb line. I had a tripod with a plumb line.
You got a tripod with a plumb line. Don't you mean a bubble level?
I don't remember if I had both, but it doesn't
You don't even
matter.
know what you did you? Yeah, it does matter because how do you measure an angle off of a curved surface?
I used my quadrant.
Yeah, how do you measure an angle from a curved surface?
It's called a quadrant.
Yeah, fantastic. So, but you're down, right? You're down. You're measuring off a horizontal.
You know how to use a quadrant?
Dude, it's irrelevant. You're measuring off of a curved surface. You cannot take an angle off of a curved surface. What don't you understand?
It's called a tangent. You can. It's called a tangent.
Okay, so where's the tangent?
There are an infinite number of tangent points along every...
Which one are you using?
The one that was directly beneath me.
Okay, so how did you measure that? How did you get that value?
You said it, a plumb line.
So isn't a tangent a straight line?
Yes, tangent is...
Okay, so like I said, how do you measure off of a curved surface?
I used my quadrant.
Yeah, but you don't have it. You said a tangent, which is a straight line.
Sure.
So you measured from an imaginary straight line.
It's a straight line from a curved surface.
Yeah, so you measured off an imaginary straight line that's touching an imaginary curved surface. You didn't actually measure from the curved surface. You measured off of a straight line.
I measured from the angle of the shadow to the sun. I measured from the end of the shadow. I'm sorry, I apologize. I measured from the end of the shadow to the angle of the sun. Off with my quadrant.
So you did Eratosthenes. What are you talking about?
That's what I said from the beginning. That's what I said from the beginning.
This is what we're talking about, Eratosthenes? Jesus Christ. I thought you were talking about...
That's what I said from the beginning.
Okay, I missed that part. I thought you were talking about like something else, like degrees per latitude or something. This is even worse. We're on Eratosthenes. Like, this is even worse, bro.
Well, I was 20. I was a kid.
Well, what makes you think rays of light are parallel?
Because I understand how light rays work. Photons travel in straight lines.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
I do.
Okay,
No, you don't.
So photons travel in straight lines. So when we see, 50 miles too far, what does that mean? So they're not
vacuum, dude. In a vacuum, they travel in straight lines.
Donald, your buddies who argue this, your anti-flat Earth friends, are gonna.
I gotta get my cookies over here.
They're gonna tell you you're wrong on this. They don't say that they're coming. They say that the light rays are coming in nearly parallel. They don't say they're coming in parallel like you just stated.
I never said that they came in parallel.
They're gonna correct you. Yes, you did.
I said that light travels in straight lines through space-time.
That's not what they're saying. That's not what they're saying.
That's exactly what physics says.
No, it's not.
I've been studying physics for 30 years. This is what physics says about photons.
So when they hit you up in the DMs, they're gonna correct you on this because they're not saying that when they come in here. None of them are. They already know they've been debunked on that.
I never said that they traveled parallel. Y'all said that they traveled parallel. What I said was they traveled in straight lines. What I said
they have to be parallel, though. They have to be parallel.
They're nearly parallel. They're nearly parallel, just like this dude said.
How close to parallel are they?
Less than like 0.00001 degrees or some shit.
Yeah. So who measured that, dude?
I mean, we can measure single photons. Science does it all the time.
Yeah, cool. That has nothing to do with it. It's a red herring.
How is that a red herring? You asked me.
Because it has nothing to do with a measurement of the divergence of rays. It has nothing to do with it. Whether you can measure a single photon or not.
There's nothing to do with measuring light rays.
Yeah, we want to know what the direction they're coming from. We don't care about their existence.
What are light rays made of? What are light rays made of?
Okay, there's no such thing as light rays. That's a model. And a photon is a description based upon the dual properties of light, right? Particle and wave nature of light.
That's also a model. The dual properties.
Yeah, you're right. They're also a light, and you're trying to deflect from the divergence of the rays. How is the divergence of the rays measured?
We can measure single photons, so we measure two single photons. Would you let me finish?
And we can measure the angle of arrival, because that's what we're listen, dude, you're not going to do it, dude. You're not going to do it. You're not going to do it. You're not going to do it. Like, listen, you know you fucked up, and you're trying to talk over me. You're not going to do it. It's not going to happen. I'm telling you right now. Just kick you the fuck out. I don't care. You're either going to be honest or you're going to leave.
To answer the question you asked me.
Dude,
I'd really love
how do we measure the angle of arrival?
Did somebody mute me while I was talking?
Yes, I muted you because you're talking over me.
You interrupted me, buddy.
Dude, I'm asking you a question. You're not answering it. You're trying to give some.
I was trying to answer it. I was trying to answer the question.
So here's your chance.
You interrupted
Angle
me.
of arrival.
Go.
How?
This is how we measure the angle of light. We take two separate photons because we can measure individual photons, and we measure where they are in space and time, and then we compare them, and we take the angle, and that's how we find out the angle.
Okay, what device did we do that with?
You can do it with anything that detects photons.
Yeah, I love it when you guys just make something up, dude. Who did this? When was it done with? What equipment was it done with? How was it done? Where was it done?
Film. You can do it with physical film.
Yeah, I want when someone actually did do it, not some theoretical notion in your head.
All the time. There is this thing called the SDSS, or yeah, I think that's what it is. Anyway, but it's a telescope that is continually mapping every star in the sky.
Okay, wait a second. See, here we go. Now we're talking about stars and not the sun. We're talking about the sun. Try to focus. Try to focus, dude. Are they mapping the sun? Is this device mapping the sun? Is it taking the angle of arrival of photons from the sun? Yes or no?
We're not focusing on the sun.
Yes or no?
I said no. We're not focusing on the sun.
Okay, then yeah, we are because we want.
Oh
dude,
my God! Would it be
focusing on the
possible
sun.
for me to finish a single
No, you're not going to spew a fucking goddamn narrative, dude. No, we're going to stay on the topic, bro. We're going to stay on your experiment. We're going to stay.
Any of the sentences I'm trying to say, or are you just going to continue to interrupt me every time I try to speak?
I'm going to keep interrupting you till you get back on topic. Your experiment, your claim that the angles to the sun are parallel. What's the evidence for that? It's really fucking simple. Give us the evidence for it. Device, how it was measured, what it was done, because I have evidence to the contrary. So I want to see yours first, and then I'll show you mine. Come on, Donald. Don't fucking cower. Told you it wasn't going to happen.
I'm curious, what are your measurement devices?
Range.
No, you can. I'll tell you. I'll even tell him. But he wants to spin a narrative. He don't want to actually put up. He wants to talk. We don't care about claims here. We want evidence for the claims. So he can talk about some future thing that's going to happen or could happen or would happen or should happen. We want what did happen, right? What did happen in reality. So he claimed that first he tried to deflect this, just say we can measure photons. We don't care about their existence. We want to know properties of it. The properties we want to know is what's the divergence of the angle of arrival from the sun?
Exactly. Donald,
he knows what I'm saying. He doesn't want to answer because he doesn't have that information. He knows goddamn well it's an assumption. He knows goddamn well his sticks in the fucking ground don't mean jack shit. He knows this. Because he did it when he was 20 years old. That was years ago. Eratosthenes has been frickin' ran over, trampled, stomped on, thrown under the bus, and every other goddamn thing in the last 5 years. To even come in here with that is almost an insult.
The same phenomenon Eratosthenes measured could be explained by a flat Earth.
He's replying with an off-topic thing. You are on. He's making a claim from his idea, and then you're reading from his book saying, okay, where is your evidence? He's saying, oh, let's talk about these cells. Let's talk about something else. He's not on the same page as you, India, for some reason. Is it a language barrier?
You know exactly what I'm talking about, Don. You're playing stupid.
I've never actually gotten to finish a single sentence yet, so you guys don't even know what the hell I have to say. So
listen, Donald, you are to be honest. Donald,
my 2-year-old students.
Donald, shut the fuck up.
And just
let you get
knock yourselves out.
No, just India. We can hear you lying. You're a lying motherfucker, and we can all hear it. Now you either be honest or you get the fuck out.
Doesn't even know
just
how
India.
Let's see if we can get Donald and India to discuss.
Yeah, listen, I'm just asking questions, Donald. It's your experiment. You should be able to explain it. Why should we reach the conclusions that you reach? Right? You should be able to elucidate. You should be able to elucidate to us all the parts of it. Right?
I would be very capable of doing that if I could finish a single sentence, but I have yet to be able to finish many sentences.
Because we're still on the question I asked you.
No, you haven't let me answer it. That's why we're still on it. You just keep interrupting me. because you don't want to hear what I have to say.
Okay, because you don't have anything. Yeah.
You don't know what I have because you have.
The only sentence you're saying is I can't say a sentence. That's the only sentence you're fucking saying.
Hold on.
You just
guys,
keep repeating.
Let's do this. Indio, you re-ask your question, and then Donald, you answer the question. Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. Two Sticks and Shadows, Eratosthenes, has a presupposition. That is that the rays of the sun are parallel. Photons are parallel. They arrive in parallel to within whatever you said, 0.00001%, which is theoretical value. It's never been measured. I asked you how they measured that. So, how was that measured?
Okay.
Not how it can be measured, how it was measured. Thank you.
So what you do is you take any device that detects photons and you measure two different photons in space and time, and you compare the angles at which they hit the device. And that's how you get the angle of impact for the photon.
Okay,
quick moderation here.
Oh, go ahead, Shibi.
No, I'm just not sure. Donald, just wanted to make sure you got the question. We're looking for how it was done.
That's how
it's done. Kind of telling us how you could do it. I appreciate that.
Okay.
Looking for how it is done. That's how you do it. That's how you do it.
Okay,
that's how
everybody does it. Oh, how everybody does it. Who did that?
Anytime photons have been detected from the sun, that's how it's done.
Okay, so who did that? Who measured the angle of around with the sun? Where's that data?
Oh, gee. Are you serious?
Oh man, I got evidence for my claim. Jesus Christ!
That's valid, Donald. Someone did it, so there must be a paper.
It's not common knowledge. If I
it's
Google
common
it,
knowledge that there are devices that detect photons. Yes.
Yes, that is fine, Donald. Right? That's fine, Donald. Right? We don't care about a device that detects the existence of photons.
Not the existence of.
That's what a photon detector does. It detects the existence of a photon.
Spectroscopy is.
Yes, I understand what spectroscopy is. This is another red herring that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Spectroscopy has nothing to do with photons. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Dude, no. That's it. Every time you try to rephrase my question, a strong man inevitably follows. You've done it like 9 times now. That's why you're getting a bad attitude.
Do you think that the light from the sun is photons?
What the fuck?
Donald.
Listen, we can call light photons. That's not a problem.
We can call light photons? Okay.
We can call light photons, yeah.
So whenever we detect light, we're detecting photons, correct?
Sometimes you can detect light using other devices. So, yeah, you can use it as detecting photons.
No. I said whenever we are detecting light, we are detecting photons, correct?
Sometimes they're not detecting photons directly. Sometimes that's not the mechanism. There's lots of devices out there, Donald. I know you have like a 10th grade education, but there are lots of devices.
I'm asking about light. I'm specifically asking about
light. There's lots of ways to detect light, Donald.
And I wasn't asking about any specific way. I was asking about every time we detect light, are we detecting photons?
No.
Then you're wrong. I'm sorry.
No, because there's something called near-field radiation. You're just ignorant. So stop.
Well, that's photons too. Radiation is photons.
No, near-field radiation is not photons because they're not transverse.
It's not light either.
You don't even know what near-field radiation is. You don't even know what it is.
I do.
Okay, tell me what near-field radiation is. Near-field radiation. I said very specifically, near-field radiation. What is that?
Is it a field of radiation that's quite near you?
Oh, Jesus. I just said you don't know what it is. You said, yes, you do. And now you're asking me a question. Okay, that's fine. You don't know everything. You're just saying what you know, but you're at your limit.
Everything.
Okay, I'm telling you. Real simple. We know photons can be detected. We know there's photon detectors. We know we can detect it. Technically, they're called singlets, right? When you detect a single photon, it's called a singlet. So that's what they call it in physics. I know you don't know none of this. Stop trying to pretend you know shit and we don't. You don't. Okay? You're underwater here.
You don't know. You don't know what I do and don't know.
You're telling me by you talking. That's what you're doing. I'm discerning what you know by you talking.
5 minutes. We've been speaking for 5 minutes.
Look, okay, this is just off topic. This is just a fucking dumpster fire. I only want to know one thing. How did they detect right? What's the evidence that they measured an angle of the sun? Where's the data? What was the device that's used? I don't want to know how they could do
NASA as a source.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Give me the data. I don't want to claim. I don't want you parroting somebody else's claim. I want the actual data because I want to know what the devices were used. I want to know how they were calibrated. What was done? Because I know something you don't. It's never been done. And you know it's never been done. That's why you're gish galloping all over the place.
I'm not gish galloping, dude. I'm trying
It's okay, Donald. If you don't have that,
and you
just
just you are
You know what
a very
gish gallop is?
hard person to talk to. You are a very hard person to talk
to. Of course, because I'm not going to be steamrolled by you.
Where's the live chat? That's voice.
Right above the voice channel that you're in.
Darth Dawkins.
Paste. All right, there you go.
Oh, don't fucking post shit like that, Bearded Dora, man.
Sorry.
It's just because the algorithm and shit.
So
there's no data. There's no data in here.
There's no
data in here. Yeah, there's no data in here.
There's no data in here. Chapter 4. This seems like a textbook.
You're just randomly Googling shit.
Yeah, I did. That's how you find shit. It's by Google.
You don't do that after your claim, though. You do that before you make the claim.
I don't know what claims were going to be. I didn't know what claims I needed to defend.
He's randomly Googling on the fly, Indio. He doesn't know.
But it's the source that's important. It's the source that's important. Google doesn't matter. Google is just how you find the source. NASA is the source.
Oh my goodness!
I asked you if NASA.
What you're missing, sir. Oh, go ahead,
It doesn't have
guys.
the citation.
So what you're missing is that you're just copy pasting a link. You don't know what it says. You don't know how it works. You don't know the methodology, the cause and effect relationships of what you don't even know if it's there. You just
you didn't even read this. It doesn't even do what you. It doesn't even do what you thought it.
No, I didn't read it. I just Googled angle of this.
There you go.
So you're going to tell us. So Donald, do you realize that you're trying to tell us something you believe, but you don't know
all
what?
about how the angle of this. This is all about it, man. Are you kidding me? This is a textbook page about how we figure out how the angle of the photons comes in the way it does. That's what this is.
No, they're measuring the sun's in an actual different position. The sun's in an actual different position, so this is different in time. So to measure the angle of the sun, you need to get sufficiently far apart on Earth and measure the angle of the incoming rays. And they have to be oriented. That's how it has to be done. Because they have to be oriented. No, you didn't.
Yeah, me and my buddy. He did it from Oklahoma City. I did it from DFW. That's at least 15 degrees latitude difference.
Okay, what does that mean?
It's not 15 degrees.
It means there's 15 degrees of latitude.
How do you know it isn't 15 degrees sun? How do you know it is? Well, Jim, let me ask you a question. How do you know it isn't 15 degrees divergence of the sun rays?
Well, they're both the same. That's how we got.
You're just saying that. I asked you for the evidence. You're just saying it.
I told you guys it was 20 years ago. I don't have any of it left. My house got robbed. Everything got stolen.
You never measured the angles of the sun. And you know what? So we have the evidence that they're not. I'm going to just skip over this because we have the evidence that the angles of the sun are not parallel. And you know who did that? Yeah, we do. You can claim we don't, but we do.
Put it in the chat. I want to look at it.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Hold on a sec. So, ever see that YouTube video? I proved the Earth is round with my bike and 2 sticks. Ever seen that video?
I'm just waiting for the evidence in the chat.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, have you ever seen that video?
This is your evidence? Is
Wait a second. Wait, no. Yeah, that's my evidence. You know why?
I don't accept YouTube videos as evidence.
So what?
You need a credible, peer-reviewed source for me. Just like I gave you.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, NASA is a peer-reviewed, credible source.
Dude, now you're just fucking lying.
That you don't accept. It does not.
You obviously don't know what peer review is.
I do.
Oh, you do. So what journal and who were the reviewers of NASA's information? Who peer reviewed that?
Well, tell me. NASA has 30,000 employees that peer review.
Okay, they peer reviewed themselves. That's not peer review. Peer review is when a peer reviews your shit, not when you review your own shit.
The people who did the peer review are not the same people who did the experiments.
Okay, so who was that?
It was
Donald. You're just digging a hole. You hit rock bottom. Now you're just digging and digging, dude. You're just making shit. Now I'll let you answer, but you're just lying at this point.
You're interrupting me again.
Yeah, because you're not spewing a narrative, dude. That's right. Now you're going to complain. Now you're the victim again. Oh, yeah. So here's the evidence the sun rays are not parallel. You see this? You see these two sticks? They did the same test you did. These sticks are 3 feet apart and the shadow lengths are different. How'd that happen? They're 3 feet apart in the video. But you have different shadow lengths. How'd that happen?
Donald's fucked right now.
Hey, Donald, you said a few minutes ago that there was 15 degrees latitude difference between Oklahoma City and Dallas-Fort Worth. Is that correct? Donald, you said there was 15-degree difference latitude between DFW and Oklahoma City a few minutes ago. Is that correct? Okay. I just want everybody to know that the difference in latitude between Oklahoma City and Dallas is 2.75 degrees. So he said 15, it's 2.75. He was off by 12.25 degrees. No big deal though, right?
Well, it doesn't matter when you just make stuff up.
Yeah.
Donald, you're on mute if you didn't realize.
You can tell Donald is a disciple of Loon McToon and Weird FTFE. You can just tell.
No. Well, I mean, yeah, probably, but I can just tell that he's here to spin a narrative. He just isn't good at it. Because we've been through this before. We go through this all the time. The gish gallop, the red herring, the straw man, that nonsense, dude. Dude, if your so-called heroes on YouTube can't come in here and prevail, what chance does someone like you that is just a lackey to these people? What chance do you have?
You got
no zero chance, bro.
I knew Indio. I knew we had him in light rays being parallel. I knew we had him right there. We didn't even have to go any farther.
All right. So would it be possible for me to actually finish a sentence?
On that one point. You have been, dumbass.
I've been interrupted every time I've been asked a question to answer. Every time I've tried to answer the question,
you have been having the time to say whatever you wanted to say. You have not been interrupted. It's just been you and Indio.
Hey, let me ask you a question. How many times have you said, "Can I not be interrupted"? At least 40 times. Somehow you got that out.
I'm the victim.
He jetted.
He left.
I know.
But this was a good example. I typed it out in the chat. He didn't answer the question. We asked him, please provide the method, who did this, not just who can or how you could do it. Please. Then he complained, I need the room to speak. We gave him the room to speak. He still didn't answer the question. So,
Spartans! What is your profession? See, old friend, I brought more soldiers than you did.
So. What's up here?
What's up, Hans? How you doing, man?
I used to be here a lot in the past. I just come by, check in. How's life going here?
Oh, it's going good. You know, flat smacking. Destroying global beliefs, I guess you could say.
Is it always that silent lately? Used to be very busy here.
I mean, some days could be like that, yeah. But usually it's busy, yeah, I would say. Most of the days. I guess people have other stuff to do today or something. I don't know. But usually it's full, like full house. Stuff going on.
Yeah, Jim.
What's up?
How are you, mate? So can you repost your original meme?
Sure, be happy to.
Go ahead.
I haven't been on Discord for ages. I wonder if I'm still a gold member here. I used to be a gold member of Flat Earther.
Right, so Jim, no one can book, confirm, or pay and take the actual airplane flight from Sydney, Australia to Santiago, Chile. Over the South Pacific only. Now, how do you know where that plane goes? Because I know for a fact you can book, confirm, pay, and take an actual flight with no stops from Sydney to Santiago.
But not over the. It has to go. If you look at a flat map or want to take into account what a flat map might tell you, it will always and knowing that airplane flights fly land location to land location 3 degrees nose up, then it will go into the northern latitudes. And
how do you know this?
Look at the flat map.
What flat map? Is that your map or is that our map or whose map is that?
Just go ahead and get one. You can get any one you want to. Go ahead.
I don't believe in that map.
Okay, then what do you believe in as far as
It doesn't really matter. You fly from point to point. So can you confirm that that map is correct?
I did say you fly
Can you confirm that map is correct?
What's that?
Can you confirm that map is correct?
I didn't say that map was correct. I said you can take your map. You can take whatever map you want to.
You're saying you plot it over a flat map, and that's the direction it goes.
Where does
that map is correct?
Hey, you're triggered. Take a drink of water and we'll have a conversation. Okay?
I'm not triggered. I'm just saying.
Don't be so aggressive.
Okay. So you're saying that you can't book and take those flights. The last part doesn't really matter because you're saying over the Pacific Ocean. Right?
Sure it does.
So it doesn't really matter.
That last part is very important. That's why I put
how do you know where it's going?
Pacific Ocean only.
How do you know where it's going?
If you take a look at one stop.
How do you know where it's going?
Will you respect me and not be so aggressive?
How do you know where it's going?
If you look at where a one-stop flight stops in L.A. or Dallas,
it doesn't matter. I'm talking about no stops. No stops.
Will you please see where a one-stop flight stops and then
I understand where it stops. I'm not talking about a one-stop. We're not talking about one stop. We're talking about a flight that goes direct from one point to the other.
Hey,
so that's why you deleted your original message.
No,
you can't back it up.
No, you asked. No,
yeah.
You asked me to change it.
That's why.
You asked me to change it.
You can't back it up. Don't make claims you can't back up.
No, you are triggered because I am correct.
Triggered.
You are triggered.
You're correct in what?
Take a drink of water. It will be okay.
How do you know you can't? How do you know what direction it goes? How do you know that?
Goodness. Oh, I tell you what. Where does a one-stop flight go? L.A. and DFW.
Doesn't matter.
It does matter. What is your problem? What is your problem?
We're not talking about one stop. We're talking about direct.
Is
direct
there?
Flight.
Is Gemsy there?
We're talking about a direct flight from one place to another. How do you know?
Is Gemsy there?
But I'm still confused because the part that you're saying that you cannot no one can book, confirm, pay or take an actual airplane flight from Sydney, Australia to Santiago, Chile over the South Pacific Ocean only.
Exactly.
So you're saying the flight directly, the non-stop flight doesn't go through the Pacific Ocean? That's what you're saying?
I am saying no. Oh my goodness! If you are claiming, I'm serious. I'm serious when I say this. If you are claiming that a flight from Santiago to Sydney remains in the South Pacific Ocean only, then you are saying it is remaining in the southern hemisphere of a ball all the way, right or wrong?
I have no idea. Do you?
I don't really know. I'm trying to picture because we like Timbo here. He's pointing out not just Timbo, many other Australians, and I know. I mean, I've spoken to one of them, and he joined the server all the time. He said I've taken the flight from Argentina to Australia directly, right? South America, directly. Where do they go through? That's a good question. Honestly, I wouldn't be able to make a claim. But what a lot of Glovers think is that they go under the ball, right? Oh yeah, there's a flight from this side of the ball to the other side of the ball, but we all know that's just silly, right?
Okay. Play with me here just a second here. Just hear me out. Just hear me out.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Take care of your egos, put them aside, and just hear me out.
It's not an ego thing, man.
If you look at some sort of a flat map, and if you plot where it stops at for one flight in LA or in Dallas Fort Worth, and that flight stops there and then it continues on to its destination, that is almost a straight line. Look at it. So therefore, if you take a nonstop and it flies land location to land location, 3 degrees nose up, it is basically doing what the one-stop flight does, and therefore it is not remaining on the South Pacific Ocean only.
It's a non sequitur.
And if it did stay in the South Pacific Ocean only, as Globers say, then we will acquiesce to them and say we live on a ball. Right or wrong?
No, come on, bro.
Incorrect.
No.
That's stupid. That's stupid.
Get a flat map. Get some sort of, I don't care which one, get one.
Give me one.
None.
Get one.
Give us one.
No, you guys are the one. I don't carry around.
I'm not claiming a map.
I don't carry around a flat map with me.
You're the one claiming a map, though.
Am I claiming a map in my
Yes,
meme?
you are. Because you're saying it flies here to here to here and goes here. That's a direct line. So for a direct line, you need a map.
Do planes fly land location to land location, straight lines, 3 degrees nose up, yes or no?
I'm not a pilot. I don't know.
Okay.
Planes go from one location, and so they go up to certain altitude, right? And then they go, and they below them, there could be water or a landmass, or and then they go to the destination they're going, right?
If you now, Gemsy, conceptualize this with me. If you're not going to get a map, conceptualize this with me. If they
What map are you going off then?
if they stay in Santiago, Chile, to Sydney, Australia, and stay in the South Pacific Ocean only, we are acquiescing to the fact that we live on a hemisphere.
No, we're not.
No, I wouldn't make that claim that it goes only through the Pacific Ocean, because if we're gonna take into account the Pacific Ocean instead of a ball on a level plane, right? The Pacific Ocean will be the ocean around the land masses, right? What people show.
Will you, Gemsy?
That's the problem right there, because that takes everything out of kind of like sizes and I guess positions. I don't know if it's all accurate. We will have to claim. We will have to claim a map that will be very specific about where the locations are.
Will you please post some sort of a flat map on the voice text, please?
A flat map.
Can you do that? Can you find one, please?
I was under the impression all the maps are flat.
I could scroll down my what I have, right? Saved, and I'm scrolling down.
Mm-hmm.
When I see a map, I see projections. I see globe map or globe projection, which is not a map. When I think about a map, because when I grew up, I saw maps, and maps were really specific. They were like kilometer by kilometer, depicting the terrain, depicting the towns, depicting a lot of things. That's when I think about a map with references and distances, and that's when I think about a map. When I see projections, I don't think that as a map.
We have people who have maps, flat maps on their walls everywhere. Let them know that.
I don't do that. I don't do that.
And we have a lot of people do that. We have a lot of people who post what they think is the Magellan or 1896 map, whatever they do. Can somebody please post that on voice text, please?
You can post it, bro. Come on.
I don't keep that because
I don't keep it either. I'm scrolling down, but I can't find a map.
I don't believe in models and maps, so I don't keep them. So why are you claiming? Get me a map.
It's your map.
Get me a map. I didn't say anything about a map in my meme. Get a map and put it up there so we all can see it.
So if you know that it doesn't take this route, then you're obviously going off a map. So what map?
I tell you what. just for you good folks, I will see if I can find one somewhere and I'll post it. How's that sound?
I promise. I'm still scrolling. I'm looking for it. Let me see. Look, when I think maps, but no, this one is not accurate. It's more a projection because it doesn't give me any specifics. No, it's not a map. Have you ever been? You remember in the past when we didn't have computers or screens to look at?
Yeah,
But we did have maps back then. But the maps of a town or a city or a county was huge. You have to open it and look around, and you have to put it on top of a table. And that huge map on a piece of paper was still not the whole landmass, right?
Yeah, I still use those maps.
There you go. That's the map that I'm talking about, Timbo. Those type of maps.
Yeah, the road maps. I still use those maps when I go 4-wheel driving, when I know I'm gonna
I found one. I found the new standard map of the world. I think it's 1896. I found on Amazon. I'll crop it and put it in there.
Oh, look, Gin. I scrolled for a couple minutes and look, I found this one. Gin. Tim. I found that one in my save files.
Yeah, I'll send you. I'll send you the one I have.
Weird.
I'll send you the one I have so we can have it back to back.
Hey, don't blame me, Timbo. Don't blame me. I found it in the Google. See if I find any others, because I do have some maps laying around. I mean, projections.
What are those?
Because I will say that's not a map. That's a projection. That's a projection as well. But it does have some references to distances, so I think I still wouldn't trust it. But it probably gives a good reference point when you're talking about, I guess, traveling across the continents. I don't know. It's difficult. It's a tough one for me.
And how do you know they just don't go up in the air and follow the circular trade winds around to South America? Like, how do you know where they go?
Because the one-stop flight takes you over LA or Dallas Fort Worth.
That's because it flies to LA.
If they take you over basically a straight line and stop one stop for whatever reason, drop people off, whatever they do, Dallas Fort Worth or LA, they will continue on straight line. So if it's a nonstop, why would they go all the way around? Why wouldn't they just go straight? Because we have agreed that airplanes fly land location to land location, 3 degrees nose up.
They fly with the trade winds. Yeah, they don't fly. They don't fly directly. They'll use the winds to fly. Yeah.
You know, actually, I do like this topic. Not probably the specific that we're talking at the moment, but I do like this topic. Actually, it's just that it's a difficult, because I like thinking about it away from the globe. Oh, they're going under the ball, above the ball, around the ball. I want to stay away from that way of thinking. Thinking about it on a XY axis, and you know how the planes actually work, flying level. I do want to have a better idea. And it does it obviously makes sense, but the map is difficult because. But no, I get your point, bro. Listen, Tim. I do get your point, and I like it actually, because I don't think they fly over the ocean ever. They don't just fly over the ocean. They do stay. Every time I took an airplane to South America or the Caribbean or North America, they always stay close to the land. Somewhat, it's always land under me. It's never just ocean and that's it. I mean, it's probably a time of the flight that you only gonna see ocean. I'm not saying that it's not, but most of the time you're gonna see lands and lines under you. That was my experience.
In the south, it's really different because there's actually a lot of water and not a lot of land. So it's a weird one because in order to actually claim you know where they're going, you need a confirmed map, and you know you'd have to see it really.
Jemsy, I took down my meme because Timbo asked me to, not because I knew
I didn't say
was
take
wrong.
it down. I said you need to change it.
I took it down because you wanted me to remove it, not that I was wrong.
Bro,
I didn't say
Tim,
remove it.
don't worry about Tim. It's still up, bro. It's still. I just saw it. I saw it when you sent it to me and when you posted again. So
Somebody asked me to repost it, and I did.
I said you might need to change that because those flights you can book, you can confirm, and you can take. That's why I said you might need to change it. What?
How do you know?
How do you know what?
How do you know that it goes around the circular path around?
I didn't say that. I said you need to change. I said you need to change it because you say you can't confirm, you can't book, and you can't take. And I said you can.
You can't.
What do you mean you can't?
You can't. If you actually believe.
And you can't book it, you can't confirm it, and you can't take the flight from Sydney to Santiago.
If you believe that airplanes fly land location to land location, 3
I've got a
degrees
question
nose up.
for you, mate. Can you answer my question?
What's your question?
Are you saying that you can't book, confirm, or take the flight from Santiago to Sydney?
And what's the last part, Timbo?
Oh, but well, it doesn't matter because we don't know. We don't know where the plane goes.
Timbo,
we don't know where the plane goes. Answer my question, mate.
Matter.
Answer the question. Can you confirm that you're arguing? You're saying I said to take it down. I said you might need to change it.
I'm not changing it.
You can confirm it.
I'm not changing it.
You can book it.
I'll take it down, Timbo. I'll take it down out of respect for the server, but I'm leaving it up every place else that I posted it, and nobody has said a word to me. I will take it down. I will take it down out of respect
You'll need
for
to
the
realize
server.
that your comment is bullshit. Then
I will take
So you're just posting stuff.
No, I am taking it down
like
because
you sound like a Glober, mate.
Oh my God! Hey, Jemsy, am I a Glober?
I know you're not a Glober, but you sound like one.
no, I don't think you're a Glober.
Jemsy, am I a Glober?
No, you're not a Glober.
That's not what I said. I said you sound like one.
Yeah, he asked me if he's a Glober. I'm saying no, he's not a Glober. That's not that. I don't think that's what Timbo said.
No.
But
I will remove this out of respect for the server.
No one asked you to
because
remove it.
you are a gold member. I will take it down. But every place else that I put it, including Telegram, including Witsik's page, including Melodome's page, has never said anything. They respect what I put up, and
That's because none of them have taken that.
I will get rid of it right
Jim,
now.
we haven't still finished it, bro, because we only touched the Santiago, Chile, over the South Pacific Ocean, and only. So I still was trying to put a frame of reference, a mind frame reference to try to think about what you are writing here, but then you have other stuff below that. So we only touched this point.
I sent you a copy of the meme in your DM, Jemsy, so you have one.
See, the only problem I have is when it says South Pacific only as well. So how do you confirm that you know where they're going on the map? This is what I mean. Like you're making a unrealistic proposal that you know where you're going. That's my other problem.
Do planes fly land location to land location? And do they fly straight 3 degrees nose up? Yes or no?
I don't know.
Because the one-stop flight, for whatever reason they stop. I don't know why they stopped.
Not getting it.
It's maybe to let people off, whatever. The one stop goes directly to LA or to Dallas Fort Worth,
You're not
and
actually
then straight on to Santiago or the other way. So sometimes
You're actually not listening, are you?
They don't have to stop in DFW. They don't have to stop in LA, so they continue on nonstop. Straight line.
You're not actually listening, are you?
Oh my goodness! You want to win a point? I will do.
I'm not trying to win a point. I'm trying to make you realize that your statement is false.
I will concede to the server, and I will concede to you because you're a gold member, and I will remove it.
I don't want that. I didn't bring up gold member at any stage. I'm not trying to stand over you.
That has nothing to do with it. Come on, Jim. That has nothing to do with it.
Just trying to make you realize that statement is wrong.
I posted it in 8 places in Telegram, including Melodome, including Austin's site. Nobody ever questions it. You know, the only people that
your
question
statement's wrong.
Okay, fine. Okay,
Australians.
I will take it down out of respect for this server, out of respect for you. Is that okay?
No.
Okay, no, I won't. I won't.
If you believe in it, then leave it up.
Okay, good.
I'm just pointing out that it's wrong. Yeah.
Okay, good. I'm glad we can have a respectful conversation.
Thank you. No, I got to go to work. There, guys.
Later, Timbo.
You take care, Timbo.
You too, man.
So, let's say the opposite of that statement. If you book a flight from Sydney, Australia to Santiago, you will pass across land masses, not only through the Pacific Ocean. Is that what you're saying? Let's say the opposite of what it says there.
Sure. I appreciate that statement. I'm going by this, Jemsy. I'm going by aviation and what they tell us they do. They tell us that they fly land location to land location in a straight line, 3 degrees nose up. And when they do happen to stop from that Santiago to Sydney, when they do happen to stop, it is in Dallas, Fort Worth, or LA. And for whatever reason, I have no idea. Maybe they don't have enough fuel. Maybe they got to, take people on, take people off. I have no idea, none whatsoever. Then they continue straight line down to whether they're going to Santiago or to Sydney.
Wait, that's different from the non-stop one. It is there. I haven't done it myself, but I've heard people saying that they do a flight non-stop from Chile to Australia.
Okay.
And there is non-stop in the US or anything. I think what you're saying in this sense is that they might be flying across these areas, like across LA or above it or near it, right?
Yeah.
Near that area.
Yeah, I go with that. Absolutely.
Yeah, but they're not stopping there, and they're going directly from point A to point B non-stop. But they might be taking this straight line that is going across these territories that you're talking about. That for me, it sounds reasonable.
See, Jemsy, what I'm trying to do between you and me and whoever's listening is I am trying to take this globe out of the picture, because the globers will say that no, it's impossible because we live on a ball, and obviously you can stay in the South Pacific Ocean only because we live on a ball, we live on a hemisphere, and if you look at it that way, that's where it stays. Therefore, you are lying, Jim, because we live on a ball and you can stay in the South Pacific Ocean only because we have a southern hemisphere. No. What do you think about the other? Hey, Jemsy, what do you think about the other 3 things that I posted there? What do you think?
Let me find a link to the Discord, to the channel, YouTube channel, and go ahead and talk to me because I was reading it, and then it says something about the compass. Can you expand on that? The compass?
Yeah, if you and I kind of agree that we don't live on a ball. A compass looks to the north, and a compass is basically line of sight. So if you have a ball and you're in the southern hemisphere, that cannot look through all those, I don't know how many hundreds, if not thousands of miles of ball. Whether you call it mantle, core, whatever you call it, it doesn't work that way. A compass is more line of sight. So if you're on a ball in the southern, quote, hemisphere, it doesn't work through the ball. It has to be more line of sight. That is one thing that gives us a pretty decent feeling that we live on a stationary plane and not a spinning space ball, because we have so many things that are line of sight. Radar is line of sight, and the compass is line of sight. There's more things. I know Troubling Tribune likes to talk about line of sight, and I've even asked him. He didn't respond. Maybe he didn't even see my message because I did it on the comment section of TikTok. And I said, wouldn't it be nice if we all sat down as stationary plane believers and said, what things are line of sight? What things do we do that are line of sight? Radar is line of sight. And I would love to make that. I would love to make that. I don't know how many items it would be, but I would love to make that list, because that list would be precious, because line of sight destroys the ball. And so I just want to destroy the ball. And so maybe someday, I'll ask Troubling Tribune tonight when I talk to him, because Rob Parks is going to be on his show tonight. And so I'll ask Troubling if we can sit down and put together a line of sight list that gets rid of the ball. So that's another thing. Another thing, I think sunsets work perfectly on a stationary plane. I think they work better than they do on a ball. I think the ball is stupid. And then I've talked
What
to enough
ball?
people. Huh? What ball?
What ball?
What ball?
Yeah, that's my question. I mean, unless I missed something, it seems to me like I flew back to the past.
No ball. No ball.
The ball has been debunked in 2020, man.
No ball.
Why are we still talking about the ball?
No ball.
I like this guy.
No ball.
Is that George?
Himself?
Gemsy in here?
Either.
So, Jim, do you know the flight times?
No, I don't.
Hey, Gemsy.
Okay, I'm going to bring something up. So, all right. So,
Someone said Gemsy. Go ahead, Timbo.
Melbourne to LA is 14 and a half hours. Melbourne to Santiago is 15 and a half hours. That's an hour difference. But LA to Santiago is 10 hours. Are you saying they fly the same route?
I have no idea. I have no idea. I have no idea, because you have jet streams involved. You have all those.
I knew it. Jet streams.
No idea.
Exactly. So can we throw that claim out the window then?
It's your server. If you want to go ahead.
Not my server.
If you want to go ahead and throw it out, it's fine. If out of respect for the server.
Can you admit?
No, I'm not going to admit anything.
Times don't work.
I'm not going to admit anything, because on other places that I posted, nobody has ever said. This is the only place that's ever said, "Hey, you need to take that down." I will.
But just listen to that. No one said to take it down. Why do you keep saying that?
I will concede, if you don't want it up there, I'll leave it up there or take it down. It's your call.
Do whatever you want. I don't really care. But
that's good.
You're going to leave something up that's wrong. Can you just listen to those flight times? 14 and a half to LA. You're saying they just continue on and go straight to Santiago. But Santiago to Melbourne's only an hour difference from those two. But LA to Santiago is 10 hours. Yeah.
And you got a reply for that? Because I do like hearing this this talk, because for me the how airplane works, and a lot of people actually are kind of caught on that. Airplane, when we're talking about on the realist level, it do make sense. But Timbo, just reply to Jin, and can I ask John what is he talking about? Because I don't get it.
Yeah, what am I replying? What am I replying to? What was it?
No, Jim, you're replying to Jim, and you said about the flight. But anyways, I see Sean addressing me for something. I just don't get it. I'm confused now.
Okay.
Sean, can you I was your complaint, please? What's going on?
I don't get it. Sean, can you open your mic? You have your mic open. Go ahead.
I just want you to know, Gemsy is really, really cool.
I'm trying to hold my cool. I'm just waiting for Sean to explain to me what's wrong. What did I say? Or what he wants to reply to. Go ahead, Sean. You got the mic. Checking Sean's history. Oh, how do I send an invite to this chat to my brother? We send you links. I send you the YouTube video. Yeah, I reply to your question. You're funny. I don't get it. Sean, you're lost.
But just for you guys' information, we know the distance between places because we can calculate the fuel. I mean, you calculated the fuel needed to go to the moon and back, so we are experts on these things, you know. You calculate the fuel.
Is Gemsy here?
Yes, James is here.
Hey, why are you being rude to me?
Okay, what did I say or what did I do that you are saying that I'm being rude? Go ahead.
Yeah, you're being facetious with me.
How so? How so?
Because I'm just trying to get my brother in here, and then yeah, you're telling me like, oh, blah blah blah. Yeah,
I never said blah blah blah. I never said blah blah blah.
Send an invite to this chat to my brother. You said YouTube. I was like, yeah, what the fuck is YouTube?
YouTube is a the actual channel.
And then you sent me a thing that says cognitive dissonance. Do you think I have cognitive dissonance?
Oh man!
I think you are drunk. That's what I think. Are you drinking alcohol? Are you drinking alcohol?
No. Why did you send me that?
I send you cognitive dissonance.
Dude, that's the chat. I can clear it up. I can clear it up, dude. That's okay. So that's the YouTube link he sent you. It just says that on the YouTube embed. It's got nothing to do with you.
Yeah. That's
Yeah, sir. If you ask for a link about the channel that is in relation to this conversation that is in the YouTube, because this live stream is being recorded live in YouTube 24/7. So if I send you the link for that, and it says you see pictures or images over there, it's not to you, sir. It's part of the channel. It's not, it wasn't. This channel wasn't made for you.
So, yeah, that's my misunderstanding.
Good.
I thought you were sending me something that said cognitive dissonance, like you were trying to say something to me.
You just click the link and you're gonna find it's a YouTube channel that is in relation to this channel. If your brother wants to be in this VC directly, he has to create a Discord account and then he can join this server like you did. What you did, he needs a Discord account. That's it.
Yeah, no, he's not going to make one of those guys.
So that's exactly why I sent you the YouTube link so he can listen to the voice channel without creating the account. You see how it follows?
Yeah, I understand that.
Perfect. I'm glad that everything got cleared.
Cool.
Now, what's the claim about airplane?
I think we have new people. Let's check if they have any questions, Sacha, for you, or maybe they can reply about airplanes.
Oh, even better.
Nivet.
Welcome back, Pretty Girl.
Go ahead, guys. Oh, Pizzico.
Is Timbo still here? Or is he going to work?
Timbo is busy. He's gonna visit the new people we're trying to address because Physical, he's been in the text. He was replying to you, Timbo. So, Physical, are you making a claim about the flights in relation to the globe or the flat Earth? Do you have anything to say about that?
No. So, that's what I'm trying to do. So, like, let's talk about NASA. Can we
I have a question about the flights?
So,
are they going to use a Cartesian system in order to pinpoint the location?
They are right? They use charge, the Cartesian system, to pinpoint the location, or what?
They use
That,
what do they
that
use?
says it all. That says it all. Cartesian system is a flat Earth representation.
There you go, Physical. What are you gonna say about that?
I didn't make any claims. I'm just here to listen, bro.
All good, man. All good. Perfect. I'm glad that everything is cleared. There's no ball. Just
Yeah,
my
we've
bad.
been using a flat and stationary plane all along. We just took it for granted. Everything points to a flat and stationary. Any type of navigation requires a flat and stationary plane.
That makes things clear for me.
Is that it?
That's all, folks.
We have Pete. Pete just joined the VC. Go ahead, Pete. And I'm gonna get trouble, but Pete, go ahead. I unmuted you, and you can speak to us if you like. Pete.
Go ahead, Pete. Floor's yours. You earned it. Pete, everybody.
Hey, George. Since you're here, and I've heard you before talking about sextants and how to use the triangulation. Can you do a short resume of that? Make it simple, simplistic.
Hey, sorry if I'm interrupting, but can I ask a question?
Yes, you can ask a question. Go right ahead, Sean.
You just did.
Second question.
Yeah, real funny. So, what are we doing about NASA?
You want
What
to
do you
sue
mean?
them? Who we?
Well, if we're doing about NASA, are you familiar with what Austin's trying to do with audit NASA?
Okay, so I'm talking about NASA's budget.
Oh yeah, $25.5 billion. Yeah, exactly.
No, so what are we doing about that?
I think
Who are you doing about it?
Who are we?
I think some people are trying to get into audit NASA because they're a government organization under the executive branch, and they have to be very outgoing by how they spend that $25.5 billion. And I think part of audit NASA is to expose part of that, as well as to expose astronauts and things like that.
Because what we do here is expose their lies. They lie.
Who's the guy who was saying we? Who are we? Yeah, we're the skeptics.
Yeah, but we should blackmail them. We should blackmail NASA and say to keep our mouth shut, you need to pay it.
Can I ask a question?
Somebody said we. Who are we?
Yeah, that's right.
You gotta remember that. Let's say you are a lawyer, right? And you want to sue NASA. You can sue them and maybe get some results from that. You can sue NASA and do you, right? I'm gonna come here and talk to people about if NASA says a lie. I'll be like, hey, NASA is lying about this. They're lying about the globe.
Jesse, what people from Croatia can do with NASA?
Don't treat me like I'm some sort of half resort kind of.
Hey, Sean, did the middle of my sentence interrupted the beginning of yours?
Let me tell you. Give me a word.
Hey, Sean. I was in the middle of my sentence, sir. In the middle of it.
First and foremost.
In the middle of my sentence, sir. I know English is my second language, and that might trigger you, my accent maybe, but I'm in the middle of my sentence, so you should just wait until I'm done. Is that okay with you or no?
No, I understand what you're saying.
He might be having satellite issues.
Oh, apologize. Listen, I just get a little passionate.
So what I meant about we, right? When I reply about the we, what are we doing about NASA? So if someone is a lawyer in this group, they want to sue NASA or get a
shit, man.
Jesus.
Come on.
Can I finish? Can I finish, or do I need you to allow me to finish? Which one is it?
Pass.
Okay. So if someone is gonna do something about it, go ahead and do it. I'm doing what I'm doing here, and I do what I do. So when you say about we, you can go ahead and do what you're gonna do about that, and that's it. That's the end of it. Got enough?
No. Hey, we gotta like join together and like we gotta do something.
Well, we're pointing out the fraud by showing that Earth is flat and stationary, right?
Like, it's so obviously fraudulent. Thank you for bringing that point up. Like, it's so obviously fraudulent. You know what I mean? Like, what are we doing about it? Like, why are we just sitting here talking about it?
Can I ask a question? What did you do in a case of war in Serbia, Croatia, when 1991?
So, repeat that question. I didn't really understand it.
What did you do in a war from 1991 till 1995 in my country, in my town, when was the war? What did you do?
Okay, well, you're asking a bogus question because I was born in 1992.
Okay.
So, what was I doing in 1991? I wasn't doing anything.
Okay, so why we don't stop the war, you and me, in Ukraine now? Why we need to go to speak about NASA? Let's go to stop first the war in Ukraine, then we will do with NASA something.
What are you asking me?
I'm asking you why we are not going to stop the war in Ukraine.
Because it's not my problem. Holy shit, that was the question.
Okay, I'm from Croatia. Is it my problem to do something with the NASA?
Yeah, because I'm paying taxes towards it.
But I'm not paying taxes and I'm not paying NASA.
Yeah, but you might have an interest in investigating the fact that they're like pretty much laundering money.
Well, we're here showing people that Earth isn't and can't be what they claim it to be, so that's good enough for me.
And they're falsifying it daily.
Well, did you have a conversation?
I have a fucking issue with it.
Or did you have a conversation with Witsit then?
Oh, I know Witsit. I like him. I follow him on YouTube.
Did I ask you if you knew Witsit, or did I ask you if you had a conversation with him?
No, I didn't have a conversation with him.
Oh, wow. Why aren't you doing that? Because he's looking into stuff like that, you know, how to sue the pants off the government. Why aren't you talking to him and doing more?
Well, I didn't know he was doing that, but if I knew he was doing that, I'd probably have a conversation with him
right now. Because, you know, the longer you wait, the longer the enemy has your technology. You should probably go contact him right now.
I'm not wasting any time.
All right, man. You know his name, right? You know how to get there?
Well, so I just follow him on YouTube. I don't know, like his...
No, you didn't speak to him about this, like, right after I just told you, right? That's not possible, is it?
Well, you're kind of being rude. So, how can I get into contact with him? If you tell me how to get into contact with him, I'll
you can send him a message right here on Discord.
I think I can tag his username for you. Let me see. I will tag him in the Livestream voice text, and so you can click on his username, and you can send him a private message about, you know, if you want to talk to him through Discord. This is a good way to do it. I'm gonna tag you and tag him.
Hey, does he have a Telegram?
Yes, he does. It's let me. Sorry.
Why, guys?
I got it right here. So just
That's it. Do this through DMs, okay?
Bye.
Yeah, if you go to Telegram, it's just Miswits, MISWITS. MISWITS.
Rain Day Gamer. How you doing, Rain Day Gamer?
Hi, gamer.
Hey, my friend Jemsy, at 50 minutes after the hour, I think I sent you one in your DM, but I also put it in voice text about what Max Egan experienced when he went from Santiago to Sydney. It's only 14 minutes long.
Yeah, thank you, man.
I'm here for the Parasite Destroyer, my friend.
The truth will destroy the mind, Parasite. That's the only cleanser, in my opinion. But go ahead. Any new people got any questions, or even the people that spoke already? Any questions about the topic? Flat Earth, Globe Earth? Go ahead. You got the mic.
Better if I don't say.
No, it's not better if you don't say. Yeah, man.
Sorry, mate.
Let's go. Let's.
Has everybody got the ability to speak? Sorry, open the invitation. I'm just checking that everybody has got the ability to speak. If people haven't got the ability to speak, i.e. you haven't got voice verified, then you can go to voice checking number 1. One of our volunteers will meet you there. We can give you a quick interview, make sure you're not a troll. Give your voice verified, and you can return to the server and have a conversation. If you want to go out to voice checking number 1, thank you.
Speak up. Do you guys mind if I speak up real quick?
Interesting timing, but go ahead.
Sir, you can definitely speak, but make sure not in the middle of someone else's sentence, okay?
Yeah, I was trying to avoid that.
I was just going to add on to what Jedi was saying. Real quick. We've got one non-VC verified member in the chat. It's Pete. If you want to move up to VC check-in, that'd be cool. Go ahead.
So what are we doing about this NASA business?
I already told you what we're doing. We're exposing the fraud. We're pointing out claims about the Earth can't be true.
Fraudulent. We have this business practice. We have.
You want to answer? I made the TikTok channel and I'm exposing them, some of them, on the TikTok.
It's not good enough, dude.
I'm saying what I'm doing. What are you doing about NASA?
Well, I'm talking about it. That's what I'm doing. I'm just talking about it. Am I allowed to tell?
Hey, Chong. You are on a very, very quick road to getting muted. Would you please let other people talk?
Literally, sorry. Again, my finger is hovering over the mute another motherfucker button.
Okay.
Oh, did you got a reply, sir? The reply to your question. The reply to your question was that we exposing the lies. We talk about these topics every day, not just NASA. This channel is way bigger than NASA. NASA is one of the fraudulent things that are happening about the topic, and we do expose it in here. So yeah, that's what we do.
Yeah, I think we need to do more.
What are you proposing?
I think that we need to do some sort of campaign. Like, we all need to get on board. Like, we need to get on this social media or whatever it is, and we need to, expose the lie, because the lie is it's so blatant. It's not even funny. You know what I mean?
But we are on social media 24. These people 24/7.
Yeah, but this is clearly not. It's not doing it right.
Is it maybe that you in your mind are thinking and believe that?
No, I'm just saying what you are doing right here is inadequate.
Well, what did I
Is that,
sign up for?
is that some sort of belief that you're holding at the moment?
No, because I'm here now. Like, hello, my name's Chong.
Yeah, but it worked out with you so far, isn't it? To the point that you're here right now. What makes you think it's not working out with other people?
I'm here to try to boost it a little bit.
Welcome.
Welcome to the club, man.
You know
I don't need a flat smack. I mean, work.
I'm just a volunteer, though, so I don't really need you to tell me I'm not.
That's nothing special. So
hey, Jim, real quick, guys. I think Jimmy Cook was about to say something. Go ahead, Jimmy Cook.
I was saying, I don't need you to boost me to flat smack people at work.
Thanks for the reply.
Yeah, that sucked.
Chung, but remember, you might have a preconceived idea that people in here are not doing enough, but every person is doing what they do. You don't actually know what they're doing. So to make such a claim, you're making a claim from ignorance, basically.
Well, it's not from ignorance. I have good faith. Like,
Really?
I want us to
Sorry, do you know me personally? And you're going to start defining what everybody has and hasn't done. Is that what you're going to do? Is that your standard, is it?
Well, you're just kind of.
My question is, how much are you paying me?
No, okay, oh yeah. Well, he was just bringing me down. I'm not trying to pay any of you guys or nothing like that.
These are good. These are good. No, I'm just trying to say that this is a big channel. We have almost 30,000 people. It's not that big, but there's people in here. Let's not discard the 30,000 that we have just because we don't have 1 million or 20 million or whatever, right? Let's keep it real.
I mean, I'll step it up if you have the budget for it.
You guys are all about money.
Let's start.
I don't care about money.
I think as a volunteer, I'm doing pretty good, though.
No, you're not doing enough.
Oh, really?
No, you're
not volunteering enough.
No, not at all.
Okay.
You should have signs, and maybe to have an organization to go and explore Antarctica or something like that. That's what is expected.
He says I'm not. Hold on. He says I'm not doing enough, so you must know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
What have I done?
You're starting.
Hey, I'm asking him a question. That's not a cue for you to interrupt.
Sorry, but
yeah. So you must know what I'm doing then to say that I'm not doing enough.
Well, I misspoke.
Okay, go ahead.
Support, support the movement and stuff like that. I made a mistake. I admit that.
Perfect, bro. That's great.
That admit that.
Yeah.
I've made mistakes, and I apologize for any mistakes as well. My bad.
But
forgive me.
I think that we should definitely do more.
More than what? You don't know what we're doing, so what should we do more then?
Fucking dude, NASA.
He's focused with NASA.
Dude, it's like, why do you downplay that so much?
Like, expose the false claims of the Earth every single day.
Yeah, it's only funny that they're fucking ripping us off billions of dollars every year out of our fucking taxpayer fucking money. Yeah,
Not us.
funny.
Not us. It's been pointed out already, not us. I'm not included on that. I don't pay any tax for that.
I'm on it, though. I'm exposing their false claims of the Earth every single day for free. What more do you want?
I want more.
Okay. Well, put it in writing and get back to me.
Yeah, I'm also paying taxes, and I'm not whining about it either.
Shit, right? Who the fuck are you, right? I'm just some flat earther on the internet.
Well, I think that's where you're wrong, right? Because you're not a label. You're not these words put together. That's not who you are, what you are. The flat earth is not what something or someone is. It's a description.
Okay, yeah, I understand that. That actually makes sense.
There you go.
Somebody finally has some fucking logic in their brain.
So it's like you picked up the book and you know about the topics, and flat earth term opens a window for many topics, right? From standing in the real is level. And you can speak about that when people refer to flat earth, because it's the opposite of the claim or the lie that some people believe on. Not everybody, because I don't believe in the lie anymore. So flat earth is like a door or that we open to talk about it, because it's a term that means something. So we open the conversation from there, and then we touch all of the topics on top of that. Go ahead.
But Gemsy, you do ask people when they come in here if they're
It's
flat earth.
actually, sorry to interrupt.
I don't ask people that. You probably never heard me asking that.
No, I'm saying in general.
Yeah, but you say you, James. You, James, ask people if they are a flat earther. I don't do that.
Oh, I thought you were one of like the admins or something. I don't know.
No, even if I have like an admin role or a flat earth role or whatever role, I'm not any of those roles or those colors or any of those things. It's like a badge.
Why does it have
It's
to be
like
mentioned?
a hat. You know, when you go to your favorite baseball game and you are team flat earth, yeah, let's talk about it.
Why does that have to be mentioned? Do people really need to be explained that humans aren't the abstract entity of a word?
Yeah, apparently so.
So
yeah, but the term flat earth.
That's why we make words, though, right? To identify things.
Yeah, but the word
Indeed.
flat earth was imposed on us. It's not a title that we picked.
I say that term about myself.
Guys, it's a lot simpler than you're trying to make it more complicated.
Okay, dumb it down for us.
No, it's a lot more simpler. You are trying to make it complicated.
Go ahead and give it to us in the simple form.
Yeah, I said that.
Yeah, give us the simple version.
All right, guys. Here's the thing, dude. Why are we on this paradigm? Do you know what a paradigm is? No response. Nobody knows. I can hear your fingers typing on the computer.
Are you gonna talk about talking, or are you gonna talk about your point that you want to make? Go ahead and talk about. Explain what you're trying to say. Finish your point. Not talk about talking.
Yeah.
Just go ahead. Go ahead.
You've already derailed yourself. This isn't very simple. Try it again.
It's not that it's flat. It's that it's not a globe. And it's provable.
Hold on.
And
if the surface isn't curved, what is it?
It's this thing that we don't talk about, right? Like, it's alluding to something, right? Like, it's just this thing that we constantly, like, we talk about where we don't talk, like, directly about it, or whatever you want to call it. But it's this thing. Guess what that thing is?
I don't know.
Not flat.
Don't know what you're saying.
Right?
Not a globe. Not curving, therefore not a globe.
Ding dang.
Yeah, we know that already.
You know what it is. None of you know what it is. None
of us claim to, dude.
Is either, right?
Yeah, but nobody here claims to. Maybe you just need to get caught up on what we're saying here.
No, I'm just displaying it in a different way that you've never heard before.
We've all heard
You're not.
Oh, I'm nothing new.
No, buddy, you're not. You're drunk, and you're displaying that very, very vividly on live stream.
Well, there's one thing that we do with drunk people. Right? I think we learned this from the gold meeting and so on recently. I'll leave that down to you guys.
I mean, at least it's on topic for now, but I can't see it going much longer.
We pretty much agree with you. He's not going to be angry about it.
Yeah, we don't have an overall shape claim. We know that we don't know exactly what the place is, but we do know, due to the lack of surface curvature, that it can't be a sphere or a curved object.
Did I get muted?
Who's that?
So
maybe you muted yourself.
Like,
oh boy. I think we're gonna have to move on.
He's done.
Yeah.
Not gonna talk.
Okay, try again when you're sober, bud.
Makes no sense.
No, I'm gonna keep talking.
No,
No,
you're not.
you ain't.
Right. So, Crazy Narwhal. Anybody spoken to Crazy Narwhal before? I think I recognise the name, but maybe I don't.
Oh, shoot. I was unmuted. My bad.
Hello, mate. How are you?
I'm doing fine. How about you?
Yeah, really well. What brings you by our server today?
Just listening.
What are you hoping to listen to?
I don't know.
Well, being it's just a flat Earth server, would it be flat Earthers talk about the flat Earth?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. Are you a flat Earther yourself, or are you on the fence, or do you still think you're on the ball? I'm too lazy to look at your roles, mate. So.
No, I'm a globe earther.
Okay, cool. How long have you been coming by the server?
I don't know. I haven't really kept track.
A while though, yeah. You're not the sort of person that forgets a couple of days, yeah.
Yeah. It's been
awesome stuff.
definitely been more than a couple of days.
So, within your, time that you have spent around, is there anything that's kind of interested you? The things that flat earthers say and why we say it, for example. Has anything been interesting to you?
I mean, you said earlier, like just a couple seconds ago, I think, you said that you don't know what the shape of the Earth is, but you know because of the curvature of the Earth that it's not a globe.
Yeah. So, two things. One, because the surface isn't curved, it can only be flat, right? So, number one, we know that the Earth isn't a ball because there isn't any measured or utilized curvature anywhere. And second of all, well, it's quite simple to understand, right?
Mm-hmm.
No?
Mm-hmm. It's just like the globe Earth has so many things that support it, and
like what?
You guys saying that, oh, this one thing doesn't work, that means it's a complete lie, doesn't make much sense.
Well, let's put it down to the three physical claims that they make about the Earth and what it is, what it does, and where it does it. They say it is a shape. That shape is a sphere. They tell us how big it is. We don't measure a curve anywhere, right? And they also tell us that this ball's moving, spinning on this axis, rotating around the sun, and we don't have any direct measurement for that. And they say also that the place where this is all happening, the vacuum of space, well, that's a natural law violation. So there's three physical claims that they make that they actually can't provide any direct evidence for.
Wait, what's say the third one again?
The vacuum of space. That's a violation of natural law. That place up there that they say is a sky vacuum isn't real. Can't be real.
Why?
because it violates the second law of thermodynamics. It's a violation because entropy increases, high pressure disperses into lower pressure. The claim of the
I've heard this
heliocentric
one
model.
before.
2 seconds, this man. So the claim within the heliocentric model is a entropy decrease, which is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. So that can't be happening then.
Okay.
Cool. So that's space gone with. You understand why we say the vacuum of space isn't real, and you also concede to the point, and you also understand why the vacuum of space isn't real for yourself.
Yeah.
Cool. So without measured curvature, the thing that they say from space the Earth is a ball that would have curvature. Well, we don't observe that. We don't measure that. And we don't navigate across a curved surface. It's definitely something we don't do. There isn't any proof for the claims that they make. So it's not just because of one thing. It's the thing that, well, they can't prove that stuff. And if they can't prove it, it can only be flat and stationary.
Mm-hmm.
Always back to that. If a line isn't curved, what is it?
Well, it's straight, yeah.
Yeah. And you know what a triangle is, don't you?
Uh-huh.
Awesome. Do you know what celestial navigation is?
Haven't heard that one.
Okay. Do you know what?
Get
you know
to
what?
me next.
Do you know what navigating with the stars is? Do you know that people can navigate with the stars? Have you heard that before?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, of course. And the way that we do that is by measuring angles to them. You know what an angle is, right? Like within a triangle, yeah?
Yep.
Of course. You know what a protractor is, right? It's an angle measuring device, yeah?
Uh-huh.
And if I was to draw a triangle for you, you'd be able to utilize that protractor to measure the angles within inside that triangle. 90 degrees, for example.
Yep.
Yeah, if I was to bend one of those lines and you were to put your protractor back down on it, could you still measure an angle if one of those lines was curved?
I mean, yeah, you can still measure the angle.
How? What would you have to do to measure that angle? Would you have to plot
if the
a point
line
along
is
that curve?
curved.
Yeah. So
If the
remember your
line is-
protractor. Remember your protractor radiates out from that center point, and all of those lines radiating out are straight. So when you put your protractor down on that triangle that I've bastardized by making one of those lines curved, when you put your protractor down on it, you can no longer read an angle, can you?
No, you can.
No. So this is kind of what celestial navigation is based on, or navigating with the stars. It's an elevation angle up from the surface of the Earth and utilizing the horizon. So if you can imagine that there's a star up there and you point to it and you point to the horizon, to keep it simple, there'd be an angle there. If you were to use the floor, for example, and then just point up, there would be an angle there. You understand that, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. So if the surface of the Earth was curved, you wouldn't be able to measure an angle off of it. Would you?
Like a straight angle?
An angle requires a straight line. 2 straight lines that meet, like, for example,
Not
90 degrees,
necessarily.
45 degrees.
As long as 2 lines intersect somewhere, they can make angles. It doesn't have to be 2 straight lines.
Are you talking about a tangent line?
Maybe? I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, the lines don't have to be straight for there to be an angle. They can curve around and stuff.
Hold on. You remember what a triangle is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And you understand that you can't measure 180 degrees within that triangle if one of those lines is curved, because 2 of those angles you can't read.
Yes.
Awesome. So when we use angle measuring devices to navigate across the Earth, we are basically drawing a triangle from us to the star downwards from the star to what's known as the ground position of the star, because every star has a ground position on the surface of the Earth. That line there meets the surface of the Earth, and there is 90 degrees. Now, the GP of the star can be beyond the horizon. It can be 100, 1,000, 3,000 miles beyond the horizon when we talk about Polaris, for example. So, understanding that there's 90 degrees underneath, let's say, Polaris, and you're 3,000 miles away, there has to be a straight line between that ground position on the floor and you. Now, that's a straight line. And then you get an angle up to, like we said, Polaris, and let's say it's 45 degrees. If you were under Polaris, it would be 90 degrees. As you move south away from Polaris, eventually, say, 45 degrees. Further still away, 0 degrees. This is how we get our latitude lines. That's where the equator is. That's a elevation angle to Polaris. This is only applicable on a flat surface and would not be possible on a curved surface.
Okay. Okay.
Crazy when you think about it, because it's quite simple. Navigating using the stars requires the surface of the Earth to be level, because every single star, not just Polaris, has a 90-degree ground position to you, the observer, with the sextant. Put the sextant on the floor. You've basically drawn a triangle to every single star that you can see in the night sky. And that's not just you, that's every single poet that can do this at the same time, demonstrating that the surface of the Earth is required in this instance most definitely to be level, and would not be using angle measuring devices if the surface of the Earth was curved. This is how we get around. If the technology fails in the boat or the airplane, for example, the captain of said ship or aircraft is going to pull out a sextant to navigate with.
Everyone can do it except people in the southern hemisphere, because they can't see Polaris.
What do you mean? They would use another star?
Well, why can't they see Polaris?
Because, like I just said, is if you can imagine standing underneath Polaris, 90 degrees under there, and as you move south away from Polaris, eventually 45 degrees, you've measured an angle there, 45 degrees, and eventually, because Polaris has gone down due to perspective, beyond the horizon, the limitation of your view, then as you get beyond the equator now, which is where you can't see Polaris anymore.
How did it go down?
Polaris is like
down.
So
yeah, if it's above us, if it's above us, and we're on a flat plane, where does moving on that flat plane change that it's above us?
I tell you, and don't be surprised by this when I demonstrate this to you. You know, in your living room, for example, you have a light, and you stand underneath it, and it's above you. And when you walk away,
if I stay in my living room, I can still see the light.
Yeah, and as I've just demonstrated, the further south you go, because you understand how you're not standing underneath that light anymore, it will appear to descend upon the horizon, like street lights, for example, as you look down a street.
But
if there's no walls in the way, I can still see the light.
If there's no walls in the way.
Yeah,
like
if I turn on a light in my living room and I go on my porch, I can still see the light.
Of course.
Hold on 2 seconds. Do you think that you would be able to walk further away so you wouldn't be able to see the light anymore?
Yeah.
There you go.
Because the curvature of the Earth will get in the way.
No, not curvature of the Earth. You know how
what gets in the way?
Okay, if we were on like a perfectly flat plane and we kept walking away, I mean, the light would get dimmer as we went away, but that still wouldn't change that. We would still see the light.
Yeah.
If you walk far enough away, you cannot see it any longer.
Why?
Your perspective cannot see forever.
I
have a question.
Let's say it is the clearest day ever. There's no clouds, no low-hanging clouds, no fog, no nothing. You would still be able to see it. The only reason we can't see so far is because, one, the curvature of the Earth, and two, and two, the low hanging clouds and fog that
You're
there's a
simply
lot of
refusing.
Can you explain to us?
You're simply
what's the
refusing
purpose
to
of
acknowledge that your
binoculars?
perspective has limits. You're simply refusing to acknowledge that your eyes do not reach forever. Your field of vision does not stretch forever.
Okay, hold on.
What's the purpose
Hold
of
on.
binoculars?
Hold
Can
on.
you answer that question, please?
Can I say something about this topic before we move on to binoculars?
Well, really quick though, he did make a curvature of the Earth claim. He says there's a curvature.
Hold on.
And that's the reason we
Hold on.
can't see forever. So, do you have any evidence supporting that claim?
Hold on. Chris said that Polaris is 3,000 miles away.
Sir, there is no hole down in the middle
I
of
can
someone
see my
else.
light
Okay.
for 3,000 miles?
Hello.
You'll just have to
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I muted him, Gemsy. He'll just
Sir,
have to
when someone is speaking, you don't say, hold on, don't do that, okay, sir? Or you'll be muted. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're kind of taking it off track there. He said that the reason that we can't see forever is the curvature of the Earth. So I'd like to just get a measurement for that curvature that's causing me to not be able to see forever, if possible, please.
And you do realise that you do realise, that you're making a claim to the physical nature of the horizon, something that was debunked in 2021 by an image known as the Black Swan. Surely you've seen that. That's not a physical horizon that you're hoping is going to be obstructing Polaris. You're just walking away from a light that was above you. And eventually, because you can't see forever, it descends upon the horizon like other lights do that are above your head. Some of those known as street lights, when you look down a road. Now, you don't know until you get further down the road if there's still street lights beyond the ones that you can't see anymore. But there are. You understand that, right? You understand that you also need binoculars to see further, but don't let me point that out to you anymore. Polaris has just ascended beyond the horizon, the limitation of view.
So, I mean, it's not just to answer the curvature of the Earth question. I do not have a specific curvature of the Earth measurement, but I'm going back to my other part, which I said because of low-hanging clouds and fog and stuff. So, if you go onto any weather app ever, it'll tell you how far you can see, and that's because of all the clouds and stuff. And if we were to take away those and put ourselves on a perfectly flat plane, then we would be able to see super far. It might not be infinite, but it's a long ways.
No, you're not. Your geometric imagination is erroneous.
You heard, but you didn't listen. Yeah, it was explained to you how a protractor works. Yeah, imagine the sun right above your head. Yeah, and as the sun moves away from you, like a protractor would do, it lowers the angle to the sun until you have even 180 degrees. But that would be a completely horizontal plane, to the point that it's out of the view. You don't have an angle to it anymore.
And the thing is we do see further. Oh, sorry, I thought you were done. Go ahead.
But the point is that throughout the transition of the sun overhead, all of those angles required a plane in order to be measured. To the point that the sun's field of view goes beyond the plane. A plane is required for it.
And we see further than the geometric limitations of the globe would allow us to. So, what more do you guys want?
And not just that, the position of the sun over the ground is registered and mapped out, which is the GP of the sun. Whatever time zone it is. So, regardless of the time zone, if you measure an angle for it, you can find your location.
Okay.
And type on Google angular resolution and then read about that.
Yeah, you can't see forever, sir. Angular resolution. Check that one out.
Well, that's why my point of the binoculars, because the point of binoculars is to bring things back into view, and then you make even more powerful binoculars. and guess what? Things still come back into view. And Black Swan image is proof of that. Things coming back into view, or which is things that supposedly are beyond the limitation of view of a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles. Therefore, debunking the notion of the sphere.
Real quick,
the sphere was gone.
They claim that we cannot see certain things because they're behind the curvature. Two people said that. So, do they even know what that actually means?
Yeah, I know what the curvature means.
You know the size? You know the size?
I do not know it off the top of my head. No.
That means you don't know in which rate it's starting to curve.
If I wanted to look at the curvature, what do I have to do?
That's a good question because I don't know the actual size of the curvature of the Earth, so I couldn't.
It doesn't matter. Okay, I'm out and about. Yeah, I'm on a beach. I'm on the beach, for example. Yeah, I'm going to make it easy for you.
Okay.
Now what? How do I measure the curve?
You
Do
look
I
out
observe it?
and yeah, you look out. You take whatever.
Look out
I
what?
guess, out
You
towards
need to be
the
more
ocean.
precise. Towards the ocean. So I'm looking towards the ocean, and now what?
You take whatever they say and see if it's right. I don't know. I've never done it myself.
You take
Have
the
you ever looked-
dimensions.
Have you ever
He's
looked at the
right.
horizon?
He's right. That's how it all started, right? You take what they say and see if it matches observable reality. And that's why we're here. We took what they said, 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, to show where the geometric physical obstruction was. And it ain't there. Their claim is, when we demonstrate that the horizon is an optical phenomenon, they say refraction, which then shows that they have no direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth because the horizon isn't physical. If the horizon was physical, according to the maths, it should be at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Then it should be the thing that blocks boats and buildings. With the demonstration of the Black Swan, the image of the two oil rigs show where the horizon is beyond the second oil rig at about 9.4 miles, where it should be at 1.2 miles, demonstrates the horizon is optical and has never been geometrically physical.
Can I go back to something that you guys said earlier? We were talking about how you can't see forever, and
No, but this is very important thing. Did you hear what Jedi said?
Yes, I did. I'm acknowledging that.
Can you repeat something? Yeah, can you kind of reply to us what he said?
I don't know what to say. I don't. Okay.
Real quick, George, did you finish your point, George, or anybody else about this topic? Because he wants to move on, but other people want to say things about this. I kind of feel
Don't move 3 topics and not let me ask my question about like 3 or 4 topics ago.
Okay, we're gonna go.
You keep moving past it.
Okay. We hold your question right now, and someone else is gonna reply to the other topic, and then you're gonna ask your question. Pre-Cow. Go ahead, guys. Anybody want to touch the topic that was spoken before? Go ahead.
Yeah, I do, if somebody isn't already. Right, so, Crazy Narwhal, you brought up a point about light attenuating through the air because of clouds and stuff like that. Yeah, we agree with that. That does happen, of course. There's an extinction rate to light. It can't travel forever through a medium, such as air, right? So, there's that. Absolutely, we agree with you there. It's just the first part of it where you said, well, there's also a curvature obstruction that's blocking our line of sight. Well, that's not there, obviously, or else the horizon would be where it geometrically must be for that to be true. And it's not. We see much further than the geometric limitations of that globe. So it's just air and angular resolution that allows you to not see forever.
I have a couple questions about the topic we were talking about.
Go ahead, Pre-Cow. Go ahead. If anybody has any...
is anyone going to make a claim about how far Polaris is? Because...
He's making a claim about how far Polaris is.
Yes, from the Earth.
Who's mentioned how far away Polaris is?
Because you said it.
Yeah,
No,
he took you. He took you for the distance.
The
I said-
GP
Yeah.
of
What
Polaris.
is the distance from Polaris to the surface of the Earth?
I'll tell you what I said. The
What
ground
did you say?
position of Polaris, the GP of the star. Didn't mention anything about the distance to Polaris. I mentioned the angle.
Yeah, I don't
to Polaris.
remember saying a distance.
Okay.
I think
Because
he's
if Polaris
confusing.
is above you,
So is
I think he's
anyone?
confusing the 3,000 radius that somebody said.
Yeah. So, does anyone know roughly how far away Polaris is? That's my question. No
You don't
claim
know.
about
I don't know.
anything.
That's
Just
the
that.
answer.
Yes or no?
I have a similar question to that. How do you get your latitude?
No, I didn't. Can I have my question answered with like a yes
Yeah,
or no?
Mr. Man, you have the answer.
Wait, one second. Control of the room, 1 second. George is gonna reply to the gentleman, and George and him are gonna have a back and forth. If anybody has anything against that, go ahead, voice it. But George and the other guy.
Well, the answer to his question is the answer to my question. Yeah, your latitude is
Yeah,
founded
but like, what does that have to do with Polaris?
Exactly. It's your elevation angle to Polaris will give you your latitude on the ground.
No, I asked. Does anyone in this call know how far away Polaris is? Yes or no?
No, nobody knows. Nobody
No.
knows.
Okay, that's it. Cool.
No, let me ask you. Do you know?
Do you know?
Oh, you need to take your
I don't know.
If you don't roll with me,
Go look that shit up on
I wanted
Google.
to ask you guys if you knew.
Somebody tell Mike.
Do you know somebody who knows?
We know the distance to the GP of Polaris.
I don't know. I talked to like one friend and you guys. So if you guys don't know, like I can call him.
Okay, wait. Okay, do you know that somebody knows?
I didn't say I did.
Okay, that means why you asking that question if nobody knows?
Because I want to know if you guys know. Because I don't know.
But nobody knows. We're telling you.
We can make that claim because every time we measure something, we measure it by a
Incorrectly?
specific.
Yeah.
No, when you're gonna measure a table or a property, you can do
You
those
can't
measurements.
count.
But
like you can't
but the
count that high, like
measurement,
25
but the
feet.
measurement
Like,
to
it's too
the Polaris, the measurement to the Polaris, that's an impossibility. You can't do it. Have you done it? No.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to know.
Chrissy Cal, what the fuck is your problem, dude? Why are you dogging my chat?
When?
Settle the fuck down, dude. You're dogging my chat. You're telling Jemsy he doesn't know how to count. I'm listening to what you're saying.
I apologize for
You better
saying
fucking
that Jemsy
apologize,
can't
dude.
count. I just did, but
Hey, dude, chill. You gotta.
Hey,
Stay out of my way.
I get yelled and called an idiot all the time. I thought it was chill.
Isika, in how many languages can you do math or count? In how many languages can you do that?
Count?
Yeah. How many languages
Like
can
how
you do
high?
it? Hey, so in how many languages when you count 1, 2, 3? Tell me
Yeah,
the
like
other
to what
languages that you can
number?
do the one. Yeah, to 10. Let's say to 1 million.
Oh. Why do I need to know in multiple languages?
Because you're saying Jemsy doesn't know how to count, but
Yeah, and I apologized. I was wrong.
I can count in 2 languages, so I can count twice as good as you, bro.
Yeah, that's
my point.
Not how that works, but like I apologized. I know you know how to count.
Good,
I'm sorry that I
All
said
right,
you
bro.
didn't.
So the distance to Polaris, that your question, we haven't measured that distance, so we don't. I can't tell you I know, right? That's an honest answer. When nobody's playing you here with
Yeah,
that.
that's what I wanted to know. If you guys knew it or not, and you don't. So cool. Thank you for answering my question.
I will tell you more. Nobody knows.
Really? Thank you.
Because how could somebody measure that?
I don't know. I just sit on Discord and talk to you guys.
And how big is it? But what we can measure it? Can we measure surface of the Earth?
Yes, we can. Right, physical.
What? Bro, you answer my question. I'm done talking. I'm here to listen.
No, I'm asking you a question. Can we measure now, because we realize that we cannot measure distance to the Polaris. Can we measure the surface of the air?
Like me personally?
Yeah.
I don't have like another person to do that, bro. My bike only takes me so far.
For example, like this, you are on the shore on the beach, and there is an island 5 miles away from you, and then you say,
I can't swim 5 miles.
No, you don't need to swim. You need to only to see that island, and if you see that island and you say, "I see island on 5 miles," that's all.
I don't know if it's 5 miles. I never went to that island.
So there are known distances. All the people we know, we have distances that are established by generations. We know where places are, the distances between those point A to point B to point C. We can travel to these places. But the question to the other one, go ahead, Sajam. You're bringing it to the surface. I don't want to talk about anything else but the surface. Go ahead.
And now you have globe Earth math model sphere. You're living on the sphere with this radius. Do you know that? What is the radius?
I didn't say anything about the globe Earth. I asked if you guys knew how far a star was. When did I say anything about the Earth?
But what is the name of this server?
Flat Earth Discord.
Is that saying anything about Polaris?
Yeah, but like I can still, if I'm in a job interview, I can ask people if they like Coca-Cola.
Does anybody here were speaking in any way about Polaris, giving something about Polaris? Apart,
I was just curious.
Go ahead, Chris. I think Chris is trying to say something. Go ahead.
Okay.
It's just because I was talking about Polaris, and we have got something to say about it, because when we measure angles to it, we can only do it on a flat Earth, which is the name of the server. Sorry, Gemsy.
Okay, great, Jedi. Did you get that now? What Jedi was saying about Polaris? He was saying that when you're using GP for navigation, that you need to have the flat surface. You cannot navigate on the curved surface. Did you get that?
Oh yeah, I knew what he was talking about. Okay. I was just asking about the distance.
But in this case, doesn't matter even, because it's
Side note. I know what you're talking about, but additionally, I wanted to know if you guys knew how far away it was.
Okay.
It was not contradicting him at all. Just asking for additional information. Just trying to find the truth.
That's great. That's great. That's a good question. A lot of people. I had that question before, so it's totally organic. His question is all good. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah. All right. Cool. I'm gonna go back to what I was doing and keep listening.
Thanks for the question, buddy. Any other questions? You go ahead and unmute yourself and ask. Go ahead.
I have a question. Does any glober have a measurement of surface curvature of the Earth?
I got it.
I'm ready.
It's a lot of numbers.
Oh wait, I said any glober. This is Bearded Dora.
Dora, stop it. Crazy Narwhal, do you have any other questions, or the replies suffice maybe your curiosity by any chance? Do you have any replies to your replies?
Yeah, I do. There's one thing you guys said earlier. It's probably a bit off topic, if that's okay. So when we were talking about measuring with Polaris and things like that, we mentioned, I don't know who, but someone mentioned the sun, like going, like how we can't see the sun anymore, if we go far away. The sun, we have a measurement for how far the sun is, and if the sun,
you have a measurement. Okay, this is very important because I've been looking for this.
Let him finish, please.
Yeah, he has. Okay, the measure, because he said he has a measurement, so I want him to post that, please, because we looking for that.
Yeah, we need that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, if he's using that as a premise, though, we need that measurement before we can go ahead, or else we're just going to be listening to minutes full of spieling based on nothing.
Okay, hold on. I don't know it off the top of my head, but I'll look it up real quick.
Yeah, measurement, okay? A measurement.
What's your
93
question?
million miles. Come on.
It's like 94.317 million miles away.
Sounds
That's
about
a-
the globe, right?
The word everybody, sorry guys, the word everybody's interested in is you said measurement. Now we might give you calculation, but if you're talking about a direct measurement, then you're going to have to provide that.
Well, so far we haven't even gotten a calculation. All we've gotten is a number thrown out there. So how was this number arrived at?
Well, I don't know off the top of my head again. I don't know how to calculate.
And that's totally fine. You can say you don't know about. Remember, you're making a claim about this knowledge claim, and to achieve the knowledge, there is a methodology before that, and you're making a claim of knowledge that we know the measurements, that we know how far, but now you're admitting that you actually don't know.
Well, I don't know. I just know that other people know.
No, you
Do they know?
Okay, if you don't know what they know, how do you know that they know it?
What?
You don't know what they know.
I do not understand what you just said. I'm so sorry.
You don't know it. You don't know what you're claiming they know, so how do you know that they know it?
Yeah.
Because I trust them.
Oh, so just faith. So it's basically like a religious stance, okay.
Well, let's not talk
Do
about
you guys not have religious stances? I mean,
Yeah, some of us do. Somebody's about to speak up on that right now, but we're just elucidating.
That's fine, Gregory. That's fine, bro. Is it Gregory? You're gonna reply? Go ahead, Gregory.
I'm
We
just saying
follow
that
the scientific
not
method
pretend
here.
Like we did not used to be one of them.
Yeah, I'm just elucidating that that's all it is. It's a faith-based position. I'm not knocking it. I'm not saying anything against it. I'm just saying that's what it is, because that's what you've told us it is.
Well, no, I'm believing them. They have the science and the facts to prove it.
No,
I don't have.
So now we're doing this again. You don't know what they know, but you know that they know.
Which ones? Which ones?
What?
Which
No,
scientific fact?
at this point, there's no point in repeating this unless you show us the process that was performed to arrive at these mathematical conclusions. Then repeating that you know, or that they know, and that you know that they know, is just an unproven knowledge claim.
Yeah, but it's a geometrical claim. It's not even a scientific claim. To be a sphere is a geometrical claim. Should be measured as such.
Yeah.
We know, George. I just said mathematical.
Yeah, but he's speaking in this case about the distance to the sun.
Yeah, it's I think Narwhal that kind of slipped up on that. He said something about the scientists or experts, I think.
Yeah.
So Norval, it's kind of curious that you actually don't know. You are basing what you're saying at the moment, the claim. You're basing that on a belief on some people, because that's what you said, on someone that claims that they know, and you're basing what you're saying here, your globe case, in this belief.
They probably have provided how they got the distance of the sun. I just don't know it. And I bet I could look it up right now.
No, you would have just said, at this point, there is no point in repeating that they know, that they know, that they know, unless you show us the process that they performed to arrive at the supposed knowledge claim that they say.
That's right.
Do you want me to look it up?
Know what exactly? That's what we're trying to get to.
Yeah, the Howies. Cause and effect relationships. or George brought up your point. He brought up geometry. Go ahead, George. Geometry.
For the new kids,
yeah, that's the claim, isn't it? The claim is that we live on a sphere. It's a geometrical claim, nothing to do with science. He says that there is plenty of science and other things to back up this sphere. The sphere point is what we're talking about. Unless it's a flat sphere,
and
there is no measurement for a sphere.
Only one psychological moment. You will look now, and you are sure because of your belief that there is the answer. You think
Why
that
are we repeating and parroting one another? We have been talking about this for years. We get it.
Yeah. The only thing, Gary, but a lot of the young minds, they're very stuck on certain way of thinking. So, and we have stress, and I've learned from you guys to explaining this 1,000 times. And the young minds, probably many of them gonna hear it once, or maybe they're gonna hear it 20 or 100 times. I'm just saying. Go ahead.
I'm completely open to thinking different ways about things, but
there you go.
I've thought about this a lot, but like it makes a lot of sense. So, and the way you're describing it doesn't make as like much sense compared to what they are saying.
Okay, let's touch that. You claim the claim that you don't know of makes sense, right? So your senses, your sensory system of your body, when you're standing on top of the ground, you're with your feet, you're standing on the ground, right? And your sensory system is not telling you that the ground is moving, is it? Right? Do you sense the ground moving?
No,
sir?
That's called gravity.
No. But we're not talking about gravity. That's another book. We're talking about senses right now, right? Your body senses. The gravity is a different book. We're gonna read that book later. Okay. Right now on this page, what you can sense about the ground is that you don't sense it moving, do you?
No, I mean it's like the same thing.
Okay, perfect. You don't sense it moving. Your senses are telling you it's
more.
I'm addressing the senses claim because you made a claim about the senses. Then
that's what I'm doing. I'm explaining it.
Yeah, but I'm not looking for an explanation. We are sticking to the senses so we can sense, right? And I'm the one making the point, not you, because you already made a point about the globe makes more sense, and what we're saying makes no sense. So I'm trying to address that. Okay, so you follow. Real quick, follow what I'm saying. You don't sense the ground moving. You also have your vestibular system, which is the liquid in your inner canal, that you will be, if you make any movement yourself, you will know you're moving, right? You know that? If you move your head, if you tilt it, and you start spinning your head or moving around, you know you're doing it because you feel it, do you?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. So your senses are telling you those two things already. Then you use another input system of your body, which is your eyes, your vision. Is that part of your sensory? Your vision? Yes.
And
then you observe. Look, you can look across. You can look across a horizontal plane. That's what you see. That's what you observe. If you go really high up or whatever, you can observe it, right? And then you can also look up and see the sky moving. You observe that. Your vision is showing you, in a sense that the sky is moving in cycles and moving, right? Then you are the one making the opposite of what your senses are telling you. You're claiming the opposite of your senses. The ground is moving, right? Then you're claiming that the horizontal line that you're looking at is curving. So it's the opposite of what you're seeing, looking at. And then you look up with your eyes and claiming the opposite of what's happening above you. You're saying the ground is spinning. So whose claim is nonsensical? That by definition, what you're claiming is nonsense. And remember, you're claiming a belief that you believe from other people, and you are going contrary with your immediate experience and what you can demonstrate and observe and use your senses to demonstrate. You get what I'm saying? You're making a nonsensical claim, sir. Nonsense, basically, by definition. Go ahead, guys. My bad for my spiel.
Okay. Did you just make up a word?
No.
Nonsensical.
That's a real word.
Yeah, where have you been?
Nonsense. Even if it didn't exist before he said the word, there is such thing as a neologism.
Can I respond to that?
Yes, please.
Actually, I wanted to hear what Gregory had to say about that, because this has to be expanded a little bit more than what I did, because I'm just doing basic stuff. Go ahead. I wanted to hear what you had to say, Gregory. Go ahead.
No, that was it. Just to even address both sides of that little passing rebuttal, the little passing cavil he said about what you last said. Even if the word that you just said, Gemsy, nonsensical, didn't exist before you said it, there is such thing as a neologism, a new coined term.
So to his claim that the belief that he has that he doesn't know about makes more sense than the actual experience that we are having and interpreting with our senses and talking about it, Which one makes more sense, sir? Which one makes more sense now, based on that foundation? Tracy Narwhal.
I still think the globe Earth makes sense, and can I explain?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so let's imagine.
Oh, Jesus.
Let's say you're in a car.
Oh,
right?
Jesus, second time.
Well, come on. Just
Come on, bro.
we were
Let's
talking
just
about this
finish.
for years.
Sorry.
While the car is moving at a constant speed, you don't really feel it moving that much unless you turn or you slow down or speed up. Correct?
No.
You've already gone wrong with this analogy.
Incorrect.
You've already gone wrong with this analogy because the globe is constantly turning. That's what a rotation is.
Yeah, in a constant speed.
Well, based on his question, and you asked correct, so you are incorrect. Actually, you're incorrect because when you get in the car, you feel it, bro. You know.
Yeah. It has to accelerate to get going, and you're talking about turning and stuff like that. That would be acceleration as well. You're trying to describe. You're trying to describe moving at a constant velocity, an inertial reference frame, but the spinning globe wouldn't be that. It would be accelerating. It would be non-inertial, so it's a false analogy.
Do you know why it's more false analogy? Is it car the closed system? Is it the car closed or open system?
Yeah, when you're in the car, are you in the car or on top of the car? Because if you're in the car with the sealed windows, you probably don't feel much of the wind, even though you still feel the car moving and whatever. But what about, do you feel the stuff outside when you're outside the car? That's what he's asking. Are you in the car or on top of the car? That's the false analogy that you're bringing. Exactly. So you're bringing a false analogy because on the air, you are on top of the air. You're on top of the car on a convertible. And you go at 1,000 miles per hour, and you're saying, "I don't feel the wind. I don't feel anything."
He's trying to say that the car wouldn't be accelerating if it's moving at a constant velocity, but your rotating, spinning, orbiting ball would be constantly accelerating. So yeah, like the guy said, it's a completely false analogy.
You're not constantly. The Earth is not constant. The globe Earth is not constantly accelerating.
Yes,
Sorry, don't have to interrupt.
Maybe
guys.
really.
Sorry, my friend.
Maybe like
According
really
to the-
slowly,
sorry.
but not. Like
Rotation is constant acceleration. Yes, it is.
Sorry, guys, again, according to the heliocentric model, let's just take the orbit of the Earth around the Sun. Now, that's an elliptical path that requires an acceleration and deceleration.
Rotation itself. Sorry, go ahead, Jay.
If you want to talk about the rotation of the Earth, there is acceleration and deceleration when you move north or south away from the equator, for example. Now, this is a rotating reference frame. So this is constantly accelerating. It's a sphere, mate. You're going to put us in a car and you give us excuses as to how we can't feel things, in a bad analogy, but ultimately come up with some excuses as to why we can't feel anything because the Earth's so big and it's so fast, whatever. Ultimately, all you're doing is giving us excuses of how we can't feel it, and most definitely how we can't measure it. So we just have to believe this story that, according to you, that we wouldn't feel it anyway. Nah, bollocks. We're not feeling it. You have to prove it to be true.
100%. You're just telling us how inertial and stationary it seems. Yeah, we know. That's the problem.
It just seems to be because of the size.
Can I ask another question? In which case would be stationary?
Why we keep interrupting him?
Sorry. Why would you then jump in and say it's because of the size of the Earth? And I just pointed out to you that's exactly what you were going to do. Because that's what everybody does, and they don't understand what they're saying. Just because the size of the ball is big, eventually, but because of the speed, because you were born here and you got used to it? All you're going to do is give us excuses as to why we don't feel this motion. We don't detect any motion. The Earth doesn't act like it is a moving sphere with tidal waters and gas attached to it whilst it's flying around in a vacuum. It doesn't act like that. But all you're going to do is give us excuses as to why, because it's so big and it's rotating so fast. Come on, mate. Think about what you're saying, please.
And Narwhal, you understand that telling us why we don't feel it isn't evidence of it, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Well, saying we don't experience motion is not evidence that there is motion, is it?
Well, yeah, but okay.
Inertial. In other words, it's constant speed, yeah? Zero speed, not moving. Inertial.
So, in other words, we need some positive evidence that it is in motion, not just a story about why we can't detect any motion. Do you know any of that?
Say that again.
So we need some positive evidence that it is in motion, not just a story as to why we can't detect it being in motion. What evidence were you shown that it was in motion? Or were you just told a story about why you can't tell?
Can I talk about things that are outside the Earth?
No, because we're talking about Earth.
Talking about what you feel, your senses, and Earth, and what's below your feet, and how that works. Yeah.
No, we're talking about the ground beneath your feet being in motion. So the evidence you present would have to be relating to the ground beneath your feet being in motion.
This is one. Sorry to jump in, and I don't want the point to be lost, but this is why flat earthers don't talk about the sky, because we can't prove any of that to be true. If we were going to sit here and listen to you talk about a story about the sky, it's not first-hand knowledge to you. What is first-hand knowledge to you is where you're standing on the earth that is accessible to you. So you should be able to find curvature and motion, for example. Sorry, Wolfgang.
No, that's all right. But beyond that, it's like there's no logical connection between looking up at the sky to try and prove that the ground beneath your feet's in motion. So not on any level does that support the claim. So what we need is evidence that the ground beneath our feet that we can't sense moving is moving. What evidence have you been shown?
So the appeal to some a priori, that is to say, some explanation before empirical experience, to explain why we don't empirically detect what is supposed to us to actually be happening, is the very opposite of what one should be doing to prove their assertion that this or that event is happening. If one is trying to prove to us that the earth is moving, the very last thing you should be doing, the very opposite thing you should not be doing, is trying to explain to us why we don't or can't empirically detect the earth to be moving or the earth to be a sphere.
Yeah, because that's really supporting our argument. We're looking for the globe side.
In other words, you're appealing to the very same premises that we appeal to support our conclusion that is antithetical, the very opposite of your conclusion. We appeal to the fact that we only see a flat topographical plane that is the surface of the earth. And you appeal to that very same thing to prove why we can't see the curvature. But there is curvature. We say, given the lack of any empirical detection of the movement of the earth, therefore the earth is not moving. You then appeal to some reason why we can't detect it to prove that the earth is moving.
So just so it's not lost, Narwhal, can you think of anything you've seen that supports the ground being in motion? It's okay if you haven't. You can just say, no, I haven't.
That's on the earth? No.
As in the ground moving. Have you seen any evidence that the ground is in motion?
No. Not like
okay, so,
that I can see on
why
the
do you
ground.
believe? So why do you believe that the ground is in motion?
Because there's a bunch. I want to talk about what's in the sky, but you guys are going to say no. So I can't say anything else.
Why? You've just said you've never seen any evidence that the ground is in motion.
On the ground.
Why you believe? Well, that's where you live. That's the only place you've been or experienced. So I'm asking why you would believe something that you've just said you have no evidence for.
If I start talking about...
What about the air? If you say on the ground, like there's evidence in the air.
I'll get his answer. No, I'll get his answer. Why is it that you're believing it?
If I say something about like the sun or the stars, you guys are going to say, no, you can't talk about that.
Well, they wouldn't tell you what the ground beneath your feet is doing. We're asking about the ground beneath your feet.
Yeah, I know.
One second. So we're trying to keep you on the ground on the realist level, your immediate experience, because if you don't figure this out, what you actually experience in reality, and you're not acknowledging your senses and everything that is under your feet, right? If you can't do that, how are you going to start talking about the sky, sir? You can't figure it out what's around you, below you, and you think you're going to be able to figure out what's happening on the sky above, on the heavens above? No, sir. You have to start with the basics. Go ahead.
We can anticipate why you're going to appeal to the sky. We can anticipate that you're going to appeal to the motion of the celestial bodies as being indicative that the earth is moving. We know. But the problem is that you don't observe the earth moving. What you are appealing to, what you observe, is the celestial bodies moving. You do not observe the earth moving. The celestial bodies moving is not necessarily indicative, not even strongly indicative, that the earth is moving. You see, if I'm standing still and there's a group of 10 persons walking around me in a circle, that is not necessarily indicative or even strongly indicative that I am spinning in a circle. So you don't empirically detect the earth moving. You just interpret in this backward way that given the motion of the celestial bodies, we see the apparent motion of the celestial bodies as being indicative that the earth is spinning, ergo why it seems that the celestial bodies are moving. But that's the very opposite of what you empirically detect. That's the problem.
Yeah, do you understand, Narwhal, that it's illogical to look at, say, the sun moving and say that means the floor is moving?
It makes
to jump
sense.
to that assumption.
But
jump to that assumption of the wait. It makes sense to assume the opposite of what you observe and experience.
What? No, you were asking if it's.
Yeah, you observe the sun moving. You observe the sun moving. You experience the ground not moving. You assume the ground is the one moving, causing that sun to look like it's moving. Where's the logic to make that assumption?
With many different science facts and theorems and everything.
Nonsense.
Nonsense.
Wait a minute. Such as? What experiment detected the ground being the thing in motion?
I do not know the experiment that detected it, but there was one.
Then why did you say science? If you don't know.
Because that's what it is.
Well, you don't know that. You just said you don't know of any experiment.
I know there is an experiment. I don't know what it is or how they did it.
So then how do you know there is an experiment if you don't know what it is?
Because I don't know. I learned it. I learned about it. I don't exactly remember.
So you were told there was an experiment, but you don't know that there is.
Hasten to ask.
Do you want me to look it up and explain it to you?
Well, it's your claim. Shouldn't you know?
How do you know? How do you know it's not pseudoscience what you are talking about? If you haven't verified.
This is why I hasten to ask if you actually know what a scientific experiment was to then hold up against whatever was provided to you.
Listen, because I don't know what the scientific experiment was, doesn't mean there isn't one. I'm not very knowledgeable.
Doesn't mean there is one, though.
Yeah, it means you can't claim that there is one if you don't know that there is one.
Yeah, we're trying to establish that there is one, and this isn't helping us do that.
And if you don't know what science is, how would you know it if it came up, for example, and slapped you in the face? If they're saying here's science, well, you must know what science is in the first instance, right? For then to hold up that standard to whatever they gave you. Or could they just give you something, say it was science, and you just believe it because they had white coats on and call themselves scientists? Do you just believe that at some point someone somewhere has proved any of this to be true. And because they're a scientist, you're just going to believe them.
I mean, they use math and science, so I mean, and I can check it probably.
This is the thing, Narwhal. This is the thing, right? Because it's not that like this is inconsequential or of little importance. You've just agreed that you've never experienced the motion of the Earth. You don't actually have any evidence of the motion of the Earth. You just assume that there's someone who's done something somewhere that's proven it. But this is like your whole belief you're talking about. And you don't know what that is. So surely you should want to look it up. It shouldn't be us saying, yeah, go look it up. It's your belief. It's your claim. Don't you want to know if it's true?
It's your religion.
If you don't know what they actually did, then how do you know that they used math or science?
Because what else would they use?
No, well, the solution is not to just keep repeating the same vague, unsubstantiated claim over and over again. These rhetorical questions should be provoking you to say, I don't know what I believe that I know. So I should stop talking and go do some more research.
Okay.
Or we can move to curvature if you've not already covered that. But yeah, I mean, in general, you're going to need to start looking up what you think you believe in and seeing what the evidence is, because that's what we did, and there isn't any. But you should find that out.
I'm going to give you a clue. No matter what you do, you're going to need a radius for it.
Okay. Another. I have to leave, but note before I go. Have you guys looked up a bunch of different of the scientific theorems that I'm kind of mentioning, not explicitly, but
We've looked
generally, and then have you tested those and seen if they worked?
Yes, the globe's been tested.
All of them?
Yes, we've done it. We've falsified it.
Just
Go ahead.
One, bro.
Okay, all
We've been
of
here
them
for
or
years.
just the curvature one?
Well, curvature destroys all of them, because no matter which one you think is true, they all require curvature. If the curvature is not there, none of it's there.
I would say, while I'm looking up my stuff, you guys can look up the same stuff and then test if those theorems work while I'm doing the same thing.
Hold on, now.
Because otherwise it doesn't make sense.
If the surface doesn't have curvature, can it be a ball?
All right. Hold on, you can't with that answer.
I'm just saying I'm just saying it's something you guys should do. I'm not going to provoke any more conversations. I'm going to let you guys be. I have to leave.
Fair enough. No
But I would just say you should do that because
it has been done.
Bon voyage,
it has
man.
been
all
done.
of them? Not all of them, though.
Why do you keep saying all of them? There's only two. There's only two logic. There's only two possibilities in an absolute dichotomy. What are you on about? Either the object is a flat, or either the object has a flat surface or a curved surface. If it's not curved, it's flat. If it's not flat, it's curved.
Okay.
It's not an object.
That's
but
not what
yeah.
I'm talking about, but I gotta go. So, have a good day, everyone.
Bye, Narwhal. Yeah, have a good
Goodbye.
one.
Bon voyage.
Goodbye.
Got him stumped on a few there.
That's some good stuff right there, I think. I mean, at least he was listening to us, but not figuring out yet.
I mean, folks, we've been talking about this for years. I mean, we don't need to repeat one another like this endless echo chamber. I mean, we can just say it once or twice and be done.
I think it was proper for a young mind, the whole conversation. It was pretty... I mean, he sounded pretty young to me, at least. And it's a little different with young people than with adults. It's a little different sometimes.
Good job,
but
guys. What up, Wolfgang?
What up, bro?
Is it late for you over there? Must be late, huh?
Yeah, it's near. Well, it's just past midnight, so I just got sucked in because I heard a new person.
You heard on the live stream. You're like, oh, I'll go in there for a little bit. Then
Yeah.
2 hours later.
Again, Miggy sounds very quiet. Does he sound very quiet for anyone else?
Am I low for you guys?
Yeah, but
maybe a little bit lower than usual.
No kidding. What the heck?
I don't understand that.
Let me see if I can
You're a little low for me too.
Maybe my mixer is messing up. I don't know. How about now?
Still the same low volume.